Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting, whoa, to order. That's it. Yeah. Our invocation. I guess we can go ahead. Is that better? Yes. Okay. I think it's better, but I don't know. Can y'all hear me? Great. Okay, so today, this morning, we will welcome our invocation, actually, will be given by Pastor Jerry Ward from the Lighthouse Tabernacle Church. Welcome, Pastor.
Let's bow our heads. Father, we're so thankful for this opportunity we have to gather together in this council meeting. We pray for your hand to be upon the mayor, to keep her sound, keep her healthy, upon the city councilman, Lord, that they make all the right decisions for this city. We pray for your hand upon the first responders, the police officers, the firemen, upon all the doctors and nurses, and all the sick people in this city, Lord. We call for healing power to touch them, make them whole. We ask, Lord, for all these things to be done for your glory in Jesus' name. And everybody said, amen.
Thank you, Pastor. And this morning we will be led by Allie Seigler, who is a pre-nursing student at Texas A&M Corpus Christi, and she will lead us in the pledge to the flags. Allie?
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Allie.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Billy Lerma.
Here.
John Martinez.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pesley. Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Okay, so I think we have two proclamations this morning. Okay, well, good morning. So this morning we have a proclamation for the frame up. We all know the frame up. This business has been in Corpus Christi for how many years now?
50 years and 23rd of this month.
50 years, the 23rd of this month. So whereas the frame up, a custom picture frame shop envisioned by entrepreneurs Bam and Jim Benning, first opened their doors to customers at 5503 South Staples on August 23rd of 1971. And whereas the Frame Up and their owners and staff have been strong supporters of the arts and other charitable organizations in the Corpus Christi area since their inception, and whereas the Frame Up, in the course of their long history, have employed hundreds of local citizens and returned millions of dollars in the local economy in the form of wages, taxes, and purchases. Now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim August 23rd, 2021, 50th anniversary of the Frame Up in Corpus Christi, Texas, and encourage all citizens to remember and appreciate the services offered by the wealth of small businesses we are so fortunate to have in our community, and I might add, the beautiful work that you do. Every time I take something over to get framed or matted, or you have such wonderful professional. Yes.
Just that we're very proud to have picked Corpus Christi as our home back in 1968 when we moved here. And thank Corpus Christi and the citizens of the city for their support. Hopefully we'll do another 50 starting August.
Thank you, we have to, yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'll scoot in. Let me scoot. Well, let me bring this with me. Can't multitask. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, here in City Council. Good morning, Mayor Guajardo. Good morning, City Council members. Good to see you this morning. My name is Coretta Graham. I'm President, CEO of the Corpus Christi Black Chamber of Commerce, and we have a special presentation for the mayor. We realize that we're still in the middle of a disaster, and we wanted to make a public donation to the mayor's disaster fund. It's something that the chamber started last time, and it's something we want to continue to do to help support our city. We know that, this is still hurricane season, so make sure you have a hurricane kit. And we're still traversing this virus and this pandemic, so we want to make sure everybody has their own personal PPP kit. And so we want to do something public to show the mayor that we want to support her efforts to make sure that we have a healthy disaster fund to assist our organizations and small businesses during this trying times. And we just wanted to, make it a public thing. Yeah. And want to thank Councilman Molina, who is a member of our chamber, for helping us set this up. And I just wanted to say.
Well, thank you very much. Well, I really do appreciate this. We launched, if you will, the fund because of, everything that's been going on. And as Coretta just mentioned, it's important that we keep it as healthy as we can because there's always need. And for more information on that, you can go to our city website. But we definitely do have a fund that we've already used, to help people in different ways. So thank you very much. This means a whole lot. It really, really does, and it helps the community.
And we just want to let y'all know that we came with an actual check. Yeah, it's not just a cardboard. And the chamber is a member, is partnering with our local Red Cross Association. And myself and Ben Molina sit on the board. So we take helping our fellow men in disasters very seriously. So
Wonderful.
thank you.
Let's take a picture.
I can't believe you're not having town halls on the budget and you're doing this. This is so hypocritical. You're going to spend hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars, you're going to get us in debt, and you're doing this, but it's too dangerous to have a town hall on budgets. I'm disgusted.
I am too. We all should be disgusted. How could they have canceled the meetings for the public and then all of us from the. Does that make sense? It doesn't to me. I was exercising And I thought, no, it can't be. But look where we're at. Look, I don't know how many people are here.
I'm sure you will. Thank you, Steve.
Okay, we're ready. Okay.
Looks like Jeff is in support of it.
So we can start early.
I didn't know he was an attorney. I didn't know Jeff was an attorney. Something new every day. So every time I see him, he's in shorts and yeah.
Mr. Zanoni, when you're ready, we can start with the COVID-19 update.
Okay, great. Annette Rodriguez is out back. She'll make her way up front. So we have,
Or would you
we
like to
have,
go to B?
no, she'll be right here. We have
Okay.
4 things on the city manager report this morning. The first is a COVID-19 update by our health director, Annette Rodriguez.
Oh.
Then I'm going to give a short update on our budget work sessions. And then Neiman Young, our assistant city manager, is going to talk about the Games of Texas that took place about 2 weekends ago, just to really recognize the staff and the community for a job well done.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll have our customary seawater desalination update by our Chief Operating Officer for Utilities, Mike Murphy. So Annette, we'll start with you with a COVID-19 update.
Okay.
Good morning, Annette.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. So I want to make sure that everybody is very well aware that our cases are continuing to rise rapidly here in Nueces County. Yesterday we had 478 COVID cases. Around 100 of those cases every day are in our pediatric population, so those 18 years and younger. So they're very high numbers that are circulating in our children right now. So with schools opening, we know that we're going to continue to see the numbers continue to rise. And so we need to really be keeping an eye on that and, working with the schools to try to prevent as much as possible. We are pivoting right now. The health district is pivoting back to testing because of the demand. So we started testing. Yesterday we tested around 550 individuals at the Old Memorial Hospital between 9 and 2. And so we actually took back 104 of those tests and actually ran them through the machines. And 37 of them were positive, which gives you a positivity rate of around 36%, which is, again, very, very high. We continue to vaccinate at the mall. We have seen the numbers increase 100% from a week. They're normally around 1,000 vaccines that we give at the mall. We've jumped up to 2,000 vaccines, so that's good news. More people are getting vaccinated. Unfortunately, we're already in the wave, so you still need to use your mask to protect yourself. CDC does recommend that everybody, whether vaccinated or unvaccinated, when you're in public settings, you should be wearing your mask, especially with the Delta circulating in your community. Hospital resources are being stretched very, very thin right now. It's mainly the staffing issue. You know, last year when we had our peak in July of 2020, we had a lot of state resources. We had physicians that came in, doctors, nurses, everybody. This time there is nobody coming in at this point. Hopefully that will change. And so we all heard the governor say that if you get to 15% of your admissions or COVID admissions or higher, you know, you needed to scale back. And we know that he did away with that, but I just wanted you all to know that we're at 24%. And so we've exceeded that 15% threshold for the hospitals, and that's why we're in the predicament that we're in. And when people are going to the emergency room, they're not being able to get help at this time. So because they are inundated to the max. There is treatment for COVID-19 for the Delta variant, and that's the Regeneron. We did order at the health district. We ordered Regeneron on Friday. We received our first shipment this morning, and so we are going to be the hub to give to doctors that need this Regeneron. You're going to see a lot of these pop-up infusion centers. What we're trying to do is we're trying to get all the COVID positives that meet the criteria. The criteria is very loose currently, so most people will meet the criteria. We're trying to get them the Regeneron, which we know that it'll help them. It helps about 70% of those that actually get this medication, these monoclonal antibodies, and keep them from having to go to the emergency room. So that's where we are right now, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Does anyone have any questions? Annette, I will inquire about the governor's statement, I guess, if you will, or what he put out yesterday, which was that he was going to be sending staffing to this out-of-state personnel for the state of Texas. Do we know anything more about that?
We have not heard anything further than what we read. So, but we hope that.
Well, that is good news.
People are coming. Yes, we hope that people will come and help because, yeah, we're already in a bad place in a very short period of time, in about a month, and so, you know, any more cases is really going to be a burden on the healthcare system. And what we don't want to see is we don't want to see it collapse.
Right. Okay.
And Mayor, that's staffing for hospitals, right?
Yes. Yes, I'm
Nurses?
sorry.
Yeah.
When I say staffing, I mean for hospitals. Right.
Right.
Exactly. Right. Well, we'll stay on top of that. I know that's something very new, but I'm very interested to see what exactly, hopefully we get a little bit more details as to what he plans on doing. So.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Annette, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, yes.
Thank you all.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you, Annette. And also, just as a reminder, the mayor and county judge's media briefing will be at 4 tomorrow instead of the 5 o'clock time frame.
Right.
Okay, Mayor and Council, our next item is just an overview of our community budget input work sessions. We know that we had our first one last night, hosted by City Council Councilman Lerma for City Council District 1. So over the next 2 weeks, the city will host 4 additional budget input sessions for the community to give us feedback on the proposed budget for the city. We've moved to a virtual input session given the situation that we have with COVID-19, as just expressed by our health director. Due to the rapid spread of COVID, the in-person community input sessions that we had hoped to have been moved to a virtual. Yesterday, as I mentioned, we held our first one last night. It was hosted by City Councilman Billy Lerma, and there was a focus on District 1. So each of these work sessions or community input sessions are in one of each of our 5 city council districts. Anybody can participate, but the focus that night really is that particular council district, and that was the case last night as well. We do have staff in attendance that are plugged in remotely. Last night, as an example, our police chief and fire chief, public works director, our water utilities chief operating officer, and other staff members were available to answer questions from the community. Now, last night, with all the forums, that includes Facebook, YouTube, watching it live on TV, we had about 250 citizens actively participating in the event. So that's a real good turnout given the use of those mediums. It's great to see that the community is engaged, still using that forum. It is important that we hear from the community. The proposed budget is just that. It's a starting point. And so working with the council in our work sessions And then with the community and these 5 events, we'll see how do we fine tune the budget for City Council's ultimate adoption coming up in later on in late August, early September. So tomorrow we'll continue with our second input session. That'll be City Council District 2's focus, hosted by Councilman Ben Molina. On Thursday of this week, we'll have City Council District 3, hosted by Councilman Barrera. Those both start at 6 o'clock. And then next week, we'll have the final 2. On Monday, August 16th, District 4, hosted by Councilman Smith. And then Wednesday, August 18th, we'll conclude by Councilman Hernandez's District 5 Community Forum. So we do encourage the community to participate. Last night, we had several council members in addition to Councilman Lerma, as well as the mayor, who were in attendance, and we appreciate that as well. So that concludes that kind of overview. We're going to move next, Mayor, just to a quick update on the Games of Texas that the city hosted. We'll be able to host them again this next summer, not this one just passed, but the next summer. But we want to take a moment and have Neiman Young, our Assistant City Manager, just talk about what we did as a community and what our staff and volunteers did as well to make the games very successful. Neiman.
Thank you, sir. The Texas Amateur Athletic Federation, or TAF, and the City of Corpus Christi recently hosted the Summer Games of Texas 2021 from July 29th through August 1st, 2021. Athletes from 17 regions across the state of Texas participated. And Council, I'd like to give you all an update regarding the success of the event. This year, the Summer Games of Texas was comprised of 9 sporting events hosted with 5,587 athletes competing over the course of the event. Track and field with 3,433 contestants, and swimming with 1,609 contestants led the highest number of competing athletes. Based on the ticket sales, the Summer Games of Texas 2021 events brought in a total of 15,848 spectators. Hosting the event was a coordinated effort by various city departments to include Parks and Recreation, the Corpus Christi Police Department, the Corpus Christi Fire Department, Solid Waste Services, Communications, and the Emergency Operations Center. In addition, the events were supported by multiple community partners to include the Corpus Christi Independent School District, the RTA, Visit Corpus Christi, and the Downtown Management District. I'd like to take an opportunity to allow you all to review a brief video where I put together to share the highlights of the Games of Texas.
Parks and Recreation Department was proud to host the Texas Amateur Athletic Federation Summer Games of Texas this past weekend. It was especially exciting to see athletes and families, fans from throughout the state of Texas, some from as little as age 6 and under up to the teens. And it was great to see the athletes when they received their gold medal and their golden ticket to compete at Nationals in 2022.
Fun, and it's always exciting to be out here as a team and get a team bond before the season, because we have a lot of girls coming up each year, and we like to get them ready and show them our team bond so that we could be comfortable for the season.
The Parks and Recreation Department would like to thank frontline staff for all their efforts throughout this 4-day event that hosted upwards of 5,000 athletes during a short weekend. Also, other city departments, Corpus Christi Fire Department, Corpus Christi Police Department, as well as others that participated in us ensuring a great event.
Finally, we'd like to recognize the Parks and Recreation Department Planning Committee that was instrumental in ensuring the success of the event. They are joining us today, and I'd like to ask that they stand and be recognized. Thank you all for being ambassadors to the city of Corpus Christi and hosting this sporting event. In closing, we'd like to invite residents to save the date. The next Games of Texas are returning to Corpus Christi from July 21st through the 24th of 2022. And we invite the community to join us in making it a memorable event for those that are returning and those that are new visitors to our city. Thank you all.
Thank you, Neiman, very much.
Great, Mayor. And then just one final quick update by Michael Murphy, our Chief Operating Officer over our water and wastewater utilities. He's going to give us our weekly update on the seawater desalination project.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, Council, good afternoon. So the status of the permit applications, we did call the Secretary's office at TCEQ, and we were affirmed that our applications are under review right now as a result of our turning in our environmental assessment. This past week, or last week, Councilman Pusley and myself and Maria Corona toured the CC Polymer site. We got a first-hand tour of that from the CC Polymer representatives and representatives from Aquatech, which is a company specializing in desalination. We also had our quarterly meeting with the PIC group this past week and got caught up with them on some issues, and we'll be coming back with council with some of the recommendations of that particular group of professionals. We are currently working with 7Cs to reschedule a meeting that we had to put off last month, and we are hoping to do that sometime towards the end of September. The desal project team, we're still working on the preliminary estimates and informations that came to us from the August presentation, so we're working on those, and we should have some information, and we will get that information to council as we sort of finalize some of the conversations we're having with the groups that are involved in that, some like Exxon and some of the others that came up during that meeting. Next steps, we are right now trying to plan some district-wide public meetings. All of this will be following the budget process, and we'll take our desal team out into the public and try to address some of the many questions that have been brought up. And then TCEQ, as far as a formal public hearing from them, we are still in the queue. What they're telling us is that they are working through a backlog of requests, but we are definitely on their agenda. We have not set a date yet. That date's still to be determined or to be announced. And that, Mr. Manager, is our weekly report.
Okay, great, Mr. Murphy, thank you. I think we have a couple questions.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Mr. Hernandez.
Right.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a comment for the Parks and Recreation staff that was for the Games of Texas. I actually went there. My son participated in it. Actually won a gold, silver, and bronze medal in the swimming events of the butterfly, backstroke, and individual medley. And it was really well run for the swimming side of it. And even with the crowds that we had, it was well maintained. And I wanted to congratulate them and give them my thanks for doing a fantastic job of running the Games of Texas. Thank you. Are we still communicating with the port on the status of their permits?
We have not had any conversations with them probably in the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay, I would recommend that we still maintain those lines of communication with the port. Mm-hmm. If for some reason theirs are approved and ours are not, we still have options. So we can just get some information on the status of their...
Yeah, it's, we'll definitely do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Michael,
Are you going to meet with the Evangeline group many times in the future, or?
We did have that on our schedule, the city
I
manager
know
and
you've
I
been
were-
really busy, and I understand that
Yep.
completely.
Yeah, so, affirmative.
But you will meet with them at
Yeah,
some point?
we will. I mean, it's just trying to coordinate schedules and working
Sure.
through the budget process and all that. It's just, but it is on our to-do list.
Well, I appreciate that. And I appreciate you and your staff taking the time to do the CC Polymers tour. It was very educational.
Yes, it was.
And to see that entire facility, and
Bet.
so we learned a lot. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right.
One more, Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Murphy, I know y'all are doing a great job. Thank you for everything, but I wanted to do a shout out to Dr. Young. A few weeks ago, I had gotten my dates mixed up on the Games of Texas. Thank you for letting me know and refreshing me. For some reason, I thought it was on a different weekend, but I had the opportunity to check it out. And y'all did do an excellent job, and I just want to say thank you for it.
Yes, you did. Thank you. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Molina.
Mr. Murphy, I appreciate your efforts, and you and I have been in contact about some alternative sustainable sources, specifically atmospheric water generation. And can you just briefly touch on that? And from what I understand and what I've seen, notice that the technology just isn't there for a large-scale operation that we're looking for. But I think it is something that is definitely worth keeping tabs on and looking forward for the future. But can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we looked into the company that, the information that you sent over, and the atmospheric technology is harvesting water from the atmosphere. It's basically taking loss of words here, but it's basically going and taking the air and
well, the condensate out of the humidity.
Yeah, thank you for that. I
And
kind of
we
got
have
lost
a lot
there.
of humidity here.
But that's what it is. It goes through a series of processes where you remove the water from the environment. I mean, that's basically what it is, and then you try to harvest it. And it's proven technology, and it works. It's just the scale that we're looking at in the 20 to 30 million gallons per day range, it's not there yet. They can do the information, the literature that I read is limited probably to the 2 million, 3 million gallons per day on the size plant that we would have, which is something, but is not going to get us there for the cost.
And what I've seen, those operations were powered either by wind or solar. And so I think it's a good idea, and I hope that in some way we can incorporate that as part of our plan in the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. And now we'll go ahead and start our public comment period. Mr. Risley?
The citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. I would also like to point out that banners, placards, signs, or posters that potentially impair the view of audience members are prohibited.
Okay, great. So the first person signed up is Jeanette Protzeller. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead and come on up. And there is a, correct, Rebecca, there's the timer on the inside of that? Yeah, so the timer will begin when you start speaking.
Okay, hi, my name is Jeanette Protzeller. I live at 13850 Halyard Drive. Okay, I was here on June 9th at the City Planning Commission meeting. We all said we oppose this. The City Commission unanimously 9-0 said in opposition of changing this single-family residential home into a bed and breakfast. I thought it was resolved, and yet I find out now that paid staffers are pushing this agenda through, And I thought their job was to support the voters. Anyway, so, okay, and the resident owners at 13840 Mizzen Drive, the Moraleses, who are petitioning for this to go through, weren't even at that meeting. And I don't know if they're here today or not. But anyway, so I live across the street on Halyard, on the water. And what it is since they purchased this home in November 2020, our quiet neighborhood has been filled with transient people. They are renting it out as a short-term rental. This couple is not here. They live in San Antonio full-time. It's not homesteaded, and they are not voters in Nueces County, registered voters. I have 3 in my household. The noise pollution, the loud parties, 24/7, the dogs barking, all hours, because these people are on vacation 24/7, but we're not. This is our home. We have noise pollution. We have the canal pollution of cigarette butts, cups, cans, bottles, plastic bags, and fish offal being dumped in the canal. We have light pollution. This is at 11:30 at night when I came home from a vacation. This was just one floodlight coming on through. And then we have reckless boaters. These are tourists that come out with their boats. This one right here, no wake zone. They came flying down the canal. We have 5 families that have kids, elementary school, 5 houses that face this on the canal. They go to Seashore Learning Center, some are homeschooled, some go to Flower Bluff. These people had kids in their boats, but they didn't care. This person I watched from my deck didn't know how to park their boat. They came flying around, they couldn't park it, and then finally people had to come out and help them from their household. And then there was another case. But anyway, so my concern is that if you let this through in the single residential residence, it's going to spread like a virus. I don't know what that means.
That's the time limit.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
No,
Well, anyway, that's my concern, is the safety of kids. We have all these kids. This is our community. We're fully involved in our community, and these people are not. And just having transients come 24/7 every single week, it's just a headache. Thank you.
Thank you for coming today, Ms. Protzeller. Okay. I'm sorry, we won't, I just want to remind everyone, we have a full house. We want to hear everyone. This is your council chambers, but we can't have the applauding or the yelling or outbursts. So I respectfully ask you all to please hold back on that. I understand why most of you are here, regardless of whether I do or not. It's your right. But if we can hold back on that, I would really appreciate that. That way we've got a long list, by the way. Dennis, is it Mackin?
Hi, Dennis couldn't make it in today. I'm here as his representative.
Okay.
I am actually the property manager for the house in question for the Moraleses.
Oh.
They are not here. They got threatening.
Let me interrupt you. What is your name, ma'am?
My name is Kelly Bavo.
Can you spell the last name?
B as in boy, A as in apple, V as in Victor, O.
Balvo, okay. Okay, go ahead, thank you.
I'm here for the Moraleses and for Dennis Machen. The Moraleses aren't here today. They are actually in town. They are not here today because when they arrived in town yesterday, they had threatening messages left in their mailboxes. They were scared for their safety to come here because their home was printed on the front page of the Island Moon newspaper, which was inappropriate. But anyways, so I am the property manager for that home. I can attest and say that some of the noise ordinances and problems that they are having obviously is accurate, not 100%. I have personally went out there at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning if there's been an issue. I can also tell you that we've had neighbors vandalize their property, got it on camera. But as another standpoint, not just on behalf of them, I mean, you guys don't want short-term rentals in the residential area, which I understand, but at the same time, you guys are cutting not even housekeeping, maintenance contractors, and all that are gonna lose funds and money if you guys don't allow short-term rentals. They are trying to go about it the right way by doing it permitted. They're trying to, do it the legal way, but there's just so much animosity between it, but the city gets paid. You got the city, the taxes get paid, they pay their hotel city tax. There's other property owners like Dennis, who lives off of Whitecap, that owns a long-term rental. He also owns short-term rentals. He can attest, he has more problems with his long-term rentals than he does his short-term rentals. The short-term rentals, we see who comes and goes. We can vet who comes into our properties. We have people like me who go there, and if there's an issue, I can show up and say, you have too many people here, you can't be here, there's too many vehicles, stuff like that. It's property management companies like Vacasa Homes and Padre Escapes that don't hold accountability after their closed hours to keep track of their properties, like most people that use those long-term management companies. But short-term rentals is gonna be an issue no matter which way you go, whether you do it to hotels, condos, townhomes, single-family residence, it's always gonna be an issue. I have one home where there's a long-term client in there, and I've got the neighbors coming out saying at 10 o'clock, there's no noise going on, but they don't want them in the pool after 10 o'clock because it's disturbing their sleep. If they're not breaking the law with noise ordinances, how can you tell somebody they have to get out of their own pool if they live there? I mean, you have short-term renters that they own their property here, and they're here for 3 months out of the year, 2 weeks out of the year. They're considered short-term renters even though they own the property, and you guys don't want them here either. But from a money standpoint, it's just, the city's gonna lose a lot of hotel city tax if they get rid of short-term rentals, and you guys need to hold real estate agents accountable and the property management accountable, not just the homeowners.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kelly. And I'd also like to remind everyone, we can move forward in public comment, or you can hold off if you'd like and have your voice heard during the item itself. But you can't do both, and that's why I bring it up. And you're welcome to continue. I'm going to read the name. If you choose to wait until the item comes up, will be in, I can't tell you exactly what time, but it'll be shortly, for the most part, then you can do that, and we will reserve that for you. If not, we'll continue on. John Flores. Okay, let's make sure that's on. Go ahead. Can you move that up?
Test, test.
Perfect. Go right ahead.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today to speak about what they do not let me speak upon calling the news channels. My name is John Christopher, and I am a victim of tort reform. When I say victim, it's practical common sense, how loopholes can ruin people's lives, mine or yours. It's very simple. When you can't work anymore because of a doctor's negligence, you should not have to go to court for insurance that rips people off while gaining. Reasons why some doctors fail to inform patients real facts. Hiding behind frivolous laws. Well, no more hiding behind those laws. I got adequate proof that people just don't come across. It's like God put it in my hands to bring forth this message and explain why there is a doctor death located in Texas. Why are so many facts on Google on tort reform? Why ask money? Money is better than our lives. It's proven when lawyers are after car accident victims everywhere, but not victims of malpractice. Shouldn't the hospital or the doctor be accounted for? No, that's the reason why tort reform is against our Constitution. The taxpayer takes over the bill. Not only that, there is no reprimand, and doctors can continue working, hurting people. Don't get mad when I say doctors to all you doctors out there. There are few, just like there are few mechanics that would take advantage of another. The immoral thing is that doctors should have some patriotic duty to admit their mistakes. Money, greed, reputation takes over the mind, and some doctors like to think that they are gods. We know people are human and make mistakes. My story involves me becoming crippled, then becoming mentally ill, thinking about a doctor on a daily basis for 6 years straight. My family and friends witnessing, then financial burden and burden of everybody around me having to assist me. Think about the burden of tackling life in general. Being a mechanic, I could fix everything that breaks, but now I have to pay for it on a third of an income with a third of a body and now a third of a mind. The cruel intentions that doctors didn't take into account persuade me to be here today, to tell that must know to get out of Texas, as I say. Do not get surgery here because the end might be near. If you don't believe me, ask my dead aunt or my stepchild, my dead stepchild, or my father's best friend that's dead, or my uncle who had a stroke due to doctor's negligence. I am not here to scare people, okay? But try to help the people when I say get out of Texas for surgery. Google these 5 factors, which I don't have right now. I'll have them outside probably, unless they email me. The 5 factors, then watch a documentary called Hot Coffee, then Google Dr. Death. Everyone can believe whatever they must, and I am going for the facts of tort reform is a direct violation of our Constitution, falling under categories of taxation without representation, and have taken away my rights for a fair trial. The oligarchy of this state must change. The tort reform caps need to be adjusted for people with real cases. They need their civil rights back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I think people need to do the math from 2003 to 2021 and see why I didn't get represented and my life is in shambles. I don't know if the video can see that.
John Minners?
I warned the governor about this too, but he didn't do nothing about it. He must not care about people with real cases.
Mr. Minners?
Hello, my name is John Minners, and I would like to express my opposition to rezoning the property at 13845 Mizzen Street. This is item file number 210765 on today's City Council, what many of the people here come to talk about. The property owners are requesting to rezone the property from RS6 single family to RS6 single family with a special permit. If the owners wanted to open a bed and breakfast, they should have bought a house that was zoned for a bed and breakfast. I currently reside on Potter Island and used to live at 13850 Mizzen Street, which is directly across the street from the subject property. As has been communicated by the Potter Islands Property Owners Association and ISAC, the majority of island residents are against short-term rentals and actions such as this. According to the Planning Commission staff report, the Planning Commission recommends denial of the rezoning. I agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny. But the city staff, for some reason, recommends that approval as, quote, a legitimate alternative to undocumented or illegal overnight accommodations, also known as short-term rentals, unquote. There are numerous issues with the city staff's recommendations. The owners appear to reside in San Antonio and have already received 4 zoning violations for renting less than 30 days. These are not the type of people that appear to follow the rules. The development plan in the Planning Commission staff report states the home will have 3 bedrooms available for lodgers and 4 parking spaces. The house is only a 3-bedroom house, leaving no place for an owner-occupied bedroom. A bed and breakfast implies owners or their employees reside on site and make breakfast for guests in the morning. It appears the property owners are just trying to skirt the rules so they can continue to operate a short-term rental, contrary to the city staff's reason for recommending approval. Additionally, development plan lists 4 parking spaces, but close inspection of the document shows 2 of those spaces are in the garage. While it's possible short-term rentals will be allowed to park in the garage, more likely they will be parking on the street, contrary to the rules in UDC Section 5.2.8. Nothing in the online document shows any intent by the owners to operate a true bed and breakfast. In my opinion, the city needs to aggressively start enforcing all city code violations currently on the books for short-term rentals now. If you have not read Dale Rankin's column in the August 5th, 2021 edition of the Island Moon newspaper, I recommend you do so. He does an excellent job expressing a view I very much agree with. I would like to see code enforcement and the city attorney come up with solutions to short-term rental enforcement. I believe it's time to start writing tickets for the rules already on the books, especially on the weekends. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minners. Frank Jackson?
Yeah, thank you. My name's Frank Jackson. I live about less than 100 yards from the subject property, the short-term rental bed and breakfast thing. Their own representatives say they're using it as a short-term rental right now, which is against code. All right, they've been cited 4 times in less than 9 months. They don't want to be a bed and breakfast. They want to be a short-term rental. Their own representative said that. All right, so you're being asked to grant a zoning variance to make this single-family home a short-term rental, well, to make it a bed and breakfast, when in actuality, you're just approving it as a short-term rental. As people have said already, we don't want short-term rentals on North Padre. So I stand in opposition to this, along with most of my neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Alex Karras.
You were supposed to try to say my full name.
I wasn't going to try him. I could try now. It's long.
So I'll be real brief. My name is Triandophilos Alexandros Koutsambaris. That's why most people refer to me as Alex Karras. And I live at 14145 Poliseco Lane. So first off, 2 things. One, for 16 years, I've never spoken at this podium. So that's a first for me. And I wanted to bring up one thing. I've never seen the leadership that you guys have shown in this city in 16 years, and I really commend you for all of it, for all of the work that you're doing to move the ball forward, as Mayor Guajardo just said the other day. Second reason is I run a very small community on the island of residents, around 5,000 people. And I just was curious around this issue regarding the property that you continue to keep hearing about. I would poll the place and ask them, what did they think about this particular issue? Are they opposed or for it? Well, after 600 people coming back from that poll, it's 93%. People did not want bed and breakfast nor short-term rentals on the island. And lastly, I would encourage all of you, on August 26th, we're having a big meeting. Many of you will be there, as I know. And I'm going to have a lot of people showing up to that meeting so we can address the short-term rental incident. I'll leave all the articulation to the issues. Many people have already spoken regarding this now, and I'm sure there's going to be a whole lot more coming about in front of you as well. So I thank you for your time, and keep up the amazing work in the city. And that includes our city manager and assistant city manager as well. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Mr. Karras, very much. Lori Stern. Hold off? Okay. Love Sanchez.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hello, my name is Lev Sanchez. I'm a founding member of the Indigenous Peoples of the Coastal Bend, and I'm a descendant of the Karankawa people. I live at 6130 Woolridge, apartment 1008. I'm here today to voice my concern about a community issue that a lot of people that I work with and over 4,000 residents have brought up. The current budget that was released shows a large amount of money going to desalination plants and projects. These projects, all the million of gallons of water that was mentioned earlier are for the oil industry, and it clearly states that in the permits. Why is millions, and this is not a question I'm asking directly, this is a part of what I'm saying. Why is millions of dollars being spent on this? Why are we doing this for them? These industries pay little to nothing in taxes. They pollute the land and water with no shame because all they get is measly fines from TCEQ. When is our council going to stop being blinded by entities lying that this industry cares about us? The amount of money being invested is a waste. It will prove to be a waste once this industry loses its capacity to expand. Across the nation, jobs are going green. Indigenous communities are rising against the fossil fuel industry because these pipelines are going across their treaty lands. Researchers say that if we do not transition out of fossil fuels, our planet won't be livable past 2050. This city has lost its community's faith, and while raising citizens' fees and taxes, this industry wants to continue to expand. The oil industry are not even our leading employers in our city. I've looked at our budget and who are our top employers. They're healthcare and education. and those top employers should get more from us. This land we live on, this bay we live on, is sacred. If we knew how sacred the land we walked on was, they wouldn't destroy it. My ancestor walked this land, and I'm here to say for them, recognize that the land is sacred. Protect it. Stop what's happening, or else we're going to keep fighting back and we're going to make changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Daniel Davidson?
Hello. My name is Dan Davidson. My wife Marie and I recently purchased 13838 Mizzen, and we're opposed to the zoning change to make it a bed and breakfast or any STR in our single family cul-de-sac. We're not opposed to all STRs. A fellow dog walker and local business owner acquaintance just purchased an STR unit or income property. I guess it's up near Port A someplace, and on site they have a reception desk, cleaning, and they have security. And all the people that are purchasing the units all know what they're getting into. And in fact, a couple of his acquaintances have purchased units next to his. So that's an example of a workable STR situation. It's effectively a small scale hotel and everybody knows what they're doing. One of the negative effects of STRs, as has already been mentioned, is parking. But I wanted to point out that even a single car on the narrow streets on Padre Island will cause it to be a single lane. So basically everybody has to stop, let one car go by, and then they all go by. But in addition to that, you've got people that are pushing strollers. We don't have sidewalks on Padre Island, and so you have to go out into the street with your stroller. Kids have to go by, with their bicycles. And there's one guy that drives his, motorized wheelchair, and he has to avoid all the cars there too. I don't know if there's a way for you to show you this, but there's a picture of another island STR. Pretty sure you can just visualize it. It's got 7 cars parked in front of it. She says it's like that every single weekend. And then there's, of course, the noise. People are there because they are either celebrating something or they're on vacation, so their hours are a little different. It's understandable. It's just that this is a residential area. And things like fireworks, loud music, and some island peculiar things, like has been mentioned, but the dock lights. People that are there as a short-term rental, they don't realize that that when you turn on those dock lights, it reflects off the water and disrupts everybody else around you. And so those are things that are all related to short-term rentals. I'm also concerned about the enforcement. This one has obviously been operating illegally for quite some time, and as far as I know, there have been no consequences to the owners. And as pointed out, they didn't bother to show up last time, and I guess it's understandable that they didn't show up this time, given the overwhelming disfavor of this. But I definitely don't think that approving it is going to improve the situation. And furthermore, even if they were resident, without any enforcement, there's no consequence to the owner for the tenants misbehaving.
Thank you, Mr.
I would
Davidson.
like to read my last sentence here.
Sure.
The opposition to short-term rental activity in the single-family area is clear. I don't understand how any staff or council member can vote for this. If this is approved, I would expect an outpouring of support to replace staff members and elected officials that are clearly not listening to the residents they supposedly represent.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Mr. Franklin Stover?
Franklin Stover, 13845 Longboat Drive. Number one, I would like to express my thanks to the city council members and the city staff. I'm a retired CPA and a certified fraud examiner, and I participated in many boards and nonprofit organizations. It's kind of a thankless task, but you ran for the office, so it's your job. I appreciate you doing it. I appreciate you listening to us. I rise in opposition to 13845 Mizzen, It's a single-family resident neighborhood, and as others have said, there are people who are on the streets, there are narrow streets, and property managers have to make a living, but they're very much an after-the-fact remedy and mitigation. They are not a before-the-fact. They don't stop that light from coming on. They don't stop the crap going in the canals. They don't stop the people speeding. They're after the fact, and who knows what actual authority and ability they have to make the situation better. They're there to pay the bills and to get the money. And so, again, I would like to say that my wife and I, we do not support this being turned into a bed and breakfast. This is a single-family residential neighborhood. It's very dense. You're not talking about a neighborhood where you've got a lot of room on the streets. Kids play in the streets, and it's just not a healthy situation for this to be. I believe these folks bought this property intending for it to be just this way. They could have bought something over on the windward side. They could have bought something that's in a neighborhood that's attuned to be a short-term rental. Further, I would like to say that we support item 27, the ordinance on parking. Thank you very much for your time.
Great, thank you, Mr. Stover. Ted Mandel?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ted Mandel, and I live at 15306 Key Largo Court, a quiet residential street on the island. I'm here today asking your help to keep it that way by denying the rezoning request for 13845 Mizzen Street. Please keep business out of residential areas. I refer you first to the letter from Al Raymond. Among other things, it states that, unlike most items that come before you, it will require a 3/4 vote to approve. That is, only 2 of you need to say no. The letter states that is because the opposition of the surrounding property owners. That alone should tell you all you need to know. I now refer you to the staff report under the section titled Department Comments. The second comment states, and I quote, "The proposed special permit request is compatible with neighboring properties and with the general character of the surrounding area. The special permit request should not have a negative impact upon the surrounding neighborhood," unquote. Well, the surrounding property owners certainly disagree and were unanimous in not wanting a rezoning approval. The vast majority of island property owners have expressed the same desire in social media polls and comments, and certainly by the turnout here today. Thank you, guys. Then there is the Planning Commission, which also was unanimous in not recommending approval. The third comment states, and I quote, "Staff believes that Section 5.2.8 of the UDC's bed and breakfast home requirements and restrictions are adequate to allow for the use to blend into the character of the residential area. It is a legitimate alternative to undocumented or illegal overnight accommodations, also known as short-term rentals," unquote. I ask that you inquire of staff how a business blends into a residential area. I do not believe it would be called a residential area if it had businesses. As I mentioned earlier, it will take 2 of you to deny this request, so our district member cannot do it alone. I consider the mayor and the at-large members every bit representatives of the island in District 4 as our district members. I call on the Island 5 to please vote no on this item. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Mandel. Marvin Jones?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Councilman. I'm here in my capacity as the president of the Padre Island Property Owners Association. This is my 3rd visit on the same matter as short-term rentals. The Padre Island Property Owners Association some time back did a survey of the members. We have about 4,500 developed properties. Of that, we took a survey, and 80% of the respondents said they opposed, did not want short-term rentals on the residential areas, primarily the RS6 zoning. All right? So the members of the association do not want short-term rentals in the RS6. If people want to do short-term rentals, they have plenty of room to build and occupy the land on the east side of Park Road 22. That would be the Gulf side. All right, let's put them there. This particular property seeking a bed and breakfast permit is a ruse. They've been using it as a short-term rental, not a bed and breakfast. Let's not reward that kind of bad behavior with permission to continue a violation of the ordinance there. The people do not want short-term rentals in the residential areas. I don't know how to make that any more clear. Okay? Now, we need enforcement as well. We're not getting reasonable enforcement on the island for the existing short-term rentals in the RS6 zoning. I've personally spoken with the compliance department. They're either shorthanded or have been hamstrung or have other issues that prohibit them from doing their job. We at the POA have a staff, a very small staff I might add, that have identified over 50 short-term rentals within the RS6 zoning. If we can do it, why can't the city do it and take action against them? I understand they get 30 days to remedy the problem, then you got to start over. But every ticket that's given to a short-term rental owner is a positive. Whether it makes it to court or not, at least you're standing up for the residents of the community. And this is what we hope and expect from the council. We have 10,000 voters there on the island that are opposed to short-term rentals. We ask you to oppose this zoning change and to give us enforcement on the island. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Lori Hortzman? Gonna wait? Okay. Jack Gordy?
My name is Jack Gordy, and I live at 4118 Bray Drive, and I hope she passed out the papers that I gave her. There, she's fixing to do it now. It's about the lawsuit that the federal government filed against Corpus Christi. They filed that lawsuit for one reason. One reason. They sent the city over 200 violations of the contaminated bay, and the city ignored every one of them. If the city had responded to the violations, there would have been no lawsuit filed. That's very clear. It's that in the lawsuit itself. If the city had responded, there would have been no lawsuit filed. The lawsuit cost the taxpayers out here $1,154,000 for no reason. And that's what I'm saying. If the city had responded to the violations they got, there would have been no lawsuit. This city council needs to start asking some questions. You need to ask why the city ignored all of those violations, and why it cost the taxpayers $1,154,000. It should not have. If the city would have showed they care, that's a pretty good indication that the city did not care. And good gosh almighty. And they didn't even, they paid $18,000 for some outside attorney instead of using one of the city attorneys to go to court. They paid some outside lawyer $18,000. So this city council needs to get involved and start asking questions about what's going on. Show that you care. It's obvious that the staff doesn't care, or it would not have cost us this much money. So start asking questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gordy. What's that? Yes, sir.
I'd like to say most of those facts are inaccurate or misrepresented. There were not the 200 violations that we supposedly ignored. We respond to any violations that are presented to us.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Risley.
And the attorney that he's talking about was the Attorney General's legal fees that we were required to pay as a result of the settlement.
Okay. Not a private attorney.
No.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Maria Ventura?
But I just needed to
We can't hear.
The prohibition is on posters that might disrupt the view of the audience, but if you're up here speaking, you can show something like that.
Great. Thank you, Maria.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. I'm bringing to the attention, as all of us know, about our famous potholes all over Corpus Christi. And I know we all have a problem with it, whether it's in the good neighborhoods or the bad neighborhoods. Right now, it's in my neighborhood. I live at 1438 Brentwood Drive here in Corpus Christi. I have been a member of this community for 62 years. That's my age, but anyway. Right now, my problem is I've got a lot of potholes on Annapolis Street. We have a lot of construction going on in Annapolis and Staples. We have two main companies there, which are Bay Limited and Ortiz Construction, that are doing work there. We've got a lot of heavy equipment going back and forth from Staples to Annapolis. Now, Bay Limited has already set up an area where they have enclosed it to put all their heavy equipment. My concern is this a commercial or, residential? I just have a problem with it because we've got so much heavy equipment. Yes, they're fixing our commercial streets, but they're ruining our residential streets. I went in and I spoke to a project manager there on Annapolis and Staples, and he tried to pass it on to the other construction company. I go, look, we can go back and forth about passing the buck. Mm-hmm. The thing about it is let's get it fixed. Right. You've got so much material on Staples Street that's out there to fix Staples, but at the end of the day, bring a little load of it, cover up these potholes. I almost lost my fender in that pothole, and that's what started all of this. And I've got a lot of pictures of potholes down and up and down the street. My other concern before I run out of time is I've lived in the area of Brentwood and Norton for the past 23 years. Norton Street has never been worked on, ever. We've got children walking from Baker Middle School and Sam Houston Elementary that have no sidewalks on both sides. So we have children walking through mud puddles, ditches, to get to and from schools. And I've been there for 23 years, so I know that no work has ever been done. This is dangerous to our children. Not only their education, but their safety and their well-being. I've got all these pictures. I went and did this real nice. Everything's legible. It's just that this needs to be addressed because, like I said, there's no sidewalks on either side. There's none. We've got lots of children that walk through there from Baker Middle School to Sam Houston Elementary, and this shouldn't be going on. And then, real quick, there's a park right there where I live. It's called Wesley Park. Wesley Park. Easley Park. Easley Park. We've got AEP poles on our granite that's out there. Why are there poles on there? They have a lot of storage area, and they make a lot of money.
Thank you, Ms. Ventura. Thank you. Mr. Zanoni?
Mayor and Council, our Public Works Director, Richard Martinez, right here, will talk to you.
Oh, you can have this.
Yeah, Ms. Ventura.
Yeah. Here's some,
Yeah.
he'll talk to her.
Yeah, Rich is going to talk to Ms. Ventura.
Okay,
And
okay,
also,
he's gonna address your-
Yeah, I just want to raise also in the proposed budget, we recommended $750,000 for the first time for safe routes to school.
Right.
To address exactly what Ms. Ventura is
Right.
talking about, making sure all of our schools have sidewalks. So it's going to take a number of years, but we're starting with this budget.
Before I die, I'll see sidewalks on
You will, yeah. You look pretty young, so we got time.
Ms. Ventura, thank you for being here, but Mr. Martinez behind you will address in detail some of the things you're concerned about.
Okay, and just a little FYI, folks, come November, I will be putting my name on the ballot to run for Nueces County District Clerk.
Oh,
Thank
I
you
don't
very
know
much.
that we can do that. Okay, yeah. Okay, Kimberly Lane. Kimberly Lane. And after Ms. Lane will be Patty Baker.
My name is Kimberly Lane. I own Blue Ponies Stables in Aransas Pass, Texas. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'd like to talk about Chapter 6, Animal Care and Control of the Code of Ordinances. Specifically, I'd like to shed light on the fact that Section 6-158, a regulation aimed at controlling animal feces, not animal waste, is being taken out of context and misapplied to equestrians when they visit the beach. I am asking the board to clarify the definition of animal feces and animal waste in the Code of Ordinances. Horses are vegetarians and do not pose the same human health and environmental concerns that dogs and other meat-eating animals pose. As a result of being contacted by law enforcement officers every time I bring my horses to the beach, I am determined to find clarity. I spoke to Superintendent of Gulf Beaches, Darren Gurley, a couple of weeks ago, and he told me that he instructs his park and recreation officers to use Section 6-158B to cite equestrians that do not actively remove horse manure from the beach. He said it is now common for horse people to bring support crew to drive behind the horses with shovels to remove the manure. I don't have a support crew. When I told him that I thought he was misinterpreting the regulations and that I was going to continue my search for clarity, he told me that if he was found to be misapplying the regulation, then he would ensure that horses were no longer welcome on the beach. 6-158B says feces deposited by animals on public property must be collected and removed at once. C actually says collection and removal of animal feces must be in a container of a type that, when closed, is rat-proof and airtight. The glossary does not define animal feces and does not define animal waste, but they are treated distinctly and intentionally different within the regulations. Animal waste is used throughout the livestock regulations, and there is no urgency for the removal of livestock waste except to say in Section 6-55 pertaining to stables, animal waste must be removed if it begins to inhibit the animal's ability to move around its stall comfortably. The Nueces Beach Management Plan is the governing document used for managing public uses of the beaches on Mustang Island. The language in the plan makes it very clear that horseback riding on the beach is as old as the beach itself and is an honored part of the history of Mustang Island, where it states under Animal Control 2 policy, verbatim it says, "It is hereby reaffirmed that the right of the public to use public beaches and to have free and unrestricted rights of ingress and egress is inviolate, including the public's right to safely ride horses on such public beaches at all times of the year in all areas open to the public." I am asking for the board to clarify the definition of animal feces and animal waste in the Code of Ordinances. Mustang Island earned its name from its rugged Spanish ponies that had inhabited the island since the 1500s. Horses have always been welcome, and up until very recently, equestrian interests and the unrestricted right to ride our horses on the beach was strongly advocated for.
Ms. Lane, we will go ahead. I think Mr. Zanoni, were we going to, or Mr. Risley, were you going to address? I don't know. I thought I saw you.
No, I
coming
was just
to the-
talking to Miles about the issue, but we do have Neiman here from our parks.
Okay.
So he's listening. We're listening, ma'am.
Well, okay. Well,
I'm actually done. I want to thank you for your time and consideration.
yes, ma'am. So, Dr. Young, would you be able to speak with Ms. Lane? Thank you. Patty Baker. And then we have John Flores after Patty. Ms. Baker.
Mayor, Mr. Flores already spoke. That's a duplicate entry.
Oh, duplicate,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
So then Jeff Kane would be after Ms. Baker. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Hi, thank you for having me, and I want to thank a couple of you for your reply emails and your return phone calls, and I do appreciate the time. I am here to encourage you to vote no on rezoning. Oh, sorry, yes. I am here to encourage you to vote no on the rezone, again, on the house on Mizzen Avenue. I live on North Padre Island also. This is a quality of life issue, a home value issue. We all want our neighborhoods to have neighbors that we can go have a cup of coffee, go, have a cocktail. The short-term rentals don't have the investment in our community. Long-term rentals, even, I rented my house long-term until we moved here. And long-term rentals are fine. There are areas that do allow short-term rentals on the other side. That's fine, but not in our single-family residence. I'm nervous, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Jeff Kane?
He has to leave, but he submitted his.
He's not here?
Yeah, he had to leave, but he submitted his.
Oh. Okay. Okay, great, thank you. Janelle Payne?
I'm going to be short and sweet. I think everybody said pretty much everything I wanted to say about the rezone.
And Melissa Zamora will be next after Ms. Payne.
I've done travel for clients for over 20 years, and I know all about bed and breakfast and hotels and motels and what have you. When I seen that it was going to be a bed and breakfast, I wanted to see what the ruling in the state of Texas was. So sleeping accommodations, no more than 10 lodgers. I went to go look and see about Mrs. Potter's on the Waters Beach Bay Pool for 13 today. That's how you could rent it today if you want to, for 28 days. Go to booking.com right now if you want to book it. The next thing says that it must be owner occupied, because bed and breakfast means, and I've stayed in them myself, we're going to go to a winery and these owners invite you in and they cook you breakfast and say goodbye, and if you want to stay 2 or 3 nights, they'll do that. The people don't live there, as everyone's told you, so that's number 2 strike. Kitchen and dining will be included to provide meals to guests only. Well, when I look up the booking.com today, it says full kitchen, cook like you're at home. Strike 3. The other one is parking in a street of a bed and breakfast home shall be prohibited, and it plainly states on booking.com. Private parking and parking in the street. It's not a bed and breakfast, and I guess she's a property manager because, as you know, you have to have your real estate license to be a property manager to rent stuff. She told you it's short term, and it doesn't matter. We don't want bed and breakfast or short term in our little lovely neighborhood. There's plenty of places they can go do that. Last but not least, no one has touched on, in our cul-de-sac, we live down on the end. I didn't know what was going on, but the cars you cannot get past this whole summer. I thought, what is going on? My husband had to pull his truck mirrors in one day just to get to our home on the end. In the cul-de-sac, out of 5 houses, there's 5 people that I can count from 70 to 90 years old. An ambulance could not get through there. A fire truck could not get through there. It's going to be a bad issue, So that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. Melissa Zamora. Is Melissa? No. Yes, you're here. Okay.
My name is Melissa Zamora. I'm a resident of District 2.
I would like to mention a few things. So first of all, city council meetings, it would be really appreciated by several of the working class of Corpus Christi to have these meetings during or after working hours, not during, so the majority of folks can participate. Why the budget meetings were made virtual when we are now obviously meeting in person, I agree with the women that were escorted out that that's a little counterintuitive. But my main reason for being here is on the desalination issue, why it's in our budget if the permits haven't been approved yet. Residents do not want nor need more water, and we shouldn't have to pay for future industrial water supplies. The numbers show that we have plenty of water for our current usage, so the fact that we're trying to plan for more water just to bring more heavy polluting industries is concerning. I'm a native to this area. I'm also a member of the indigenous people of the Coastal Bend. We are very active in the community. We've adopted parks. We do a lot, and it's because we care, not to make money, but because we care for our children's future. We care for the environment that protects us all, that we need healthy for our survival. We need to invest more in green and blue economies. As the world is changing, climate change is a huge issue. The climate crisis is real. When are we gonna start acting locally while thinking globally about these issues? This could bring other jobs that are beneficial to not only the people, but the plants and the animals, the water, air, and land of this community, of this area. 99% of the TCEQ public comments were in opposition of desalination. And if you'd listen to those public comments, or if you haven't, I would advise that you go back and listen. Those are public information where, again, the majority of the people that were responding to those public meetings were in opposition and were gravely concerned about the implications of desalination, especially in the Bay. I know that seawater desalination, it has been mentioned, but this is in the Bay water. There's extensive research that needs to be done, especially in these Bay areas. A lot of the people that are concerned about this are highly educated, local scientists, doctors, teachers, and just members of the community that genuinely care. So I just wanted to come up here and speak for those people that couldn't be here, for the animals in the Bay that can't speak for themselves, and for the people on the north side neighborhoods that are continuously being bombarded with industry. Please take this into consideration when you're making your decisions on desalination. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Richard Nunez?
Hello, my name is Richard Nunez. I own a home on 406 Southern Street, which is in the neighborhood that we are proposing to open up a private club by the name of the 1911 Tavern. I have 20 years of experience running a nightclub in this area, and I understood, first thing that I understood in the business was you control your crowd by controlling your music. We are proposing to open up a very low-level, low capacity jazz club in the area. We're not talking about a hip-hop club that could be disruptive to the area. The previous business that was in this location was an adult entertainment business. We are trying to go far away from that. As an owner of a home in that area, I lived there for 6 years, and I was never feeling comfortable to walk down that street. As far as Staples is concerned in that area, it's only become worse with transients and drug dealers. We're trying to develop an upscale environment that would, bring more value to the area. There are some people that oppose it, but, our intentions are actually just to bring more culture to people that don't have an outlet in the city. Right now, we have a large group of people from Del Mar as well. That are really excited about the project that we're proposing, and that's what I wanted to come up here and say.
Great, thank you, Mr. Nunez. Debbie Fitch?
Good afternoon. My name's Debbie Fitch. I also am an island resident. We bought a home in a single-family neighborhood for a reason. We'd like to keep it that way. We are opposed to the short-term rentals and the bed and breakfast in our neighborhoods. I'd like to encourage you to vote no on the zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fitch. Casey Hunter.
I'm going to see if I can divert my husband to speak on my behalf.
Oh, okay. Can that open, Rebecca? Can we open that for, I'm sorry, you could come this way.
I know you would think that I know my way around a little bit better.
Either way. Oh, you don't have to go.
Okay. Mayor, my name's, and council, my name's Todd Hunter Jr. I'm Michael's brother. I used to work for John, hang out with Greg's grandchildren all the time. Thank you all so much for having me. I live out on the island now. We move out there in March, so we're islanders. My son, who's 5, says that we used to be towners. So it's a unique experience out there. We have all kinds of different issues that present themselves. But yeah, we're against the rezoning of the Misen Street property. Mr. Jones made some excellent points. Mrs. Payne made some great points, especially on qualifying as a bed and breakfast. I'd like to reiterate those. Thank you all so much for all your hard work. Oh yeah, the pickleball courts. Love it. Thank you all so much. And the work y'all have done in the Corpus Christi Marina and the improvements that we're doing there, fantastic. Please keep tackling all the hard issues you guys have here. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you. Pam Schuhart. Yes, Schuhart.
Hi, my name is Pam Schuhart. We also have a home on the island that we bought over 11 years ago. One of the main reasons why we purchased the home was because it did not have short-term rentals. Otherwise, we would have purchased a home in Port Aransas, or we would have even gotten somewhere else where it was zoned that way. When we bought the home, the realtor and the bank said that there are no short-term rentals on the island. And what we enjoy most about is the quiet, peaceful families that live there, the children that we see on the streets. We enjoy the park that's by our home as well. My question is, as the lady spoke about the property management, how did it get that far? Didn't the property manager know to tell them if you're buying this home, you're not allowed to use it as a short-term rental? We were told that, even though we did not buy it as an investment property. So I just don't understand, if it's against code, why are people getting allowed to do this over and over and over and over again? Because we see it with our own eyes also. Once again, I don't think it's always has to be about the money. I think it has to be about the quality of life, that we enjoy the peace and quiet in the residential area that we live on the island. Thank you all for your time, and I do hope that you all do not vote for this bed and breakfast or whatever it's supposed to be, because I think you'll be opening up a can of worms.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Ms. Schuhart. Felicia Crumbeck?
Hi, good afternoon. Felicia Crumbeck. We're new to the island, just made a year. Got keys to the house, and then Hurricane Hannah. It's fun. But we moved from Galveston Island to this island because Galveston has become the Port Aransas, I guess, of the area, and that there are so many short-term rentals. It is very destructive to the neighborhood. Our neighborhood, we lived for 35 years in Galveston, our other home. And what we saw was short-term renters taking over the area. We're old, so people would sell their homes. Investors would come in, they would use it. We saw crime go up an extraordinary amount. I just fear for this to happen to this neighborhood. It's so quiet. We have lovely neighbors now. But Misen Street is just down the road from me. We can see the beer cans floating down the canal. We try to catch what we can. The pollution, the noise, and just the fact that it is a residentially zoned neighborhood. I would love to have income property, but if I ever choose to go that route, I will buy in the neighborhood that it is zoned for. So I'd appreciate a no vote. Do not support this, please. Mr. Smith, appreciate your help on this. And I would appreciate everybody's support in not turning our residential areas into commercial zones. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Scorbarczyk? William Scorbarczyk?
Had to leave for work, so I think he left his package as well. A lot of people have to.
So he may come back. Okay. Okay, Brandon Marks? Isaac Golmanetto would be after Mr. Marks.
Hi, my name is Brandon Marks. I live in District 2 at 319 Rosebud. I also work for the Texas Campaign for the Environment as the Coastal Bend lead organizer, and I'm a member of CAPE, the Coastal Alliance to Protect Our Environment. I'm here today first to say that I'm disappointed that all of the primary ways to participate and comment on the budget were eliminated when the community input sessions were canceled, that the alternative, these virtual webinars, are unfortunately insufficient, that instead of actually being able to speak ourselves, that now residents are just able to watch these webinars online and put our questions in the comments on Facebook and on YouTube. And I would highly encourage an alternative process where residents can actually sign up to speak and make their comments heard and ask their questions verbally with their own voices and faces at these meetings, and to make them as long as it takes to hear every single resident, not just a single hour. In terms of my concerns with the budget, I'm here today concerned about Baywater desalination. For those who don't know, that this budget in the capital improvement program includes $222 million of funding for Baywater desalination over the next 3 years, and $500 million laid out over the next 10 years. And I'm opposed to this for 3 reasons. First, this is not for us. As Melissa said, there is enough water for residents. The only reason for Baywater desalination is to provide water to new heavy industry and petrochemical plants and to bring them to town. They will be introducing more toxic pollution that will affect our health. Number two, it's expensive, and the numbers I've seen are probably absurd underestimates. And the people should not be having to pay for desalination for industry with higher water bills for us. And third, it will harm our bay. The studies that I've seen that have been presented here at the last desalination workshop were based on a same faulty model that the port used in its application at TCEQ that TCEQ rejected. You need a better scientific study and models of the harm on the bay, because it's going to harm, the dumping will harm the bay, it will harm fishing, oysters, all the marine life, and it will have a harm to recreational and commercial fishing and to birding and to tourism in the region. So I'm here with 3 requests for all of you today. Number one, I ask that you remove all funding for desalination in this budget, the $15 million for fiscal year 22 in the capital budget, and the rest of the $500 million laid out in the short and long-term capital improvement program, to just remove those from this budget. Number two, I ask that you add a line item to seriously study the alternatives, like Evangeline, like conservation, like water reuse, as well as a real study of the harms on the bay, and not relying on faulty scientific models. And third, I ask that you improve public participation, to move all discussions of the budget, city council meeting, budget workshops to after regular working hours, and to allow people to actually speak during these community input sessions, which right now have no real community input. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Isaac Golmanetto?
So, is this working? Okay, there you go. I came to talk, I just found out today, and I barely know Mr. Nunes, about his request for variance on 1911 South Staples. I'm in support of it. I grew up in that neighborhood. I'm 41 years old, grew up in music my entire life. My family actually lived off of Bayfest and all the events. I ended up joining the military because live music dried up in this town, and went to the military, went to Texas Tech, got my master's. Now I'm back here working for the state. And yes, what's up? And I think it would be great. It would bring a lot of money to the people that help refurbish that place and to the neighborhood and local musicians as well. And that's all I got.
Great, thank you, Mr. Belmonetto. And thank you for your service. Jim Klein.
My name is Jim Klein. I live at 3501 Monterey Street here in Corpus Christi. I'm also a member of CAPE as well, the Coastal Alliance to Protect Our Environment. I'd like to speak today about the mention of desalination in the city budget for this upcoming fiscal year. I have a concern about this. First of all, that the $15.8 million proposed for this coming year was not mentioned in the executive summary, but rather on page 498 of a 584-page document. I think that this is going to build further mistrust of our city government amongst the public here. And I think that this needs to be discussed much more forthrightly with the public. I think in keeping with what Brandon mentioned before as well, Mr. Marks, I think that the town hall meetings really should be virtual, or at least in some way, some fashion, allow for genuine public input, unlike what we saw last night. I don't think that the city should put more money toward desalination until other alternatives are exhausted. There's an engineer from out in El Paso who helped to design the desal plant out there. And she told us, this is a couple of years ago already, that the science behind desalination is sound, but it is by far the most expensive way to make water. You should try everything else beforehand. Whether that's tapping groundwater, aquifers, underground aquifers, or conservation or water reuse, all those would be cheaper alternatives than desal. And further, I don't think the public should have to pay for this. In San Diego, where they adopted desalination, water rate users saw a significant increase in water rates almost immediately, and that became permanent then as well. And we have a lot of people here in Corpus Christi who struggle to pay their water bills on a regular basis as it is. So I have some concerns, I guess, about that as well. And then environmentally, Freese & Nichols, the engineering firm hired by the city to do a study of the impact of the desalination plants, told us specifically, this is back in summer of 2019, May of 2019, that no one has done an impact study on the impact of multiple desal plants. We know there will be multiple desal plants if this one is approved, because CC Polymers already has received permits for its plant. So there's at least going to be two. The city is proposing now two plants of its own. The Port of Corpus Christi proposing two plants of its own as well. No one's done a study of this. The change in salinity affecting the fish population, plants, other organisms that the fish eat on as well, eat off from. And secondly, desalination will potentially affect the temperature of the bay, because the water being discharged is going to be warmer than bay water. And this can have a really big impact on red algae blooms as well. So we have a great deal of concerns about that. I would also reiterate that for this year, that funding for desalination should be pulled from this budget. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Klein, thank you very much for your comments. Ms. Shelley Tortorello?
Mayor, there was someone before that, right?
No.
Jeanette?
No, Jeanette marked her name out, or somebody marked her name out. Well, she already spoke. Jeanette Protzeller? Yeah. Shelley Tortorello, and then Robert Tortorello. Okay, so they are not here. Sylvia Rendon would be our last public comment. Is Sylvia here? No, yes? Sylvia Rendon, yes. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Sylvia Rendon. I'm a retired educator, married to a retired firefighter. Worked all our lives to be able to have a peaceful retirement, just as the rest of us hope to. I'm opposed to the variance in the zoning to allow for the bed and breakfast. I want to reiterate all the reasons that people have laid before you, very good reasons, to not support this. I ask our members at large to please consider the sentiments of the residents on the island and to please vote for a peaceful quality of life for us. And thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Rendon. Okay, well, that will conclude our public comment. Thank you all very much. And we will move on to Section H, which is board and committee appointments. Ms. Huerta?
All right, Mayor and Council, the first board for your consideration is the Arts and Cultural Commission. There are 3 vacancies representing the following preferred but not required categories: 1 marketing, 1 visual arts, and 1 economic development tourism. These are mayoral appointments subject to council confirmation. Mayor Fajardo, can you please announce your recommendations? for
Sure, I
this?
would like to recommend that we reappoint, or the reappointment of Wallace Eccles and Dr. Abu. I'd also like to recommend the new appointment of Sarah Sells Morgan for visual arts. Here, Chair.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion passes.
Very good. So the next, the last board is the Sister City Committee. There are 3 vacancies. There are 2 members seeking reappointment who are Mark Arnold and Melody Cooper, and their attendance rates are in your packet.
Move to reappoint.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed, say no. The motion passes.
So that leaves us with one vacancy.
Okay. Any nominations?
Mayor, I would like to nominate Christopher Arducer.
I would like to nominate Adria Vasquez.
Okay, can we show those on the screen? There we go. Okay, great. Go ahead, Ms. Webster.
Okay, so you want to, shall we start with Mr. Barrera? For that one vacancy, those are the 2 nominees, unless you have, there are any other nominations? Okay. Okay, Mr. Hunter? Okay, Mr. Pesley? Mr. Martinez? Mayor Fajardo?
Vasquez.
Okay, Mr. Smith?
Vasquez.
Mr. Lerma?
Vasquez.
Mr. Molina?
Arducer.
And Mr. Hernandez?
Arducer.
Okay, so Ms. Vasquez is appointed.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will move on to item J, our consent agenda, items 2 through 17. I'd like to pull item 17 to require a roll call vote. Would anybody else like to pull any items?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to pull item 12, please.
So item 17, item number 12. Anyone else?
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to pull number 16 and 17 for discussion.
17 is pulled.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of items number 12, 16, and 17. Is there a second? I said, oh, I'm sorry.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
I entertained a motion, so,
Okay, Mr. Pesley? Okay.
well,
No.
no, but it doesn't.
Oh, you made the motion.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
I'd like to
Mayor.
entertain a
Okay.
motion. Yeah.
Gotcha, okay.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say, or any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion passes. So let's go to item number 12 first, please. Item number 12 is a resolution awarding a construction contract to Raytech Construction Resources, Inc., Houston, Texas, for the concrete street improvements, indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity program for concrete work repairs. Mr. Martinez.
Mayor, council, city manager, I stand by for questions.
Yes, sir. Who pulled this one? I'm
I
sorry.
did.
Okay,
Okay.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez, I appreciate you bringing this item forward, how important it is to maintain our streets with it. So In the packet, there's 8 lane miles of streets on there. How many? A couple of total miles?
I'm sorry, what was that?
2 total miles?
2 total miles, yes. Centerline miles, yes, sir.
And how old are these streets?
So they were built in 2014.
Okay, so they're 7 years old.
Yes.
Okay, and how much is that per lane mile are we spending?
About 127,000 a lane mile.
Okay, and how much a square yard, kind of apples?
So square yards about, when we go back and take a look at that, it's closer to $45 to $46 a square yard.
Okay, and if we did an overlay, how much would that be?
That would be about $18.50.
Okay, so we're going 7 years after we built these concrete streets and at a higher cost than an overlay.
So yeah, so when you look at concrete versus asphalt, you know that your investment that you're spending up front is much more when you're looking at asphalt. And then when you're trying to maintain them, we're hitting these streets. So you see, this is the program that you all approved last year for maintaining concrete streets.
Mm-hmm.
And for us is, we got to catch it at the 7-year mark. So we're right at that 7-year mark for these streets to come up to be able to start doing minimal maintenance. And so for us is, when we're looking at that, we're trying to spend that money now. If we wait 20 years or 30 years, because concrete streets have 40-year life and plus, like Waldron Road, we're going to spend 15, 20 times the amount of money we need to maintain those. Waldron Road, $4 million, it's in the bond, because we let that get too far. It was built in the 90s, and we let it get way too far. So for us now, with this maintenance program, we're catching them up front before they get to a point where they get really bad and we have to start replacing panels.
Well, and I appreciate you doing that. I guess we're under the impression up here we put a concrete street in, it's maintenance free. But what we're hearing today, that $125,000 a lane mile, or about $500,000 a mile, a street mile in 7 years, there's a maintenance cost associated with concrete.
There's an investment, sir.
Yeah,
And
okay.
concrete, there's a place to put them, and we have the policy.
Yeah.
And if we meet that policy, that's where we need to be putting those concrete streets in.
Okay, thank you. I'll make a motion to approve.
One more moment. So on that same note, we've never maintained concrete at all. So there is I agree with Councilman Smith, but there is a procedure, or a process, I should say, to maintain that is not going to end up where we are today.
That's correct.
The interim of where we are and, when the street was built.
Mayor, that is correct. You all have approved to help us do that, to be able to maintain our concrete streets from here on out.
So this first investment, I guess is my point, is going to cost more. Then we will continue to fund the maintenance of concrete streets so that we
That's
can
correct.
keep up. Okay.
That's correct. And the ones that are too far gone, we're going to have to look at bond to try
Right.
to get them in. But now all the new investment that we've been making since early 2000s,
Right.
we're able to hold on to those.
Absolutely. Okay, wonderful. Thank you for your leadership. Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And this is an up to amount, right? You're not automatically going to spend all that per lane
Yes.
mile, correct?
It's up to amount. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so this being, and obviously Raytech specializes in concrete streets, right? When can we bring this type of maintenance in-house?
So it depends. It's a lot of specialty pieces of equipment you'd have to purchase to be able to do that. So what we'd have to do is we'd have to get the right machinery so that we can cut out all this concrete, because it's very, very expensive to get it out. Also, to hone out the joints and then actually lay in the hot material, that's very, very expensive as well. So that's something we can look at in the future, Councilman. Right now, I've got so many asphalt streets we need to get to maintain, and we're concentrating in that area with our in-house forces. But in the future, we'll definitely take a look at that as well.
Okay, I understand we had somebody ask about a lot of potholes here on the asphalt streets,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, that's correct. We have so much deferred maintenance that the pavement structures are already so far deteriorated that any little rain that we get immediately creates a pothole, next to another pothole, next to another pothole. Until we can get in there and do the overlays and rehabs that we've been doing, that's where that arrests all those potholes.
Okay, and I second the motion.
Mr. Zanoni.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that in the proposed budget, we're adding a third street maintenance crew, as Richard said, to focus on those asphalt streets. They do a great job, and it's about 30 20% less in the private sector, even though we need the private sector. There's a balance of in-house versus private work. So a third crew, and then we're going to recommend in 2023 budget a fourth crew.
Right.
And then, so probably between now and the 5-year time frame, Councilman, we can begin to look at some concrete in-house crews for maintenance.
That's correct.
Great. So we have a motion and we have a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. And we'll move on to item number 16. This is a motion authorizing the purchase of 2 tracts of parcels located at 4229 and 4233 Southport Avenue for gas department parking lot expansion.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. Most of you realize for years the gas department has been kind of bursting at the seams in their site over at Port Avenue. And they have looked at options for expanding their site. There was a tract behind the post office that they explored purchasing at one point, and they've been eyeing these 2 tracts for some time. They've been on the market. A couple of months ago, we got it on good intelligence that there was a restaurant franchise that was looking to purchase this. We approached the property owner and asked them if they would entertain an option from the city, which they did. And what's before you now is the contract to purchase that property to expand the site of the gas department. The plan is to utilize that for parking. They've got approximately 2 times the number of employees working out of that site that they have parking for. And they're parking on the street and road right-of-way, and this would provide better accommodation for their operation.
Got it. Mr. Hernandez, did you pull the item? Yes, sir.
I did. Thank you. This is one of the one thing that is enumerated in four executive sessions when discussing the purchase of property. However, we were not given the information as to why you were going to purchase this property ahead of time. As a matter of fact, you signed a contract with $25,000 of earnest money, which would obligate us to either spend the additional $230,000 or lose the $25,000. So you kind of put us in a situation where we either approve it or lose $25,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, well,
of course, that is perfectly legal and according
it's
to
unacceptable.
Staff signature authorities.
It's unacceptable for you to obligate us to that kind of amount of money without letting us know ahead of time. Now you're going to put us in a position to where if we say no, we lose $25,000 of city taxpayer dollars. Is that correct?
Well, I think you've got to look at it from the person that is selling the property's perspective. You know, they had a bona fide offer that was in the pipeline, and it would have been impossible to get them to forego accepting that offer without some sort of consideration. So,
well, that would have been fine because the city has what is called eminent domain, right? So even if it's purchased by another property owner, we could still go and get that property. Is that correct, Mr. Miles?
You can, but it is
that
something
correct?
that you want to do as last resort.
Is that correct, Mr. Miles?
Yeah, but eminent domain, good chance it would have cost more than $25,000 in ancillary costs to pursue that.
Well, what I'm saying is that's the case, because I pulled this property, and there's 2 lots on the tax appraisers. One is for $52,000 and $900, and the other one is $62,200. The combined cost on the tax appraiser is less than $118,000. And we're going to spend $255,000 for this property. Now, I understand this appraiser is from Dallas. Is that correct? Okay, so what I'm getting at is that we're going by the appraisal value, which for me is an upper limit to a property. So we're going to spend what it's over twice as much as what it's on the tax appraisers for value on this piece of property. And you're obligating us to it by signing a contract with $25,000 of earnest money.
We're not in any way obligating you to
No,
approve
but if
this,
we
Councilman.
don't say yes, we're going to lose $25,000.
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm not going to speak for other council members, and I'll let them answer this question themselves. But to me, this is unacceptable. This should have come to council in an executive session to discuss the purchase of property beforehand. I understand there's, some consideration for, some other company or somebody else wanting to buy this property, but that should have come to us early on. When was this contract signed?
This contract was signed in June. It had 60 days. And I'd like to clarify, it is perfectly consistent with the delegation of signature authority. The city manager and his designees can execute land contracts up to $50,000.
Up to $50,000, but it doesn't, that is no excuse for obligating us, if we say no, right, we lose the $25,000, but you're putting us in a bad spot to approve something for $255,000 total, including the $25,000. It is not acceptable. You need to let us know ahead of time before you sign a contract to purchase something. From my perspective as a city councilman, you're putting me in a bad spot. And I'll let other council members comment on this.
Councilman Lerma, or Mr. Zanoni, do you have a comment now, or would you like to hold
I was
on?
just going to say, another way of looking at this is we're putting us in a good spot because we could have lost the property. Right now, we have employees parking in the street, across the street, having to cross the street to get to work. So there was extreme competition for this lot, and we moved quickly using our approved business process model. Just another thought. for the
Okay,
council.
thank you, Mr. Zanoni. Mr. Lerma?
Thank you, Mayor. I have an issue with this, with the process. First of all, of course, I'm new on the council, but in my previous experiences, 20-something years on a school board, this always comes to us in executive session. Real property, land leases, any of that type of situation comes before the board, or it should come before the council, and we're the ones that make that decision, not you.
If we are the grantor, all of those do come to council.
My question was, what is the dollar amount that Peter, that you have authorization to sign off? And it was brought to my attention, it was $50,000, okay? $50,000 total, okay? If this property costs us $50,000, you had the right to purchase it immediately, ASAP, without council approval. But this property is costing us $255,000. You don't have that authority to purchase that.
We're not, Councilman, we're not purchasing it. I didn't
When
sign
you put
anything for-
$25,000, just like Councilman Hernandez said, when you put $25,000 in, you're locking us in
No,
and making
we're
a
not.
decision.
We didn't.
And I get it. It's important property. I understand that. But it still should have been brought to our attention ASAP. That was your intent. You probably would have gotten a favor. The council probably would have said, hey, let's go get it. It's right there. But we were left out of the loop. That's the problem I have. It's a process that needs to be followed at all times. It's unacceptable, in my opinion also. But that's just my personal opinion, sir. I respect your decisions on a lot of things, but this is one thing that I have an issue with. I just wish that you would communicate much better, your team or your staff communicate with us on an everyday type of basis. We see you guys every day just about. We're visiting here all the time. We should have had a meeting, Mayor, and they should have brought it to our attention. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Risley?
This contract was clearly legal. It's an option contract, and as an option contract, it only obligates the city to expend the $25,000, which is less than the $50,000 authorized for the city manager. It does not obligate the city to expend more than $25,000. I'd also like to address the eminent domain issue. Yes, you can eminent domain any property for public purposes that you wish. However, quite often in an eminent domain, it's a real crapshoot as to where your ultimate valuation is going to end up. You can end up with a very high obligation because the commissioner's court, and then later on, if appealed, the courts can end up holding that what's actually the market value is multiples of what you thought it was. Thank you.
Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, was there, you said this contract was signed back in June, so, and I understand when you get into real estate deals that you sometimes have a very short fuse to work with. When you signed this, where were we with respect to council meetings? Could this have not been brought to, because I understand the signature authority and all that, but when we're purchasing property that's going to be, you know, in the range of north of $200,000, the council really deserves the right to know about that, I think. But you know, maybe we could have done some other, and I'm not a real estate expert by any stretch of the imagination, but maybe there's a really smart real estate person out there who could tell us a way we could bond this property over for a shorter period of time until the council could, you know, come together and decide whether it was a good deal or not. I just think that, you know, to keep the council informed is because we have a right, we have an obligation to report to the constituents that put us here. And when we are kind of kept in the dark, it doesn't look good, Jeff. It just is something we need to be sure we do everything we can to make sure we're all apprised of what the city's doing with respect to spending large sums of money.
That's acknowledged, and you know, I think we could have done better on this effort, keeping everybody informed, and frankly, this is the first situation like that that has happened since I've been here in 6 years, and you know, we've got a real estate market that's a bit overheated now, and you know, this property is set there for some time with for sale sign on it, and I think we've been eyeing it, and we've periodically had contact with the owner, but now that we saw it slipping from our fingers, you know, we got caught behind the 8 ball, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to put a little input in this. Engineering, we have a CIP project for building improvements, and part of that was for parking lot improvements. And engineering, they jumped on that. They come over to the gas department. We walked the site with the engineers, and you know, we discussed other options for expanding. And that's when, you know, we started looking at the property. The property has been up for sale for a while, and engineering was going to make a formal request to the agent about the property. That's when they found out. I think that there was actually 2 potential contracts that were initiated and were not completed, but they were pending. And you know, I think all this happened within a matter of a week. It was a pretty quick time frame, and I know that you know, I'm thankful that engineering jumped on it, because the opportunity that we could have lost on that would have been, you know, extreme, because there is no other property around that area. There's a little wedge that's between our building and Crosstown that we talked to the post office about buying at one time, and they wanted a lot more than $250,000 for it, and it was not as ideal as this property. But yeah, we're stacking up on our parking, and you know, a lot of my guys carpool just because they can't find parking. So it is a piece of property that we really need, and you know, I apologize that it's coming to y'all this way.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. I just want to echo the concern. Since the cumulative or total value is $250,000, it is important that we get briefed prior to. I understand the need of it, but you can see our concern up here, so I just want to echo those comments.
Okay, Councilman Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. Same thing. Peter, I understand that we need this property, and I understand right now it's a seller's market, that people are paying premiums for purchasing property. But I do agree with my colleagues here that maybe this process needs to be revisited. Certainly, I think that anytime that we consider purchasing property, that this council should be briefed, and I hear why we weren't. I don't agree with it, but I think moving forward, if you could please make sure that happens, and if we need to revisit ordinance to make sure that happens, then I'm willing to do that.
Councilman Presley. I'm sorry, Councilman Hernandez was first, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to finalize this, is that this might be a council policy that we need to put in place. That, I don't like the idea of having been put in this position. It's very frustrating. And, I understand your situation, but if another company had bought it, my thought is the actual market value, this is probably somewhere in the 160, 170 range. If somebody else bought it, we would have had something to go on the ad valorem, at least for market value, for if we did need to do eminent domain. And I'm not a fan of eminent domain, except for when it's used for public use. A parking lot for the gas department would have been acceptable for that, especially for a vacant piece of property that's just grass. We're not taking anybody's home, we're not taking anybody's business. It's just a vacant lot that's been in place for a long, long time. And I think we're overpaying for this. We should probably look at this appraiser from Dallas as probably overvaluing this property. I don't know of anybody that would spend $250,000 for a half an acre on Port Avenue. So going forward, please do not do this again. Thank you.
Councilman Presley.
Yeah, Peter, do we have someone, I know the city several years ago used to have a gentleman on staff here who handled real estate purchases, right-of-ways, that
Yeah,
sort of.
we do. Yeah, they work for Jeff Edmonds.
They work for you?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. Yeah, I just think we need, Jeff, to, once again, I reiterate, we need to investigate ways that we can, basically put a hold on property for a short-term basis without committing taxpayers to large sums of money until this council has had an opportunity to review each situation. And I realize this is an important situation for the gas department, not denying that whatsoever, but we do.
I acknowledge that, and
Yeah.
like I say, this is a very unusual situation,
Yeah.
and essentially, we had to ask the seller to hold off on another deal.
Yeah.
And there was no way to do that without
Yeah,
some consideration.
once they discover a governmental entity is interested, they're gonna put you in the vice. I mean, that happens all the time, so I understand that. But, even a phone call would have made this maybe a better process. So, thank you very much, that's all I have. Mayor, if we don't have anything else, I'll make a motion, we approve.
We do, we've got, Councilman Lerma has a comment.
I'm still gonna make the motion, and we can see if we get a second.
Okay.
The only comment I have, Jeff, you're saying this property was, there was a for sale sign in for quite a while?
That's correct.
How long was it on there that we knew about?
I think it's been there for at least a couple of years.
I can answer that. We actually, one of my superintendents did reach out to them 3 years ago. The price was the same that they had on it right now. We passed on it at the time because we wanted to start a engineering project for the improvements. We were going to go through the process. So there wasn't, that there was a long time frame that they had it up on the market for that price. I do believe that the other offer was the same as our offer. I don't think that it was less, but that's pretty much all I know about it.
Well, I just wish that we would have been able to, since it's been on for like years, the city should have been negotiating monthly with this gentleman or gentlemen, whoever owns the property, and just keep, at them. And at least, I wasn't on the council, but you should have at least informed that council that you're looking at wanting to purchase this. I mean, just a quick say, hey, we're looking at purchasing this, it's a price, what do you guys think? The process has failed. And that's what I'm disappointed in, the process. Not necessarily the importance of the property that we're getting, it's just the process of our staff not informing this council or previous council, you know, that y'all were interested in it. You know, that's all I have to say, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we do have a motion. Councilman Pusley?
Yes.
It's
We have a
seconded by
motion
who?
and a second. By Mr. Barrera.
Okay. Okay, do we have further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
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 Okay, so two noes, Mr. Lerma and Mr. Hernandez.
Yes, the motion passes. And then we have item, thank you. We have item number 17, which was pulled to have a record vote.
Yes, ma'am, it requires a record vote.
Good afternoon, Heather Hurlbert, Director of Finance. So this item is required by our tax code and the truth and taxation process. So what this item does is that today council is not being asked to set the tax rate, but actually have a record vote with the indication that you're proposing a tax rate that will be above the no new revenue rate, or what used to be known as the effective tax rate. So off of our calculations, and we've had some challenges getting our tax rates calculated due to some changes in forms at the state comptroller's level. But as of right now, our calculations are pretty much final, but our no new revenue tax rate would be 61.64 cents per $100 valuation. The budget does propose a tax rate of 646264, which is the same tax rate that we had in our prior fiscal year. So at this time, like I said, the record vote is not to set the tax rate, but to have the intention that the tax rate will be above the no new revenue rate. Also, because the proposed rate will be above the no new revenue rate, you will need to set dates for a public hearing on the tax rate, which again is required through the truth of taxation and the tax laws. We'll also be setting the public hearing date for the budget, as those will be the same as the tax rate. So that does conclude my explanation.
Okay, great. Councilman Pusley?
Okay. Constance has been trying to educate me on this for the last 2 days, Heather, and I'm sorry if I ask silly questions, but I need to understand this process because I'm new to the game here. Why are we doing this prior to us receiving the computations on our effective tax rate and all that other? I've never seen that done before. Why are we committing ourselves when we don't know what the final numbers are? I mean, we don't know what the protest rate is. We don't know what the valuations are. We don't have any of that in-house, is what my understanding. So to me, this just seems to be premature.
So this is,
Because Heather, here's the political reality of this. This is going to go out, and the people in this community are going to say, okay, this is the tax rate.
exactly. So like I said, what is in the budget, the proposed tax rate is 64,
Understand?
And so that has been published. This is just giving the indication you're not actually setting that tax rate. That will be set at the public hearing.
Nobody will understand that, but go ahead.
I know. And some of this is because of normally by now we do normally have our certified tax rolls, but due to the change in format of the tax forms, there's been some delay in getting those calculations finalized. Right now, we're within a day of having those finalized, and so we had already put this on the agenda to have this go forward because we normally do have it. But like I said, this is not to set the tax rate, it's just to vote to set the tax rate above what the no new revenue rate would be.
So by next Tuesday, when we meet again, as we
Yes.
always do, except on the first Tuesday of every month,
Yes.
we'll have all the numbers in so that we could sit down and look at this all together.
Exactly. The other reason why that we are having to why we took it this Tuesday is that we plan to notice on the 15th, which would be next Sunday. For the budget, we have to notice on the 15th to meet the requirements. We could push the tax rate notice to the 21st or whatever that next Sunday is, but then we wouldn't have a combined notice.
Well, I'll just say, I think this, I've never seen it done where you approve what you think you're gonna set your tax rate at as an imaginary number, and you don't yet know what your effective tax rate's gonna be. You don't know what your protest rate's gonna be. I mean, to me, it's making a decision with incomplete information. And
Understood.
that's all I'll say.
Councilman Hernandez, or Ms. Sanchez, did you have a comment?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. I just wanted to add one thing. So the tax rate that's in this motion, if council decides to change it, they can go lower, but not higher. So we didn't want to exceed the existing tax rate because we're not anticipating increasing the tax rate. So that's why we use the existing current tax rate, which was used to calculate the property tax rate in our budget, proposed budget.
And Constance, I appreciate that 100%. I really do. It's just that I've been through this process a few times, and the more numbers you put out there, the more confused people are. I mean,
Yeah, understood.
89% of the people out in the community, if you ask them what the effective tax rate means, they can't tell you.
Right.
But it's our responsibility to understand that process. So I'm just trying to keep the confusion level down for the city.
And so this item is really just a formality, setting the date for the public hearing and for the tax rate. And at those meetings, then we'll have a full discussion on the, the maintenance.
So we could have done that without putting the numbers in there.
Well, we were advised by city legal that we needed to have the tax rate in this motion today.
Yeah, because it's kind of a conundrum where you have to vote your intention to set it above the effective tax rate, which then triggers the need for a public hearing. And so this sets the date for the public hearing because council is intending to set it above the effective tax rate. So it's, unfortunately, these are set by the state, and it does make it.
So we're
you've gotta
going to
follow those different
our tax
procedures.
rate, according to your estimations at this point, this tax rate will be above the effective tax rate, or whatever they call it now, the no new revenue. They changed the term.
Yes.
Make it even more confusing for everybody. So, okay, well, I made my point, and I promise you, that's all the trouble I'll cause today. Thank you.
Exactly.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, you had mentioned it in your comments, but it wasn't in the agenda memo of the no new tax rate. What, you said is 61 cents, 61?
The no new revenue rate, which was formerly called the effective tax rate, the preliminary calculation right now.
And this is on the old forms?
This is on the new forms, but then we've had some challenges with some of the numbers coming out of the appraisal district. So we are in the process, along with the tax assessor collector, going back through all the numbers. So.
What issues?
It has been some, because of the changes in the forms, how the software is putting those numbers into the form. And so we've been working with the tax assessor collector to go back and double check those numbers. We found some inconsistencies that we've gone back to the CAD. So it's been a back and forth between the appraisal district, the county, and us to make sure that those numbers that are reflected in the forms produced through the software are picking up the correct numbers.
Okay, so give me the no new revenue tax rate.
Yes.
What is it?
Preliminary, it's 6164.6164.
So, but that's less than 3.5%, right? Or less than 3.5 cents.
Yes.
So does that trigger, it doesn't trigger something where we have to go to referendum, right?
Right, because there's another tax rate that we used to call it the rollback rate, and now it's the voter approval rate.
Yes.
So that's the rate that we can't exceed, and it's very confusing.
Yeah.
Right, so, but I mean, I'm looking at it, it's like 2 cents, right? Almost 3 cents. It's not,
Exactly.
okay, so as long as we're not to a point where we're going above that 3.5% that we need to avoid, so we
Yes.
don't go into a referendum, right?
Right, so the rate that Heather just gave you is that no new revenue rate, like the effective tax rate.
Right.
So that means that's the tax rate multiplied by the values that were on the
Right,
roll
right.
last year and this year to produce the same amount of revenue.
Right.
But
And
it's that voter approval
You're
rate.
subtracting new
Yes.
property values, right? Okay.
But it's that voter approval rate that we cannot exceed. And we will not exceed the voter approval rate. That triggers an automatic referendum.
Okay,
Right.
That's what I need.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Great. I think that's all the questions. Oh, Mr. Hunter.
I have a quick question. Now, when you say that we are voting today that we do plan to increase or to, sorry, the tax rates, we got three different tax rates here.
Yes,
Not the effective, it's called the no new revenue.
exactly.
Okay, 6164. But if we do plan to keep basically all we're doing right now, all I want to know is we are setting a date to vote on this,
Yes,
correct? Okay,
that's
thank you.
exactly, that
Just
is
making sure.
exactly.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Zanoni,
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilman,
I'm cutting you off. I'm cutting him off. Mr.
yeah,
Zanoni.
okay, great, thank you. So, on next week's draft agenda, we do not have an item on the tax rate. We can place one on if we want to kind of walk through the calculations if they'll be ready.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, because as of the initial agenda we set out Monday, there's no item for the tax rate. But would you like us to put something on to kind of
Yes.
walk you through it?
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay, Mr. Presley.
Okay, Constance, in the new state law, did they, does the state allow us to pull out the new money earned, basically new properties that come online? We don't get hit for that when they calculate effective tax rate?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's that's still the same?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct, yes.
thank you.
Mr. Hunter, do you have another question? No? Okay. Okay, great. With that, I will entertain a motion to approve item number 17.
I move for approval.
Okay. Any further discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Whitman.
Okay, so for passage of Resolution 17, Councilmember Hernandez,
Aye.
Hunter,
Aye.
Lerma,
Aye.
Martinez,
Aye.
Molina,
Aye.
Pesley, Smith,
Aye.
Barrera,
Aye.
Mayor Wahardo.
Aye.
Resolution passes.
Okay, great. What I'd like to do is ask, I know we have someone here for item number 18, which is the variance case for Adam Stern. Do we have someone here for the Kitty Hawk development? Or Glen Lyons, the rezoning of Williams Drive location? No? And
One over here.
Yes, you do? We do? Okay. And then, of course, we've got Misen. So it is 2:00.
Mayor, I'm
Yes,
sorry. Might I suggest, because all these people are here for item 21, in the interest of vacating the room as a result of the pandemic, perhaps we
The
go ahead.
reason why I haven't done that is, and the reason I just asked who was here for what items is because if someone is here for an item, they've been waiting as well. Respectfully, to those who are here for Misen, there's someone here for, obviously not Kitty Hawk, so I don't have a problem moving that one down. But if we have someone here for the Glen Lyons property, she's been waiting as well. So I would just ask all of you for your patience in that, and I do appreciate you suggesting that. But I'd like to keep the agenda in order if there are people here for the item. I think it's only fair. So that said, the question truly is, at this point, would you all like to take a 30-minute lunch, or would you like to move forward with at least the first and second, which would be, well, no, first, second, and third. We have people here for those public hearings. I'm sorry?
I'd like to move forward.
Then we will move forward. The next item is number 18, and this is under Section L, Public Hearings. This is a variance case number 21ZN1026, Adam Stern, District 2, resolution granting a variance under Corpus Christi Code, Section 4-5, to allow Voodoo Promotions LLC to operate an alcohol beverage establishment with on-premise consumption on the property located at 1911 South Staple Street, within 300 feet of a school.
Good
Mr.
afternoon,
Raymond.
Mayor and Council. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. The case before you is a request for a TABC-related variance from Chapter 4, Alcoholic Beverages, Section 4-5 of 4-5A of the municipal code to allow for the sale of alcoholic beverage for on-premise consumption on a property that is located within 300 feet of a public school, public or private school. The subject property is located at 1911 South Staple Street in Council District 2. The petitioner is Adam Stern, who is here on behalf of Voodoo Productions LLC. Next slide, please. Chapter 4 of the Code of Ordinances governs the possession, the use, and the consumption of alcoholic beverages within the city limits. This request does not require a prior public hearing with or a recommendation from the Planning Commission or the Board of Adjustments. These kinds of requests come straight to City Council. Cities are preempted from regulating alcohol except as allowed by the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Code. State law does allow local jurisdictions to provide TABC-related variance process. Section 4-5C adopts minimum statutory spacing requirements, 300 feet between property lines when it involves a school. Next slide, please. This property is zoned CN1. This zoning district does not allow bars or taverns or lounges that serve alcoholic beverages for on-premise consumption. A rezoning would be required to CR1, which is resort commercial, or CG1, which is general commercial. The petition wants to operate a membership club or lounge on the premise that will function as a jazz music venue. The membership club lounges are allowed in C1, in the C1 district. Next slide, please. This is a shot of the former Pleasures Adult Club. Cities are preempted from regulating alcoholic beverages except for as allowed by TABC code. Section 4-5 of the Code of Ordinance adopt minimum statutory spacing requirements. As this is a public school, the distance is measured from property line to property line, which is the shortest distance. If this business was in continuous existence on or before September of 1983, then the distance would be measured from front door to front door. However, as we will see, this business relinquished its liquor license in 2020 and has since discontinued use. So they're not, they can't avail themselves to this, if you will, grandfathering or vesting. Sections 4-5F and 4-5G provide relief for spacing requirement variances, which are allowed under state law. Sorry. This indicates the distance between the two properties. It's right at 100 feet from property line to property line. This is a view from the subject property to the right, looking southwest down Staples. This is a view looking across Staples. That is Del Mar Boulevard. This is a view looking down 15th Street. This is the timeline. In March 19, 2020, bars and other non-essential businesses were shut down as a response to the governor's COVID-19 disaster declaration. Voodoo Productions, which Mr. Stearns represents, bought the subject property in July of 2020, which is about 4 months into the disaster declaration. Alcoholic service permit for the subject property was voluntarily relinquished in September of 2020, 6 months into the disaster declaration. This left Pleasures, the ongoing strip club, to operate as a BYOB. Roughly 1 month later, bars were allowed to reopen at 50% capacity. The police department revoked the SOB license from this establishment on 11/24/2020 for multiple reasons, including employee misconduct, indecent exposure, prostitution, etc. It was permanently closed 2 days later. In May of this year, Adam Stern came to us and wanted to, and expressed an interest for redeveloping the property as a jazz bar, which brings this case before you today. Required findings for variance approval. In order for City Council to approve this variance request, it must conclude that enforcement of the minimum distance separations is not in the public's best interest. It will cause waste or inefficient use of land or resources. It will create an unnecessary hardship on the applicant. It will not serve its intended purpose. It will be ineffective or unnecessary, and/or it is not in the community's overall best interest with public health, safety, and welfare, and the equity having been considered. Factors in support of the variance. Operational hours. Schools operate early morning to late afternoon. This jazz club will open late evening on into the night. If successful, this venue could signal 6 points revitalization or redevelopment, which we want. Third, it was an unprecedented emergency-driven event, such as all businesses, especially small businesses, has seen with the pandemic of 2020. And fourth, CN1 zoning already allows such uses as convenience stores, liquor stores that sell alcoholic beverages, if you will, without the separation requirement. Factors against the variance. According to state law, 300 feet is the absolute minimum statute necessary to protect school-age children from the harm and undue influences generally associated with establishments that serve alcohol. Number two, the petitioner has not clearly shown that the proposed redevelopment is in the highest and best use of the property. Number three, the petitioner has not clearly convinced staff that other permitted uses are not sustainable on this subject site. And four, hardships may be deemed self-imposed based on location, choice of land use, and the overwhelming obvious stigma associated with the property that he has to overcome. In summation, city staff has reviewed the request and in light of the analysis recommends denial of the request. And I'd like to make the point of the denial. I've worked with the applicant for, since May. And the applicant asked this request, and I'm sure many of you will ask too, well, if you work with the applicant, why on earth are you denying this? Because I think it's in the, staff should look at the greater good, what's best for the community, right? If this was a restaurant, we'd be having a different conversation. If it was a liquor store, we'd be having a different conversation, but it's not. And the applicant has to prove his case to overcome that, right, which is why it's before this body. So council has three choices. They can approve the variance request by the applicant. They can refuse the variance request with some conditions, whatever that may be, or you can support staff's recommendation of denial. I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Pusley.
Al, did any of y'all visit with the school about this?
I have not, but the applicant has, and he has a presentation when he comes up.
Okay. Well, I think it would have been a good idea for our staff to have visited with them. But anyway, we'll hear what the guys say. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
As I understand, this is supposed to be somewhat like a speakeasy type scenario?
Yes, sir, a jazz club, yes.
Okay. Upscale?
That has not been presented to us. That's what I said. He hasn't really unveiled a lot of his plans other than saying, I want this to be a jazz club.
Okay. And what other options are for this property under this zoning?
Well, it can, CN1, you can't have bars, you can't have taverns, you can't have.
What about game rooms?
You could also have restaurants. But he chose not, and we visited with the applicant on that. When he comes up, he may share that. But he chose not to do any of that. He was fixated on doing this. He says it's a passion for him. I think he's a musician, by the way, so this is what he wants to do, and so.
Speaking of which, do we have any zoning associated with game rooms?
Not off. Indoor recreation, sorry.
Indoor recreation, so that's kind of wide open, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Lerma.
Thank you, Mayor. Question to the applicant, are you going to be serving any type of food? If so, what percentage of, is it gonna be?
Well,
You know, if it's 50%, 40%?
he'll come
He'll
up and
answer
do
when
his presentation.
Right.
Right now, just any questions directly from Mr. Raymond, and then we'll open public. Okay, Mr. Raymond, I think we're okay. Right now, I will open public hearing, and the petitioner is here with us. So would you like to come forward? Or who is the, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I thought it was you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and it's been an absolute pleasure to work with everybody here, regardless of the outcome. Just everybody has been very gracious and professional, and I couldn't ask for any more with current staff, administration. Quite frankly, everybody has been wonderful. My name's Adam Stern. I have lived in Corpus Christi for, in Nueces County, I should say, because I lived in Port Aransas for over 26 years, worked here, brought up a family here. I'm from here. I'm probably on my fourth revision of who I am. When I came down here, I spent 20 years working for Ed Hicks, Mercedes-Benz. Had a great run there. And then after I had enough of the car business, I am now a commercial realtor, and I can definitely speak to you guys how to protect your best interest in contracts so this, what happened earlier, wouldn't happen. That's totally separate. So, I am a commercial realtor, and I'm very familiar with this area. In fact, I am active in the downtown area of Corpus Christi, downtown management district. I've actually help people sell properties, the two towers that are vacant and homeless shelters right now that aren't supposed to be. I sold those properties. My client, who is an out-of-the-country investor, invested almost $700,000 in revitalizing that, and it was all taken back to a point right now that it really needs to be leveled because it's not habitable for human beings to be inside. I know the areas, sold properties in the area, and I'm intimate with the struggles in the Del Mar Six Points area, and also know that it is on the city's agenda as far as a revitalization project, which it used to be, my understanding, there's trolley tracks underneath there, and this used to be an area that is prime for revitalization. I'm going to be presenting it for a couple of reasons. First of all, I'm thankful to the state of Texas to provide exactly this forum that we have that basically says, we say no, but we give authority to the local government to say yes if you see fit, and that's why I think this is a great opportunity. And again, I thank you. One of the things that came up that's very important is COVID. I'm only here because of COVID, and I'm not looking for sympathy about this, but it was a worldwide pandemic, and I bought a property that I had great plans for, and gave great consideration to opening a jazz club there. Unfortunately, the series of events precluded the transfer and continuing the existing use, and who's ever 26 years ago thought it was a good idea to put a gentleman's club, sexually oriented business. Lord knows what they were thinking, but it was in existence, and I could take that, what I consider an eyesore, and turn it into something that this city can be very proud to have. Unbeknownst to me, the owner of the license surrendered it. I didn't know until I came down to proceed with the project that by giving up that, he basically, because just in retrospect, why they were doing that is to try and stay open because of COVID restrictions to bars, so it was not viable anymore. It was a futile attempt of small businesses that did fold up, and it didn't work. They're out of business, and I can say that I think we're all happy that that particular venue is closed down. It was not good for the neighborhood, and was no benefit. But what I'm planning is polar opposite of what was there. So if tremendous amount of exceptions were made during COVID. We didn't have you voting, paying taxes, vehicle registration, lots of things. I asked for and was basically told that, can you just give me 6 months, a year to extend, because only reason why I'm here is because of COVID. And the answer was basically no, but we will help you assist in other manners to try and see if there's alternate ways. And to me, it's easiest just to go with the flow, to be honest with you. After some of the discussion, opening a bar was not realistic due to the requirements and rezoning. And this is not a rezoning. I want everybody to realize this is a variance. This is not a rezoning. I was informed by Wright that I can open up a CN1, an indoor, indoor entertainment, that a game room could be there, a massage parlor could be there, alcohol, a liquor store could be there. These are all things that don't make sense to me next to a school, but they can all be there, and they don't have to go through this process because they're not serving alcohol. Now, they're selling alcohol, but they're not serving alcohol, which again makes no sense because there'd be alcohol outside the premises, which we precluded in a situation like this. To answer your question, by opting to go with a private club and going with the theme of a speakeasy, which are very popular right now if you go to San Antonio and jazz clubs, it's a very different demographic than we've seen before in this area. We will be serving, we would have to not exceed alcohol sales, can only be 75%. So other sales would take place. We're planning on serving charcuterie, tapas, cold food service that would complement, the jazz environment, and that would be beneficial in that light of having a jazz club. Really, the most important thing, and I think you're going to hear some opposition, and I'm going to agree with the opposition. You're not going to believe this, but the problem is that the opposition's platform is what was there, not what is planning to be there. And they have every right to not want that sexually oriented business to be there. I'd be opposed to it as well, and I think we all would. So why is this different? A 1920s style speakeasy club, to answer some other questions, we'll have a strict dress code, we'll have security, we'll be upscale, quiet and safe place to relax and socialize with friends and colleagues. This is the polar opposite of what was there before. I've also passed out to you some research papers that speak to who is our target audience. Jazz audience is decidedly upscale, affluent, intelligent, and like me, older. These are the people that we want in Corpus Christi, that we want to cater to in Corpus Christi. They are also very diverse. Bringing jazz here is not my idea of a good idea. We have the longest running free jazz festival in the country that provides tremendous opportunity and exposure to musicians. And I am a musician, and as referenced earlier, thank you. This is a passion project for me. The easiest road for me is to say, if this doesn't work out, I'm going to lease it out or sell it. I want to do something significant. I'm fortunate at this point in my life, this is something that I think that I can make a significant impact here. Question came up as far as speaking to the school. I did reach out and had a great conversation with Mr. Crabtree. I have to say that probably everything is off the record, only because he didn't put it in writing. But he did express to me that should it work out, that he would like some type of partnership, that when we bring in musicians, that we would speak to his student body, because he said, we have a lot of musicians here. And that speaks to my heart, that not only can we provide this type of entertainment for people in Corpus Christi, and I will tell you, as a young child, my path as a musician started at an early age. And believe it or not, that yes, it was at bars, and it was at little music stores, that the seed was planted is what is music and how does it impact me and what it can and how could it enrich my life, and it has paid off in spades, enriching me and what I've done. Couple of things that, just speaking to what will be opposition, is that they're well-intentioned. I really do believe it, but they're misguided, because they are not. They did not, while I reached out numerous times, as I did with everybody here, everybody I could speak to be open and candid as possible, to have an open dialogue. I reached out numerous times to several people that were going to probably be coming up later. They would not respond to me, and when I was finally given their phone call, I was told that we've already made up our mind. The answer is no, we're not going to support it. And I'm like, well, that was the end of the conversation. They didn't give me the time of the day. They didn't know what they were supporting, what they're not supporting. I have some pictures that I'd like to bring up, please. Okay, when we talk about the distance, I think we need to talk about some unique things, the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. And as we heard not that long ago, this wouldn't be an issue because it was like many other cities. It was measured door to door, not property line to property line. If you look at, this was provided by the city and the area that we're talking about specifically, you can't see the school. The school is so far away, it's not visible even if you zoom out. There's another picture there that shows actual, there you go. There's the school, there's the property line. So we are, yes, 300 feet to the very corner of that field. We're almost 1,200 feet to the school. There is no egress, there is zero visibility. There is no children, there is no way for anybody to get out at that corner of the property where the 300-foot property line is. Now, I would think that if this was right next door, that there would be an argument for some reason, which I still don't know, because other than I've been told it's provincial law, is that it always has been like this. This is so we're keeping this on the books. But if you look at that picture, you'll see the 300 property line is literally at the very corner of an empty field.
Excuse me, I'm going to interrupt you. So from what point at the school, Mr. Zanoni, are we measuring to the blue dot, I guess? Or can we get clarification?
Yeah, Miles is going to answer that.
Okay.
There's actually two different methods that the state lays out. And that is, if you're measuring to a church or a hospital, you actually follow property lines. It's a circuitous route for your determining your 300 feet distance. However, the 300-foot distance is calculated differently when measuring for a school. It's actually direct line from property line to property line. So it's the 300 feet is designed. It's a more restrictive statute when it comes to schools than it is for churches or hospitals. State law. Yes, that's state law.
But to be clear, the 300-foot mark is not to the school, it's to the corner of the empty field in the school. And it's school property line, but it is not the school. Again, the letter of the law versus the spirit of the law, I think really needs to be overriding is that the school is on Air Street, this property is on South Staples. The entrance to the school is on Air Street, the entrance to this building is on South Staples. So while that law would make sense if it was a normal, I would say conventional neighborhood, I don't think they would have ever, looking at this picture and looking at the actual distance, would ever accounted for a very large field that's over 1,000 feet. Anyhow. Speaking to provisional law and why I think it's important to keep that in mind, and sometimes we have to look back in history and say, well, why do these laws matter? Well, there's laws in the books in Texas. I don't know if you realize that it's illegal to sell Limburger cheese on Sunday in Houston. It's on the books. No one's, and you have to wait till. Also, you cannot have an Encyclopedia Britannica because it's banned in the state of Texas because it has a formula for making beer. These are provincial laws. And lastly, except with written notice, if you have to provide written notice before you rob somebody, for all Texas criminals need to give oral or written notice between 24 hours in advance, and it must include the nature of the crime. So when we speak to provincial law, sometimes I think we need to understand why. And in my search to ask why would a club that is going to only be open when the school's closed and only have people on the inside of the club there and nobody on the outside would have any negative impact on the school.
Mr. Stern, if I may, how long have you owned this building?
I purchased it in August of 20 and terminated the lease for on February.
Okay.
So it was during the pandemic.
Right. And how are you, I read what you gave us here. How are you going to, I think that matters in what city you're in and opening this type of business. So how are you planning on making it upscale and making certain that you are attracting?
Absolutely. Well, as Richard, who's experienced, he spoke earlier about, you control what, I never heard that before, you control your audience by the music. People listen to jazz are going to dictate. It's going to have a dress code, and it's quite frankly going to be very boring. I'm in, the ironic thing is I'm in several bands. Neither one of my bands can play there because it's not appropriate music. Jazz is quiet. It has to allow for conversations. It's more background music. I've talked to musicians that are going to do a piano bar. They're going to do piano karaoke. This is not, if you think about who would want to be there, I'd want to be there, a place to relax after work, and I'm active in the music community, so I have had tremendous support of artists and musicians that say there's nothing like this. Now, I will tell you, long ago, and the music scene in Corpus Christi is vital as can be, and if you don't know that, this is probably something you should know because we're better off than Austin and San Antonio as far as the wealth of talent that we have and the few music venues that attract it. The problem is there's very few, and there's none that is like this. And there's quite a few letters that were sent in, and one was very succinct and said I will go out of town to continue to listen to this music because nobody's providing for jazz here.
Mr. Stern, but I'm going to take you back to what are we doing? So you said a dress code, and
Dress
I'm very
code.
familiar. I love jazz music.
Okay.
I love Jazz Texas
Right.
in San Antonio, and it's I don't even know now, but it was $20. $20 just to get in the door there. And I realize this is a different market, but I'm sure is one of the ways they probably had to incorporate that for what they built. But how are you going to work to ensure that your establishment is going to be exactly what you envision it to be?
Well, the livelihood's going to depend on the right clientele staying there. So we're going to not only have a dress code, we're going to have the employees dress in period, so it's going to feel more like 1920s. The employees on site are going to have their marching orders. I mean, it's just like, how do we ensure that you have decorum here because you enforce it, and I'll be enforcing it strictly.
Will you have a cover charge?
No cover charge, but we will be planning on bringing in national talent and charging for shows that there'll be ticketed events that we bring in national talent that we'd be charged for, but cover charge, no.
What will your hours of operations be?
I want to work with the city, and I want to make sure that I think it's around 3 o'clock, but I would not open until the school closed. I wouldn't start serving alcohol until the school closed to give that comfort level that there will be no overlap whatsoever. So I imagine it would be 3 to, I think it's 2 o'clock the other thing too is remember, this is not a bar. This is a private club. So we can, there's the yacht club, Corpus Christi Country Club.
And with that said, we're calling it, I believe you in here somewhere, it says membership. So all those places you pay to go and eat,
Right.
to go and have a drink.
That's correct.
So this is a membership club?
It is membership, but I was advised by City Attorney, Mr. Bryce, he said that, was to my surprise, you don't have to, this kind of doesn't make any sense to me, that you do not have to charge a membership from a membership club. We might, I don't know. I think that may go in line with making it kind of a special private club and making a speakeasy, even if it's $5 to be a member of the club, that you're a member of that club, speaks to you, well, how are you going to restrict it? I think that makes it a little more restrictive, but I need to really explore that as a business model. I don't know what's best as far as not charging or charging. I
Right.
really don't know. That's new. Mr. Presley? I'm sorry. Yeah,
Councilman Molina has a
Yes, sir.
question.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Stern, the previous business that was there really was a blight to that area.
Absolutely.
And so you can understand some of the concerns that the neighbors have shared with me. One of the questions I had, and you touched on it, that the mayor had asked is the operating hours, your proposed hours. So far you're proposing 3 p.m. to 2 a.m.?
Yes, as a working
Yeah.
model right now. I mean, whatever would work with the city. I'm open to restrictions that if there's any trepidations by anybody to say, it's not going to be, while it's zoned to be a BYOB that can be open until 7 o'clock in the morning, I'm not proposing that. I would close it in lines which the private club, which I do believe that's 2 o'clock, and I would have to defer to.
Yeah, I think
city attorneys.
the business that was there before, the sexually oriented business that was there before was BYOB prior to them
It was.
closing. And I remember
It's horrible.
hearing from Chief Markle about some of the issues that they were having and calls they were receiving at 4 or 5 in the morning.
Correct, yes.
Over there and past that. And then you touched on membership. But you haven't established if there's going to be a fee for membership yet or
Well,
not.
there needs to be, and again, this is coming from city council, that I can charge it or I don't have to charge it. I don't know what's best. I don't know, and I have to look towards, quite frankly, the people coming in. Would it be off-putting to say you have to pay $5 to come in here? Unfortunately, Corpus Christi, unlike other areas that people are willing to pay large cover charge, that people will walk away from a great band to pay $5. I don't know if that would be the same thing. So the answer is I don't know. I mean, I think it would be cool to have a card that says I'm a member and you're charged $1 for it. I mean, the answer is I don't know, but we'll all have to decide what's best, as we move forward.
And then, so this will be a private club so far.
Yes.
And when you have music playing, is this intended to be like a dance club or a nightclub?
Well, a jazz club typically aren't dance clubs, or people sit down and listen to music. I mean, it's not dance music. No, it's not electronic music. It's not loud music. It's jazz. I mean, I can't tell you that somebody couldn't get up and kind of wiggle around, but it's not electronic dance music. It's not, it's a very sedate crowd. If you know people that know music, I would ask you to speak to them and ask them, what's their experience? What's it like going to a jazz club? Most people, I think, it's a wonderful experience because it's not in your face. We can have a conversation, but the music is playing in the background, and it would be. It's also a wonderful dying art form, to be honest with you, because as we get older, it takes institutions like the Texas Jazz Festival and I had several people here that were going to speak to this, but they had to leave because of work.
And then
take a look at another slide. We'll go through these real quickly. Right now, I'm there. You could see me picking the weeds and cutting the grass. I have a person cut the grass and cleaning up the neighborhood, which is, even though the club is not there, the area is full of homeless and indigent population and is very much impoverished. And a lot of people said to me, why do you want to do this? That's a good question, because this is my neighbor. Can you go to the next slide? This is my neighbor. So when people say, I don't want change, this is a vote for what you get when you don't want change. This is there right now. So while it may not be visible, if you look at the building and it's going to be improved even more, it isn't this. I think there's some more pictures. This is my neighborhood. This is my property that's directly behind my property. So not doing something is an action to say that I'm okay with this because this is what's going on right now. This is the neighborhood, and this is what I'm trying to clean up. I will tell you the gentleman next to me is trying to do the same thing. It's interesting. You know, what it was horrible. I think nobody would ever support it. But gentrification is an interesting word. And if you look at older cities that have gentrified over time, I'm originally from the Northeast, but I can speak to areas in New York like Harlem. I could speak to San Antonio, and I could speak to Austin. And I will tell you those areas had bad things happen and bad locations. But one person started to try and make a difference, and then somebody else tried to make a difference, and then somebody else did. And I'm trying to make a difference. Am I going to tackle all the world's problems? No. But I will tell you that the gentleman next door to me, after I started telling him what I'm doing, is cleaning his property up. Now we have 2 people.
Well, Mr. Stern,
yes.
what's your plan B if this doesn't go through today?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I'm not a big investor. I'm from here. I will lease it out or I'll sell it. And sadly, all the things, all the restrictions that I'm facing and taking on, because maybe I'm not that smart, maybe a little crazy, will be removed. I have a letter of intent from a gaming room out of Florida that wants to lease it out. I don't think that's in the best interest of the neighborhood, but I have to pay bills. I have to pay my taxes. I have to pay for insurance, and they don't need any approval. Tattoo parlors don't need any approval. Massage therapists don't need approval. Liquor stores, tobacco stores, convenience stores selling wine and beer need no approval, and game rooms as well. They're all permitted. And matter of fact, I have to tell you, the report that came from staff was exceptional. However, my understanding is that they have to say no because they leave it to you. And a few things that I just want to highlight from what their report says. In order, the jazz venue does not wish to resurrect an adult entertainment use. That is a black eye to this community, and it will never be that again. And any argument that you hear about what I'm planning to do with it has nothing to do with me. That argument should have been done 26 years ago. The city is already highlighted this area as excuse me. Well, I'm not going to hold you up, but this area is already on your agenda as part of a revitalization project, what has been mentioned in the report, that this is absolutely in line with. As far as the 6 points area for revitalization, this is in that area that has been noted to be on your.
Okay.
So.
Right.
So. Couple of other things.
Mr. Stern, we have a few more questions
Yes.
if you'll allow. Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, I just have a couple of quick questions for the applicant. Are you going to change the facade of the building?
I'm going to paint it. Yes, the pink's got to go.
Yeah.
Pink's got to go.
God
Anything
bless
that has, as far as I'm concerned, new people coming into the city aren't going to care. The people that are from here care. So yes, it is going to be painted.
So explain to me about this membership. I remember the days when Corpus Christi didn't allow liquor by the drink. I'm giving away my age a little bit here, but clubs used to get around that law by saying you could become a member, and all that required you to do is walk through the door and sign a card, and they would let you carry it in your pocket that said, "I'm a member." So is that what you're planning?
I believe that's the law that's still on the books, and I was advised by the city to explore that as a private club. Yes, so whatever that the laws
So
that.
it really isn't a private club. Anybody who walks through the door can come in.
Yes, but
Okay.
this is the laws that they
Well, I
exist.
mean,
yeah.
that's the truth of the
Right.
matter.
Well, the only thing is that it does have a restriction as far as 25% alcohol sales to non-alcohol sales. So it does change. Private clubs do change, but there are, there's several other private clubs in town that have lofty names that do the exact same thing.
Yeah.
So yes, I don't think that's changed, but the law calls for it and it's zoned for that.
Okay. All right, I won't belabor that. My last question, Miles, since this facility ceased to operate as an SOB, it's my understanding from the law, it can never operate again as an
Ever.
SOB.
It will never, ever, ever be
But
that.
I'm asking Miles, is that true by law, or is that not true?
Actually, both me and Buck have researched this, so I'm going to ask Buck to come up because part of it applies to the agreed order that was entered into with the
SOBs.
in the federal case. So.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Buck Bryce, City Legal. So under the agreed order, the order no longer applies to the club when he changed ownership. So the order for the SOBs no longer applies. So unless a future council approves a zoning change, it can no longer be used as an SOB.
Yeah, it would require zoning change
Correct.
to be able to do that.
That's
Because they're restricted to certain zoned or areas.
Industrial heavy, that's correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Sure. Councilman Hernandez.
Well, I was actually just going to mention that sexually oriented businesses can only be in heavy industry zoning. I actually have it right here. So I just to relieve anybody's concern that sexually oriented business can never be opened there based on the zoning.
And I could assure you, as long as it's under my ownership, that will never happen. But
Well, you're not going to get that zoning anyway.
Yeah, exactly
so-
right. It's a moot point. I think it'll never
yeah.
happen.
I'm looking at this from the perspective of the image you showed here, and this is somewhat disappointing, and I think maybe code enforcement needs to visit this property behind you. In looking at what you're trying to accomplish, I get the idea of what you're attempting to do. I guess when we have the public hearing, we'll hear whoever has the oppositions to it and see what their concerns are,
Understand.
and we can address those individually.
Right.
I would like to hear what other people have to say, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Okay. In conclusion, I'm personally investing in Since Points area. I'm not telling anything more than I want to do this. I don't have to do this. By not having another vacant building is an improvement for the area. We're going to reduce the presence of homeless population. We're going to reduce illegal dumping and litter, which I have to personally and have personally paid for to bring to the city dump because it is not active right now that people dump their garbage there. Bring a new exciting music venue in the neighborhood that has been tremendously underserved traditionally. It's in line with the revitalization with UDP, which is in line with the city.
The revitalization plan.
Yes, thank you.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
trying to find it.
Yes.
I just saw it and I just lost it again.
That's okay. I think we've got one last question for you, Mr. Stern.
Yes, please.
Councilman Hunter?
I'm just going to make you feel a little bit more comfortable. Thank you for reinvesting in your hometown, and I plan on supporting this.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I appreciate, and
if
I
we
more,
could hear
but,
the
I've
public
said
comments,
enough.
that'd be great.
And whether it gets approved or not, I just want to tell you the process has been wonderful. I've had a chance to speak to numerous people here. The last thing I'm going to say, if I could find it, here we go.
Yeah.
I wonder who said this. I want to help move the city forward into a new era of progress.
Who said
That's
that?
Paula Guajardo.
Who said
And I would
that?
like,
Who was that?
and I'd like to be able to do that too, but that doesn't start with the no, that starts with the yes. And thank you very much for your consideration.
Mr. Stern, thank you very much for your time today. I would also now ask or open public comment. Do we have anyone in the audience that would like to comment? Yes, sir.
My name is William Skrabarczyk. I'm a CPA here in Corpus Christi. A jazz guitarist, so I have an interest in seeing this go forward. And I'm a former city planner for the city of Corpus Christi from 1978 to 1981. I have knowledge of what it takes to redevelop an area. It takes diversity, it takes investment. That's what Mr. Stern is attempting to do. If you want to lower the crime in an area, you put eyes on the street. He's replacing an entity that most of us really probably wouldn't want in that area. Further, Corpus Christi is the home of the Texas Jazz Festival. We don't want to forget that. We want to further accentuate that culture. This entity will do that. At some point, a city council probably gave the prior entity a variance to be there. So I'm not questioning any kind of legal precedence, but think about that. This is not going to be a sexually oriented business. It's going to be a cultural entity that the city already has a significant population in that. If you go to the Texas Jazz Festival, it's a significant event. And this is going to accentuate that. So, that's short and sweet. So let it happen.
Thank you, Mr. Skrabarczyk. Do we have anyone else that would like to make public comment? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Span is coming up, and then you'll come up next.
I am Dorothy Span. I live at 502 Del Mar Boulevard, just a short distance away from this site that Mr. Stern wishes to accentuate. Mr. Stern called me himself after a number of his party called me
Yeah.
Surely.
There you go.
Perfect.
Yes.
Sound good?
Yes, better.
I live a close distance from this scene of this bar variance request. And the reason I did not speak with Mr. Stern was not that I found him offensive, but that I, as a chairman of a group who comes up with a declaration, by my attending to him, then I disqualify the declaration that we have put forward. So, of course, I explained to him, did I not, that I could not speak with him. Know this has been a contentious location over the years, many years. And I believe records that I sent you will accentuate that. Know also that you outweighted, we outweighted with our business of the city, several people who would speak to the issue. Know that we use this property completely. We may not use it, each part of the property, including the field he discusses. We use that for running, for track, for volleyball, just consistently played. It's a used property. It does enter on airs, but it plays all the way down to Staples. And it's used much of the year and will soon start, if did not start today, to be used again. There are going to be some comments made to you about what happens at this bar. And recall, he is asking for a variance to a bar decision, not a jazz club decision, but to the bar. And when you have a bar, your interest is in selling alcohol, then giving your 14 cents a pop to the government. That's what a bar is. And in the report that I emailed to some of you, I hope you got it, you will find that every situation that exists in humanity has been at large there over a long time. The record you received is just from 2008. Remember, this bar has been there in one fashion or another for years and years and years and years. And we have dealt with that, and no one before you has dealt with it. So I'll finish with this. 1911 South Staples, 557 calls for service. Generate additional calls to our area schools, churches, and homes. Results: pain, disorder, and increased cost. Previous administrations and councils, little or no action was ever taken. These are previous administrations. Please consider well the massive effect of these presented facts. 557 service calls. And vote no for this, please. Vote no on this variance request. The results: your action will increase protection for the area, for the homes, for the schools, for the people, and I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spann. Yeah, I think we have this lady here, and then we'll get you right after that. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lori Stern. I'm actually Adam's wife, but I grew up here in Corpus Christi. My parents were very involved with the Jazz Festival from way, way back when. In fact, I remember Mr. Skrabarczyk from way, way back when, and I was very much influenced by my parents' music. I'm a musician myself. I sing. Adam and I sing in a band. I sing in a band with Adam, and I really feel that a venue like this is really going to help the neighborhood, not hurt it. So those 527 calls that were happening are not going to happen anymore. This is going to be a completely different type of venue. It's going to improve the neighborhood. The trash that you saw, hopefully this will, now that you guys have seen that, someone will address that, and we're going to bring a more upscale crowd to the area. As Adam mentioned, there's not a venue like this in town. People have to go out of town to go hear jazz music. And why not keep people here? This is something that is much needed. It's not going to be loud. It's going to attract a much more affluent, upscale crowd. So we're not going to have the riffraff that we had before. It's going to be a completely different place. So just forget about what happened for the last 26 years. Moving forward, we want to really make a huge improvement to this area, and I really hope that you vote yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Stern. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Maria Ochoa from 509 Del Mar, on or about Del Mar and Alameda. Now that I have a question for Mr. Stern before I make my comment. Did he happen to buy the property in back of this location?
The pictures you see is property behind the lot.
So you do not own the property that's right behind it, that was owned before by the...
The property next to it that's now chained and manicured, yes.
So that is your property?
We can do that.
And
Go
will
ahead.
you be using that as parking?
Mr. Stern, would you come up to the microphone, if you don't mind, if you can sit here in this one, or either one, yeah.
When I purchased the property, there's 4 lots next to it, not behind it, that was used as parking that when I talked to the city, what is going, so we would not overflow on the streets, will we not overflow into the neighborhoods, that we not impinge, that yes, it will be used for parking that's actually adjacent to the club, so nobody has to walk across the street, and they don't have to park on the street either. So yes, that will be used for parking as well. There's also parking in front of the building.
Thank you. By buying the property in back of this location, they have encroached into the neighborhood of the 1500th Street, putting it very close, even closer to Windshield, but even closer to the Buen Pastor Church. and that might just put it in the 300 radius. And he had a lot of answers for me. One of the things that I have a concern for is the parking. He now says that he's gonna park with the Jazz. They bring buses in, they'll bring people in. I believe maybe that you have 12 parking spaces in front. How many parking spaces do you have?
I don't know how many is the total on the side of the building, plus there's probably.
In front?
10?
10
Someone's saying 10 in the back, I don't know.
Right, maybe about 10. And then in back, let's say he puts in about another 20. Is there going to be a limit to how many, the capacity of people that are going to be in this location? Because are we not supposed to have the parking spaces to allow the clientele not to overflow onto Del Mar Boulevard? And another concern that I have is that some years back, maybe about 30 years ago, when these parking spaces went from parallel parking and went in forward, they were, I hope that I have the time that Mr. Stern, will I?
Actually, no. Ms. Martha, can you go over what, is it supposed to be, is it okay to speak to the applicant or explain this
Actually, the
procedure?
public comment, the public hearing portion is directing comments to the city council. So if you could direct your comments to the council, that would be good.
Okay, so I'm
Yes, ma'am.
Let me just finish with this. The sidewalk that's in front of this place was rerouted inches away from this location. And those of you that have educators, have you ever had a teacher come home at 7? Teachers stay 7, 8, 9. Students play till 7, 8, 9 in the fields. And another thing, a bar, whether it be a speakeasy or whatever, it's selling alcohol. If I stand at the corner of Alameda and Del Mar and look down, I can see this bar. If I stand at the corner of Alameda and Del Mar, I can see the corner of Booty and Alameda. 21 years ago, a man that was at a bar at the corner of Staples and Booty walked out drunk and sexually assaulted my 8-year-old daughter. Tell me, a drunk is a drunk, whether you're at a speakeasy or if you're in a gentleman's club. If you come out drunk, they might just go in the neighborhoods. And I'm begging you. My children are gone. I'm begging you for the children in the neighborhood on the backside and not only on the Del Mar side, but on all the sides.
Thank you, Ms. Ochoa.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Paul Perez. I live at 533 Cole. And I just want to iterate some of the things. I would like to know, what is the capacity of the bar? Do we know how many is it going to be?
The capacity, who can answer, or can we do that or not? No.
Mr. Raymond can answer that.
The applicant has not given us a floor plan, right? It is an A occupancy, which means that if it's serving alcohol, if it's over, it can't be over 99 people. It's not sprinklered, so it can't be over 99 people. That space can't hold 99 people, but I've got to see his interior layout so we can set an occupancy, so he can post it, so he can know how many people can be in the place.
Because that's my concern, was the parking, because I know he has 10 places in the front, and I didn't know that the back was going to be used. But if he does do, I like jazz, don't get me wrong, I think it's a great deal. But my concern is they did this when I live in San Antonio, and they did this same thing. They opened a jazz bar, and there was not a whole lot of parking, so what would happen on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights, all the streets would be full all night long. They'd be yelling, screaming, throw their trash out when they leave at night, and then the homeowners were there left to clean up all the mess every time. And so I'm just curious that if he's going to do, if you're going to get some national people in, people are going to come. And my concern is where they're going to park when they're overfilled. They're going to flood in the streets, and this is, I've already seen it happen in San Antonio. I know it's not the same as a burlesque bar or a strip bar, so you know, I know there probably won't be as many call-outs, but that's another concern. But my main concern would be like the trash stuff, and where are the people gonna park and what are they gonna do? It's a mess, and it just, any bar usually, it starts out good, but as time goes on, it kind of goes down and everything kind of turns into something else that's not supposed to. So that's really my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hello, my name is Gloria Garza. This is my first time here, and I'm a little bit nervous. The thing is that, to me, I'm all for a good entertainment, right? And I'm sure you all are too. But what I'm going to say is a bar is a bar, and where there is liquor, there's going to be problems. My main concern is the school, the children. I have lived on Cold Street for a long, long time, and I've seen lots of things, especially on that particular place, okay? Maybe he's saying there's going to be a change, and maybe it's a good change, but a bar is a bar, like the gentleman just mentioned. When somebody comes in, they get drunk, and they will get drunk. There will be those, maybe one, maybe two, but there will be someone that will get drunk, okay? The children, somebody has to speak up for them. And it is not so much we or adults, somebody has to have a voice for the children. And yes, children come out from school, they still have activities in the afternoon, and they say, well, okay, like you said, maybe starting 3 o'clock. No, children still have activities in the afternoon. They run on the track, like it was mentioned before. And really, the concern is our children. We put that in there, we're going to have problems, whether you like it or not. We are going to have problems, and we have to be concerned with our children, the kids around. And that's what I got to say.
Thank you very much. Okay, that'll conclude our public comment. Oh, we have written public comment.
I just
Okay.
have two written public
Yes, ma'am.
comments, Council, that I need to read into the record. The first is from Jeffrey Kane, the law office of Jeffrey Kane. Respected members of the council, I come before you today to urge your support for the proposal of Mr. Adam Stern to open the 1911 Tavern in the location occupied by the former liquor license holder at that location, Pleasures. We are all well aware of the urban blight that area of the Delmar neighborhood has suffered over the years. 6 Points was at one time a large part of the beating heart of commerce in our city. We all know what's transpired there and in downtown. Not only now are downtown revitalization efforts beginning to take hold. Those efforts are beginning to take hold because venues that attract citizens and tourists have opened, bringing vitality to the area. The proposed business will be the polar opposite of the former license holder that occupied the address. Instead of a sexually oriented business, a music venue is proposed, one that will highlight and showcase live jazz and blues, two music genres that are woefully underrepresented and underrepresented in Corpus Christi. Where the prior license surrendered years ago, arguments of change of character or impact to the neighborhood might resonate. Here we have a license that was surrendered only in August of 2020, less than a year. Where a liquor license proposed where no such licensee had operated before, community arguments might have more weight. But the conditions that exist were present long before now, and a grant of this license will not have an adverse impact on the character of the neighborhood. I put forth that the effects will be quite the contrary. Further, the Supreme Court of the State of Texas decided in Dallas Merchants and Concessionaires Association versus City of Dallas that in non-residential areas, the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Code exclusively governs the regulation of alcoholic beverages, except as provided by the TABC. My understanding is that the premises is zoned non-residential CN1. For such areas, my understanding is that relevant portions of the code supersede home rule city zoning regulations and ordinances. The standards and restrictions permitted under section 109.33 state that the proper measurement for a restriction under the section is along property lines from door to door. Case law from the 13th Court of Appeals of Texas supports this contention. In Helms v. Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission, the 13th Court of Appeals held that, although a measurement from door to door in a direct line may have been 250 feet, the premises in question were outside the 300-foot distance measured in accordance with the regulations. If the contention for the refusal is that the measurement is from the edge of the property line to edge of the property line, that is an interpretation unsupported by code or case law. Attached, please find a copy of the statute and the relevant cases. Very truly yours, Jeffrey F. Kane. The final comment to read into the record is Emily Studnicki. She states, please share with the members of the City Council, I am writing to express my support for the aforementioned variance for 1911 South Staple Street to allow the sale of alcoholic beverages for on-premise consumption within 300 feet of a public school. I was born and raised in Corpus Christi, and although I now live in Pasadena, California, Corpus will always be home. I have worked, the applicant and his partners are longtime friends and asked me to review the particulars of the case. I have examined Senior City Planner David Stallworth's staff report in the relevant municipal code and Texas Alcoholic Beverage Code sections. Mr. Stallworth's analysis is very thorough and well written, but I'd offer the following for your consideration. The 6 Points area is obviously ripe for redevelopment. An establishment of the kind proposed could serve as a catalyst for an upward trend. As you know, absentee landlords and vacant buildings breed undesirable activity. While neighbors had to endure the negative impacts of a sexually oriented business for decades and are understandably weary of a business that serves alcohol, the proposal couldn't be more different from the previous use. The applicant team is passionate about this type of music venue, has the capacity to bring it to fruition, and the experience to manage it successfully. The city should be supporting this type of development in every way possible. It is nonsensical to impede this use that doesn't conflict with school hours when liquor stores, tobacco stores, convenience stores selling beer and wine, and vape stores, all of which have overlapping hours with the school in question, would be allowed by right. My interpretation of Corpus Christi Municipal Code Section 4-5F, which mirrors the state code language, is that only one of the findings must be made. While I see why the Development Services Department assumed otherwise, I think without more definitive language explicit in the code, an argument could be made that the or indicates that only one of the preceding must be demonstrated. In this case, several of the findings can be made and in fact are made in the staff report. Variances are, by definition, an exception that is made for special circumstances. They are often included in state codes to allow for local control because it is understood that general rules aren't always effective in particular situations or have unintended consequences. As a corollary, those most informed to determine when that is the case are local decision-making bodies. This is one of those instances where City Council can look at the totality of the circumstances and apply good judgment and logic. In my experience of the principal of Metro Elementary School of Design, CCISD, the Metro EPTA, and other interested parties associated with the school haven't come out in opposition. They are neutral. There may even be an opportunity to collaborate with this innovative arts-oriented curriculum. The owners are certainly open to this type of prospect, perhaps providing space for musicians to meet with students during school hours or hosting school fundraisers. This venue wants to be part of the community. Thank you for your time and attention. I hope that you will use this as an opportunity to propel the neighborhood in the right direction. Sincerely, Emily Studnicki, AICP.
Thank you, Rebecca. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close public hearing. And I think we have a comment, Mr. Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. This proposed use is, I believe, certainly much better than what was previously in operation there before. And one thing I don't want to see is a game room open up. Unfortunately, we had some news in the past several weeks about some crimes happening at game rooms, which have their own set of rules for operating and can, I've seen some open 24/7. A question for staff, I don't know, maybe Miles, is there a way to ensure that the proposed variance would include hours of operation that don't coincide with school? or school activities?
You're, I guess I think we need to talk about what would be the best vehicle for that. This isn't a special permit, so there's not, it's difficult to really just establish rules that would apply to this. You could establish conditions on the variance, but I think there's not really a self-applying provision like there would be in a zoning case where you're doing a permit. So enforcement might be the issue with that.
So there's no
Answer is
way
no.
to, there is no way to ensure that?
Yeah, yeah.
No.
You could, but it's, with a special permit, you have that automatic zoning enforcement provision that you can use to enforce that. Let me think about that. I can't think of an easy way to really create that type of enforceable restriction in this action.
Is there a way to, I'm not sure if the applicant is willing to consider that, or willing to go through that process?
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
what
unlike
are our options here?
When you have a special permit, you have a vehicle for applying those, and they automatically become part of the zoning ordinance. If you create that restriction and say this variance is conditioned upon this not happening, then because this is a variance to a provision that's authorized specifically by state law and only as state law, essentially, we're walking in that narrow tunnel of state law. I can tell you that I'm not completely sure that it would be enforceable if we established that type of limit on the variance. I'd have to do some research to answer that fully. We could establish that, but I just can't tell you we could enforce it.
Okay. Let me see, Councilman Hunter has a question, or do you want to come back? Or Councilman Molina? Go right ahead. Oh.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Zanoni, when we do signs on streets saying you can enter one way, it's really a two-way street, but it has one way during certain time periods, such as like school hours, pickup, stuff like that. Do we have signs in neighborhoods that say residents and guests can park along these street lines from a certain period or for a certain, section of the neighborhood to the end of the street, or the beginning of the street to the end of the street from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning or something like that?
Yeah, I don't believe we have a program like that. I know where it came from, there was a program like that where residents would have decals and they were permitted certain parking hours where others were not. So I don't think we have any here in Corpus Christi like that.
Okay.
We could establish something like that.
Might be something to look into if we have some of these situations pop up again. Maybe even a little easier than a decal, but I understand that'd make it a lot easier on code enforcement on our stuff.
Right.
But
I think we've got one more, we've got
Thank you.
another, did you put your light back on? No, Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, these are always difficult issues. For me, it's, you've got an abandoned building sitting there that's not being utilized, and we can turn it into something more positive. I've been to jazz clubs before, and there used to be a bar downtown that the only time my wife and I would venture down to the bar was one night on a weeknight. This particular bar would have jazz night, and David, you probably remember, and we always enjoyed going there and listening to jazz music. So it's a completely different kind of atmosphere, but Mr. Molina has to live in this district, so I'm going to defer to his expertise on what's going to happen. So, but I think we could maybe turn this into a positive if we do it right.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. We're not eating today. Okay. We're going to jump over to item number 20.
Okay.
Which is the zoning case number 0621-02, Glen Lyons, District 3, Ordinance rezoning property at or near 5839 Williams Drive from the RS6 Single Family 6 District to the ON Neighborhood Office District.
Mayor and Rebecca, would you note I will be abstaining from the vote on this? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 5839 Williams Drive from RS6 Single Family 6 District to ON Neighborhood Office District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of a small multi-tenant office building. The applicant is Glen Lyons. As you see, the property is located on the southeast corner of the intersection of Williams Drive and Braeswood Drive and east of South Staple Street. The property has approximately 120 feet of street frontage on Williams Drive, which is designated as a C3 primary collector. To the north, across Williams Drive, are properties zoned CG2, General Commercial District, and currently consist of 2 hotels. To the south are office buildings zoned ON Neighborhood Office District, and that also has a large apartment complex zoned CG2 General Commercial District. To the east is a single-family residential subdivision, Gateway Airline Park, zoned RS6 Single Family 6 District, and to the west across Braeswood Drive is an office building zoned RS6 Single Family 6 District, and a large apartment complex zoned CG2 General Commercial District. The property is 0.46 acres in size, and it is platted. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, compatible with the adjoining properties, and does not have a negative impact on the surrounding area. The ON Neighborhood Office District is basically a transition district. It limits the size of retail spaces and restaurant uses. Additionally, ON Neighborhood Office does not allow bars, pubs, taverns, or nightclubs. With respect to Williams Drive and Braeswood Drive, there are no current CIP or bond projects currently on the books for those streets. 19 notices were mailed out within a 200-foot notification area. 1 was returned in opposition, 1 was returned in favor. The one in opposition indicates that 2.97% of the landowners within a 200-foot notification area oppose this rezoning. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of ON Neighborhood Office District. I stand by for any questions.
I do not believe we have any questions. I will open public comment. Is there anyone here that has any public comment on this item? Okay, we'll close public comment, and I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 20.
Mayor, I'd like to add something.
Yes, sir.
That the representative of the applicant is a former chair of the Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority.
Oh, Mr. Lyons?
No, the
Sorry,
the representative for the applicant, Crystal Lyons.
For the applicant, okay. There you are, okay.
So with that, I'd like to move for approval.
Second.
Great. For any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion passes.
And Mr. Pesley abstained.
And Mr. Pesley abstains. Now we're at item number 21, zoning case number 0621-01, Joshua and Jasenia Jasenia Morales, District 4, ordinance rezoning property at or near 13845 Misen Street from the RS6 Single Family 6 District to RS6 SP Single Family 6 District with special permit.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 13845 Mezin Street from RS6 Single Family 6 District to RS6 SP Single Family 6 District with a special permit. The purpose is to allow for a bed and breakfast home in accordance with the UDC Section 5.2.8. The property is located along the south side of Mezin Street, west of Aquarius Street, and north of a navigational canal. The property has approximately 65 feet of street frontage along Mezin Street, which is designated as a local residential street. All surrounding properties are developed as single-family detached homes and are zoned RS6, Single Family 6 District, or RS6 SP Single Family 6 District with a special permit. The property was platted in 1968 and annexed, the city annexed it in 1981. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan. It's compatible with the adjoining properties, and if operated properly, will not have a negative impact on the surrounding area. The property has been cited by code enforcement, as been mentioned here several times, for using the property as a short-term rental. "20 public notices were mailed out within the 200-foot notification area. 10 were returned in opposition, 0 were returned in favor. The 10 in opposition are represented by seven different owners. The 10 in opposition also indicates that 49.85% of the landowners within the 200-foot notification area are opposed to this rezoning. I should say, and I should have started by saying this, when we go through zoning cases, there are two opportunities for public notice. One, we send out public notice when the item is going to appear in the Planning Commission. The second time we send out public notice is when the item is going to appear before you. The item that went out for this meeting had an error, and many of the citizens here mentioned, hey, look, it said that the Planning Commission unanimously approved it, and that wasn't the case. The Planning Commission unanimously denied the request. And I should have said that at first, out of the gate. That was a mistake on our part, and it won't happen again. With recommendations, the Planning Commission did deny the zoning case, and their main condition was that there was not an owner occupied. A bed and breakfast usually has an owner occupied, and they were convinced that this property did not have an owner occupied that space. City staff recommended approval of the special permit, and I wanted to share with you why city staff recommended approval. If the code, the UDC was adopted in 2011, right? And there's a lot of information in there, a lot of codes, a lot of laws, but when an application is brought before Development Services and the applicant meets the letter of the law, they dot every I, they cross every T, we support that, right? In this case, it's your body, it's the Planning Commission with recommendations, we make recommendations, and this body decides if it's good to go or not. In this case, if indeed it is, and I know the city is working on, and I hadn't had a chance to get with Peter on this, but I know the city is working on a short-term rental ordinance, right, whenever that comes into play. But right now, this is the law of the land, and the customer, the tenant, the homeowner, whether absentee or not, who is, kind of getting cited, they are trying to rectify, right, by, and this use allows them to rectify their behavior. Short-term rentals, yes, it's a short-term rental, yes, it's in the middle of a residential area, but that is allowed under our code, that is allowed in the UDC. If we want to change that, we should through text amendments. I'm I'm not arguing, for or against, but right now, they've met the letter of the law, they dotted their i's, they crossed their t's, and that's why staff recommends approval. And next slide, I want to show you the special permit conditions. As was mentioned here before, sleeping accommodations shall not exceed 5 bedrooms, no more than 10 lodgers. Kitchens and dining facilities shall be used to provide meals for guests only. Parking in rear yards are not allowed, are not prohibited, but this doesn't say, as you notice, it doesn't say that you can't park on the street. You can park on the street. Whether you're a homeowner or you a short-term visitor, you can park on the street. In the residential districts, there's no real advertising, but bed and breakfasts are allowed to advertise with a 1 square foot sign if they choose to. The operator must keep a current guest register. Temporary use permit is required if you're going to throw parties or events with more than 10 people, including the occupants that are spending the night there. And ultimately, bed and breakfast should be no closer than 1,000 feet to another bed and breakfast. That's in essence the case here, and I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. This isn't so much as a question, but I'd like to thank everybody for coming here today with it. Particularly, I know it's a 30-minute drive from the island, 20 miles away. And this council as a body really does not understand the island's concern with short-term rental. I think you all made a very loud statement today for all 9 of us, your concerns about having these businesses running next door in your residences on there. And we've got to look at STRs in an island situation. They are a business, and they don't belong in a neighborhood. And I hope for staff that you see the enforcement. Right now, STRs are not allowed in the neighborhood, and we have a real enforcement issue. And to imagine in our COVID days on there, filling this council up with these people taking their time, and so many have sat through here for 4 hours listening to our ongoing council work with it, how important of an issue this is to the island. So beyond this bed and breakfast application, we have the enforcement of STRs, I think is critical, and then coming right on the heels to that is getting our ordinances updated to where we are right now. But we know by ordinance, short-term rentals are not allowed in the R6 neighborhoods. That's very clear. We just need to start enforcing that by whatever means it takes. And we are letting people come in and buy property. They think they can put it onto STR. We're not doing them any favors by looking the other way and not enforcing our ordinance. And I think this will be a good signal to ones don't go buying a house in the neighborhood thinking that you can go STR. And this is not a bed and breakfast, like so many people came up and said. This is truly a short-term rentals with it, where it's the party house. It's not like having something in town and you have the family go there and it's kind of quiet and things. When you're in this beach environment, these are party houses. It's 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And everything that was said by people coming up to speak, that is the common element. And we are allowing the Padre Island neighborhood to evolve into short-term rentals because we do not enforce our ordinance. And I think that's a message that I'm hearing loud and clear. I've heard loud and clear, but I hope staff, you're hearing that we need to start enforcing our ordinance in the neighborhood. So, of course, I'm not for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And I would follow up with that. And, this is, we need to, I think we need information. I'll wait till Mr. Zanoni finishes here. Mr. Zanoni.
Yes, ma'am.
The enforcement.
Right, I was just talking to
There is
Steve.
a very, that it starts here, and I
Right.
agree with the councilman. But my understanding is, and I don't know that it's ever been explained to us in detail,
Right.
how it is enforced, if it is enforceable. Do we have the manpower to do it? Can we, even if we did, or we make that happen, because that can happen as well?
Yeah.
How is it enforceable?
You
Because
know,
that's the problem.
Yeah, it is. And Liza, Steve, can we have Liza come up and talk about, so the enforcement, from what I understand from Liza, is it's somewhat difficult and time-consuming.
Right.
And cumbersome. You have to prove that they are renting short-term. But can you explain it, Liza? So
Good afternoon.
yeah, Liza's our chief code compliance officer.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. So we definitely have several complaints that have come in, not only from the island, but all over Corpus. Our officers do go out every time we get a complaint. There's one in particular on Kings Crossing right now. The next-door neighbor calls me every day on my cell phone.
Yeah, I'm going to interrupt you really quickly there. So because Kings Crossings HOA does allow that, does that give?
It's a city ordinance. I
It's
mean,
a-
I know
okay.
that the HOAs and POAs might have their own
But that
rules,
doesn't
but
matter.
it's still a city ordinance that we have to enforce.
Mm-hmm.
So we do go out there and we do make contact. We'll knock on the door. The renter will come out. We have body cams that I have purchased for my staff so that we do have video. They ask them, how long have you been renting? They will say, been here a couple of days. This Texas Games was one that people were staying a lot. So they did get confirmation. We have been writing citations on a daily basis. So every time we get a complaint, we'll go out there if we can get evidence that they are staying. A lot of the times, there's some properties on the island that we cannot make contact with anyone. They won't come to the door. We did confer with city legal department, and we do have to have confirmation that they are staying there for under 30 days in order for us to cite. So, and that's just because that's the ordinance, is under 30 days, it is against city ordinance for that, so that we can cite on that.
And Mayor, can I add, I mean, we know this, but this isn't the enforcement issue, but we're working on, it's going to take us hopefully early fall, late fall, early winter.
Right.
A policy for the city
Right.
council. This city has not addressed the issue of
Right.
short-term rentals. Many cities across the country have done this decades ago.
Right.
So we have a work team in place. We're bringing in a national consultant
Right.
that's going to help us get best practice policy legislation from across the country, so we don't have to create the wheel over again.
Right.
And that's going to give us really the teeth that we need. It's going to show in what neighborhoods you can allow it, what ones we don't want
Right.
it.
Well,
so on
and that, not to interrupt you, but
Yeah.
that was my point, is that I know
Right.
Greg and I have been working, this is an issue, and we know it, and we
Yeah.
hear you. I cannot imagine.
Yeah.
But it is forthcoming.
It's-
And-
we're
and I
working on
know
it right
This
now.
might be a good time to talk
Yeah.
about the August 26th. Yeah, so I know we will be out on the island later. Well, it was planned later this month. We may have to move it just because of, depending on how our numbers go with COVID. But I know I speak for both, if not all, that we care about this issue. We are going to address it, because we can approve or not all of this. In the end, it's about how do we really have control over this? Because then it's the next house and the next house. And we have to, citywide, we have got to establish policy on this issue, because it is just.
And if I can add, Mayor, a lot of the residents, and we do, understand that they want for us to tell them to stop, which we'd love to, but we can't. It has to wait till it goes to the court, and the judge and the prosecutors will work it out at that time to order whatever they decide to do, and whatever fines they decide to give them at that time. So code enforcement, we will go out, we will do our investigation, we'll do our best to do our jobs. But once we issue the citations, then it goes over to the court, and that's when the judge and the prosecutor's office will talk to the owners and tell them, this is what it is.
But meanwhile,
But we
it's
do send notice.
continues.
We do talk to the owners as well. We educate them on the
But I
ordinance.
mean, when you give them that violation,
Yes, ma'am.
meanwhile, in the interim of the court date, they continue.
Yes, and if we get complaints, we will go out each time we go, even if it's daily.
Right.
I hate to say that, but even if it's daily, whenever we get complaints in, we do go out and do our investigation.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're welcome. Counsel, did you have a comment?
Yeah, a quick, the mayor and I had a town hall meeting scheduled for August 26th, but we've decided to defer that until the virus backs down a little bit. having a meeting that we could go to Zoom, but Zoom's not going to work. So as soon as the virus lays down, we will hold that town hall meeting on the island so that we can hear everybody that didn't have the time to come out here today. And we will be listening on there, and it will be a public meeting that all of council can attend and not be in violation of open meetings. So it will be a posted town hall, and as soon as we see the trends on the virus coming to an acceptable level, we will have that town hall.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't quite have as much of the short-term rental issues as you do on the island. I do have a handful, and they do become an issue. Kings Crossing is actually in my district, as well as Country Club, King Estates, and a few others that have had similar issues. I understand that, and I've actually asked our city manager to include $50,000 in our budget for code enforcement so we can do sting operations, and I expect that to be there. So that way there's we have a mechanism. I know our attorney has some concerns that if you don't see the financial transaction, it's harder to prove. So we can actually have that in place. I think he equated it to another type of business. I won't mention it. But the idea is we want to make sure that in the long term, we do come up with a city ordinance that can at least regulate that. Right now, it's Wild West in the sense that we don't have any issues with. Specifically to this issue, I don't believe that the person is going to actually live on site to be considered a bed and breakfast. So I will be voting to not support the variance. Thank you.
Councilman Pusley?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I guess the biggest problem here is, as has been discussed, is enforcement. And we all just received a report last week that we have a 4,500 case load backup in our municipal courts. That, Liza and her code enforcement officers are going out issuing citations, and they're just stacked up behind 4,500 existing cases. And the plan that was offered to us in that report that was sent out, to me, is just unacceptable. We have got to figure out a better way to address this, to get those cases pushed through our municipal courts, to get them handled, because we're not giving due justice to the people who live on the island when we keep handing out. How many times, Liza, has this particular property been cited? Do you know? 4 times. 4 times. Okay, have you had a judge rule on it, any of those 4? No. And so we're not giving them their day in court because we can't figure out how to get our cases unlog-jammed. This is a bigger issue than just the STRs. This is a issue all across this city where we can't get cases where, we've got budgeted to add more code enforcement officers this year in our budget. And my question is, why are we going to do that? Because they're just going to write more citations that are going to sit on the shelf. So that's my point.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Do we have anyone in the audience? Yes, sir, that would like to make public comment.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor, council members, I'm Robert Aljo, 15629 3 Fathoms Bank Drive. It's on the island. It's been a while since I've spoken to the city council, and I'm not sure whether it's okay to speak at another. There's an ordinance that's coming up that I wanted to speak at. Am I allowed to speak at this one and that one?
Two
Since
separate
I did
items?
not speak at general. I didn't speak at
Yeah,
general.
as long as they're 2 separate.
They are 2 separate items, yes, ma'am.
Items,
And
yes.
I
You can
won't
speak
mix
at
them.
both.
I'll speak at this one now.
Sure.
I want to thank Ms. Liza for pronouncing mizzen correctly. I'm 30
Oh,
years
is it
retired
mizzen?
Coast Guard.
It was
It's mizzen. It's a nautical term, like the mizzen mast of a ship. So 30 years Coast Guard retired. I flew helicopters, but still, Anyway, thanks. I'm not against short-term rentals where it's zoned to allow short-term rentals. In a neighborhood of homes like we have on Mizzen Street and all those are very narrow streets with just packed homes over there. it would just be horrible to allow this to set a precedent. This is a zoning request for a bed and breakfast, but it's really a zoning request to open up the door for STRs. I mean, and hard to fight them if you allow this in a residential neighborhood that's zoned RS6 for single-family neighborhood zoning. So I'm not against short-term rentals. There's plenty of them available in multi-story buildings on the island, and they're zoned for that. So I don't know if the media is going to pick up on this after it's been in council this week here, but if they do, they're probably going to take it and run and say, oh, you know, they're against short-term rentals. We're not against short-term rentals where it's zoned to allow them, where it's reasonable and acceptable, and everybody knows that. But when you come in and just rob a neighborhood, you can turn it into what Port Aransas has become and what people have said Galveston has become. We have people that have moved into my neighborhood, a little bit more spacious than those streets, Mizzen and all that, but to get away from Port Aransas. You know, yeah, they sold their house for a lot of money, but they loved living there and they wanted to stay there and retire there. I retired from 30 years Coast Guard. My last duty station was here at the air station here locally, and I love it here. And I want to stay here and live my life out here in a single-family neighborhood, not in a motel district. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Public comment? None. Okay, I will close public comment
Oh,
then.
Mayor, I have the written ones.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We have
Mayor.
some written.
I'm sorry, guys. We got a lot.
That's fine.
No, these are different ones.
Okay.
I checked.
Well, we'll go ahead and read them and then.
Yes, but I went, so I'll, Mayor, did you?
Oh, do we have it on the phone or written? Oh, right. No, I'm sorry. Everyone else got 3. Everyone else got, yeah.
All right.
It could be longer, I guess, yeah.
Okay, first is Dave Allen. He resides on 14234 Sand Dollar Avenue. I am writing to object to the rezoning of the property at 13845 Mizzen, right? Street from RS6 to RS6 SP. This area is not appropriate for short-term rentals. Calling it a bed and breakfast does not negate the fact that it's a short-term rental. Short-term renters have less respect for neighbors and destroy communities. Kirsten Allen, also at that Sand Dollar, says, I'm writing to object to the rezoning. It's the same comment made by Mr. Allen. Exactly the same. Patty Baker on 15341 Tortuga Court. She says, I'm writing to encourage everyone to vote no on item 18. It is a request to rezone a single-family home to a bed and breakfast on Mizzen Avenue. Rules and zoning are in place to protect our way of life on the island. Please don't let greed take over our quality of life. We purchased our home on the island specifically to avoid STRs. We were looking in Port A and saw the STR situation there, and this was years ago. We have lived in vacation communities that allowed STRs in single-family residence areas, and it ruined the full-time residents' quality of life. Police and emergency service use greatly increased at these STR homes. The funds gained for the city on the STR will be gone due to increased emergency service needs. Please listen to the majority of residents, not the loud minority. Kay Buchanan on Mizzen Street says, in regards to the zoning case, Gary Erickson and I own a single-family home on Mizzen Street. We are opposed to the zoning change. We believe the change would decrease the quality of life in our neighborhood. We believe there are plenty of other short-term rental options available on North Padre Island in the areas currently zoned for them. We urge the council to vote no. Jean Ebelt on Beaufort Court. She says, I moved here because there were no short-term rentals on Padre Island in single-family residences. I can think of a multitude of reasons why there should not be a change in the zoning where all the additional vehicles and outboat trailers going to park. This is going to cause a dangerous situation on the streets. The city needs to hire employees to enforce the existing laws. If you can't do this, we will vote in someone who can. Jim Flowers on Cuddy Sark says, I'm 100% against allowing any type of short-term rentals in our single-family neighborhoods. We purchased our home with the knowledge that STRs are not allowed. We would not have purchased this home had that not been the case. Now the city has decided to allow this illegal activity and is considering making special exemptions. The owners of the home of Mizzen have already shown that they have no respect of the city or our laws. We have been using this home as an STR. They have been using the home as an STR since they purchased it. Keep the zoning laws as they currently exist and start enforcing. Greg and Carla Gierzak on El Socorro Loop. They're in against. It says, I am writing regarding the council's agenda on Tuesday, August 10th. We are against any rezoning to allow bed and breakfast or STRs in single-family home neighborhoods in this area. This item should not even be coming up, as city ordinance already does not allow this in RS6 zone. This area is in a close-knit single-family neighborhood, and to operate a bed and breakfast business next to the homes where people live is inappropriate. The city should not approve a special permit for any business such as this proposed bed and breakfast in a residential zone neighborhood. Apparently, they've already been breaking the ordinance that prohibits STRs in Zone 6, and they should not be awarded a special permit to keep doing this. They should actually be fined for breaking the current ordinance. Why in the world would staff recommend approval of a special permit like this in a residential neighborhood is beyond me. While the Planning Commission recommends denial, the staff report recommends approval, stating it is a legitimate alternative to undocumented or illegal overnight accommodations known as short-term rentals. This is a mockery of the actual zoning rules that are meant to prevent these types of short-term rentals in residential single-family neighborhoods, and it should not be approved in an attempt to skirt around the current zoning rules. So if passed, this sends a clear message to all other owners that all they need to do is say they operate a bed and breakfast, and then they can avoid the short-term rental ordinance. That is just wrong, but that is what would happen by passing the special permit. April Green on Finisterre, Finistere Street, says, I'm opposed to rezoning any single-family residence on North Padre Island to bed and breakfast. Neighborhoods are designed for families to live in, make communities, and have stability. Homeowners generally pay attention to house upkeep, are respectful of their neighborhood and neighbors, and take an active interest in the betterment of their community, to include crime prevention. None of this is achieved with a bed and breakfast. The transient nature of the guest who will have no interest in the upkeep of the home they are renting or the temporary neighborhood in which they're staying will erode the North Padre Island community. The quality of life in North Padre Island neighborhoods will be lost to the desires of investors who care not about our island or Corpus Christi, but only about making short-term profits. Crime will increase as it has in other coastal communities who let bed and breakfast and short-term rentals in hotels, which are regulated, exist for visitors. Jay Green, also on Finisterre Street, says, I am opposed to rezoning any single-family residence. It's the same comment, actually, that I just read. So it's the same comment that I read previously from the other person on Finisterre. Okay, Dennis Hansen is on Eagles Nest Bay. I'm opposed to allowing a zoning change to allow bed and breakfast business. This location is RS6 zoning and is not a business compatible with single-family zoning located west of SPID 22. It is noteworthy that nearby city residents responding to a zoning survey were all against having such an activity operating in their neighborhood. It is incredulous that zoning staff would make a recommendation against the wishes of those who live in the neighborhood and against the decision of the city zoning committee, which agreed with those living in the neighborhood. I am unaware of city staff identifying how bed and breakfast requirements would be enforced. The question that must be asked of city staff is why they made a recommendation that a business will be allowed to operate in a single-family residential area when those mostly affected and the city's own zoning committee does not believe it should be able to do so. Chris Hornberger on East Cabana Street, says, I'm opposed to the request to rezone the Mizzen Street property for STR. STRs do not belong within established single-family neighborhoods. Frank Jackson says, this was denied on Seafarer Drive, says this was denied by the Planning Commission unanimously and now comes to the council because the staff recommends approval. Who is the staff that thinks they know better than the Planning Commission or the nearby residents that have voted 100% in opposition? According to the staff report, petitioners who have owned the property for 9 months have already been cited 4 times for zoning violations. Zoning violations. No one believes the petitioners will follow the rules of this new zoning. It is a backdoor for them to continue to use the property as short-term rental. This property is currently advertised on Booking.com and Expedia.com, maybe other sites, as a short-term rental in direct violation of current zoning. This will not be a bed and breakfast. No owners will ever be staying there, just short-term rental clients. Jim and Cindy Jory say My wife and I aren't able to make the meeting because we're out of town. We are against short-term rentals and against any rezoning to legally allow STRs in single-family home neighborhoods. We are members of the PIPOA and live on Cruiser Street. We all know that STRs are absolutely destroying the beach town feel of Port Aransas. We enjoyed our home in Corpus Christi on the island so much that my wife and I decided to leave San Antonio and make Corpus Christi our permanent residence. We are requesting the City Council vote down STRs in our community and prevent ST renters from ruining our peaceful island community. Susan?
Madam Mayor, a point of order here, please. Can we not make, we all received these comments printed out and given to us before the meeting. Miles, can we not make them a part of the public record without having to read every single one of them? I mean, I've looked at all of them.
Yeah, we were reading them when we were on the strict online meeting protocol, but now that people have an alternative, they could come in person. I think that you're not required to read the items for them to be a legal public hearing.
If we would have done this during Uber, we would still be in that council meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and I will say this, though. I would never agree to that. I don't care what's legal or not. If as many of you weren't here today, because it is your right. And it is your right that, I don't care if it's repetitive, it is your right that every person is heard that comes, calls, emails, texts, whatever. So I want that said. But as long as, there isn't, I think they're all in the same nature, correct?
Yes, ma'am, they're all in opposition.
Okay.
There's 28, so I was halfway through, so.
Okay, well, that will be the reason, just under these circumstances. Otherwise, I do believe that everything should be read and heard regardless. So we can go ahead and do that then. And Miles, as long as we're clearing it with you as well. Mr. Hunter, do you have a comment? Yes.
My brother spoke in public comment this morning. He lives nowhere near this property location. He's 1.5 miles away. What, do I need to recuse myself?
No, you don't have a special interest in this vote. You just had a relative who came and made a statement.
Got you.
So I don't see a special interest from that fact situation you just described.
Okay, thank you.
And Mayor, I didn't mean to insinuate that I wasn't listening
Yeah.
to everybody's voice at all.
No. I didn't hear that from you either. I just want to make it clear because that's extremely clear to me.
If it were any other circumstance, I'd say if we were still on
Important.
lockdown, that's a different story.
Yeah.
But we've read all those.
Yeah.
All right, at least I have when I got here
Yeah.
this morning.
Yeah, it's just important, not clear to me. It's extremely important that everyone be heard. Now, that said, Rebecca, I want to be absolutely sure every single one of those 28 are against, or is there anything in there that's in favor?
They were all against. I'll double check, Mayor.
Just so that we read, we don't leave anything out. Of people that's in. Rebecca, and go ahead, finish that if you're.
Oh, just looking through, okay.
Yeah. And then I guess the other thing that I would request is from wherever you left off, just go through and read the names of those that sent something in. So that's on record.
You want me to read the
Just
names?
read the
Okay,
names. As
sure.
long as we don't have any in favor.
I forgot where I left off. Sorry. Oh, Susan Kosian on Pacetta is against. Elise Lippincott on Pacetta is against. Marilyn Litt is against. She's on Portillo. Tanya Luna is violently against.
Vehement.
Jacob Manich is in favor. I believe that allowing homeowners to allow for.
Yeah.
Yes, so he's in favor. Andrew Milliman on Morrow Lane is against. Brenda Pack on Longboat is against. John Pash is against. Roy Sharp is against. John Smelly against. Yes. Okay, Michael Starrick, also against. Candace Tidmore opposes. Sheila Trudeau is against. Mila, I don't know how to pronounce this, Ustimenko on Jessamine is against. Debbie Wall, against. And Royce Wells is very opposed, against.
Okay. Okay, great. All righty, so we're gonna, I'm gonna close public comment now, and I will entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion to deny the zoning request on 13845 Mizzen Drive.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries, and we will now break for lunch at 4.
You didn't see that.
Okay, we're ready. Okay. I'll reconvene the meeting now. We're going to go catch back up where we left off. Item number 19. Is that the one you're ready for, Mr.
Yes,
Raymond?
ma'am.
Yes.
I'm waiting for
So-
the presentation to
Okay.
come up.
Item number 19 is zoning case number 0521-01, Kitty Hawk Development, LTD, District 5, ordinance rezoning property at or near 9142 South Staples Street, FM 2444, from the CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District to the RS15 Single Family 15 District.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 9142 South Staples from CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District to RS15 Single Family 15 District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of single-family lots. The applicant is Kitty Hawk Development Limited. The property is located along the east side of County Road 41, which is Grumman Road. The property has approximately 162 feet of street frontage along Grumman Road, which is designated as an A2 secondary arterial. To the west are properties outside of the city limits, and they consist of vacant, undeveloped land. To the north, south, and east are property zone RS15, Single Family 15 District. The property totals .86 acres in size, and it is not platted. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan. However, the subject property has a future land use designation of commercial use and therefore is inconsistent with the future land use map. The proposed rezoning is compatible with the neighboring properties and with the general character of the surrounding area, and the proposed rezoning does not have a negative impact on the surrounding neighborhoods. One notice was mailed out within a 200-foot notification area. 0 were returned in opposition, 0 were returned in favor. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of RS15 Single Family 15 District, and I stand by for questions.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, you have County Road 41 on this one, which is actually in the city limits, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I'm assuming this particular property is going to also contribute to the construction of that road.
Currently, that hasn't been discussed yet, at least not with me, maybe with public, no. So no, there's been no discussion about 41, because currently, if this is approved and the applicant submits a final plat or preliminary plat, at least our perception is that he just wants to communicate through the internal streets of the subdivision that is currently existing. So he doesn't have to touch County Road 41.
Okay, well, if nobody touches County Road 41, it's never going to be touched because the county's not going to touch it, and it's inside the city limits.
Understood. I'm just sharing with you what we know.
Okay, well, I mean, you have to, and I'll leave this to you, Mr. Raymond, that something has to be done there with that road since it's inside the city limits. Unfortunately, our predecessors decided to annex that road along with the property out there, so we're stuck with it. So I want you to make sure that we have that as well.
Understood.
Also, there's been some concerns brought up about the drainage. I know that they have a retention pond out there with regards to not only this property, but the property around it. But there's only one ditch within that covers that whole area that goes out to Oso Creek. Just as an overall, since this is continuing to develop there, how is that going to be addressed?
That's a great question, and as with everything here, this is a zoning case which sets the land use. The plating really is how the rubber meets the road, and that's when we'll discuss things like County Road 41 and appropriate drainage for the development.
Okay, I get it, but as we do these zonings, I mean, it's kind of hard to go back in the opposite direction. Now, I know it doesn't matter with this one, it's a small,
Understood, because it's the
small
last
zone.
piece, right? Understood.
Right, but I mean, overall for this area, you have, there is that concern for long-term drainage.
Understood.
And I don't know, maybe is Richard here? Or?
Yes, he is, and that's something we're looking at in our Pate Dawson contract when we look at the overall master plan for drainage in the built environment and the new areas that we can expand. But we know it's an issue, and it's something that we'll address appropriately. Do you want to add?
So, Council, Mayor, City Manager, yes, that area is very critical out there, as you know, and some of those ditches that come out of there are private, and then we have some public ditches as well. As you know, the stormwater has no boundaries, and so for us would be during that platting process to make sure that the proper channels are put in and excavated properly to make it to the public improvement areas.
Right, and and I'm concerned about drainage because you also have other developments that are outside the city limits in ETJ that are being built further down, closer to the water tank over there. And so, I mean, drainage is going to become more and more of an issue. And, when we have these kind of things come up, we should address them, for the long term, not just for the short term.
Yes, sir.
Okay. My questions, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Pusley.
So who's going to build the road to access this piece of property inside the subdivision? Is the developer responsible for
The
that?
developer is responsible. It's a local residential street, yes, sir.
Okay. And so once they develop the road, as I understood the presentation, the only thing that property is receiving is city water?
That's correct.
So these will be on septic?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak on this item? Okay, I'll close public comment. I will go ahead and entertain a motion to approve item number 19, 19. Do we have a second? Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was entertaining a motion, so would you like to make the motion?
Okay.
So, okay. Councilman Lerma. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And we'll skip over to item number 22. Zoning case number 0621-03, Mastagasi Investment Trust, District 3, ordinance rezoning property at or near 2302 County Road 43 from the FR Farm Rural District to the RS 4.5 Single Family 4.5 District. Mr. Raymond.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 2302 County Road 43 from FR Farm Rural District to RS 4.5 Single Family 4.5 District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of a single-family residential subdivision. The applicant is Mastagashi Investment Trust. The property is located along the east side of County Road 43, west of Yorktown Boulevard, south of Farm to Market Road 43, Weber. The property has approximately 1,408 feet of street frontage along County Road 43, which is designated as an A2 secondary arterial street. To the north and west are properties outside city limits, but those properties are vacant and undeveloped. To the south is another recently annexed property zoned FR Farm Rural District, and to the east is Oso Creek. This property totals 99.52 acres in size, and it is not platted. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, compatible with the adjoining properties, and does not have a negative impact on the adjacent area, the adjacent and surrounding areas. The proposed property to the south is also annexed and will be the second half of this proposed single-family residential development. The preliminary plat, including the subject property consideration today, totals 989 single-family residences when fully built out. A wastewater lift station is currently under construction, as you all know, to provide services to this single-family subdivision. Discussions have been ongoing with County Road 43. The county, the city, and the two developers are in discussions, and if I'm not mistaken, we have a meeting scheduled later this week or sometime next week to continue our discussions in terms of what we want to build, how we're going to build it, and who's going to foot the bill, so to speak. One notification was mailed out within the 200-foot notification area. 0 were returned in favor, 0 were returned in opposition. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of RS 4.5, single-family 4.5 district, and I stand by for any questions.
Okay, is Murphy going to be here?
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, this came about on various levels. When we annexed the property, and then we actually provided for a lift station for that wastewater to go to OSO. And I know staff in the past had resisted putting a lift station over into the other side of OSO to address it. Now, when this came up, this was originally through, I guess, John Tamez property, and the original plan was to be RS6. So I want to make sure that we have the capacity in the in our wastewater system in order to be able to handle this. As I understand, we had some overflow issues with this with wastewater in this area when we had the rains here last. And so I'd like to have Kevin come up and talk a little bit about the situation.
Kevin's here. Thank God.
Kevin Norton, Director of Water Utilities. Yes, sir. It was actually back in May when we first had kind of some more heavy rainstorms at the Kings Lake Subdivision, which is located on Yorktown between Oso Creek and Yorktown. Right at their gate, it's a gated community, but at the entrance to the gate, there was an overflow in May, and we had, I think the range was like kind of 4 inches, 5 inches at that time. And so that's when it got on our radar, and we did go and we smoke tested and looked at the new development, which is further north up towards Weber. I think that's the Most Tagashi development also, but it's under construction. It's between the creek and Yorktown as well, but the cleanouts were open. There's some manholes. There's a lot of inflow that was coming in at that point. We'd smoke tested, and so I think they got everything capped up, but we haven't had a decent kind of a normal rain, because then we had the crazy weather event with the rains that came in, so you can't really compare to see if there was, if that fixed anything or not.
Okay, I guess what I'm looking at here is that, 989 homes, and all of this is going to go to the OSO treatment facility, right? What is our capacity there now? I mean, considering that we also have a lot of construction over in the Rancho Vista area and all those areas over there.
Right, well, this particular one, it's supposed to be a temporary up to a certain number of homes that are in there, but that's, and then.
Well, what was that? What was that?
600.
600.
600 is what
Okay.
the latest number I've heard.
Okay, but that was in line with RS6, right? The 600.
I'm not sure, sir. But
right?
That said, sir.
Am I remembering this correctly? And I'll ask my counterparts here to ask this question as well. But there was a certain number that we were looking at based on the capacity at OSO, and the capacity of the lines there. And I just want to make sure that we're not shooting ourselves in the foot here by authorizing 4.5.
Councilman, you're correct. The preliminary plat that was submitted by the previous landowner, or I guess the still current landowner, was RS6, and it was the temporary, if you want to say, that went under Oso Creek that tied into the system already existing in that existing community, was limited to 600 homes, right? But it doesn't matter if it's RS6 or RS4.5, it's still just 600 homes. The issue is...
Well, you just said 889 homes.
989 is the full build-out. But that temporary fix
Well, how temporary is temporary?
600 homes. Then we've got to go to Greenwood, and that was a $10 million price tag. So the $2 million we spent on the lift station that we approved, I don't really know, several months ago, to get this development off the ground, just said, okay, this is temporary until you get to that number. And we know that number because when they submit their final plats, 20 acres here, 20 acres there, when we get to the 600 number, we've got to have a plan to go north.
Okay, so what you're saying is that regardless of the zoning, you're capped at 600 homes.
Correct.
Because you can't go any further based on the temporary
The
requirement.
capacity wouldn't take it. The existing capacity, that's why we've got to get to Greenwood, so to speak.
Okay, and in this particular zoning, for this particular tranche of land, how many houses are we talking about in this particular?
Well, this is 376.
376.
This preliminary plat before you, which is RS 4.5, is 376.
Okay, so now as I'm familiar with this because I saw the planning commission meeting recently, and their zoning coming up for 4.5 on the second piece of land here.
Yes.
Right? So, but either way, we're capped at 600.
Correct. So the first one that gets to that number, and whether Mr. Tremez can get his things together, whoever gets there first gets there, and then the land just sits until we figure out a way, impact fees, bond, whatever it will be to connect to Greenwood. That's just what's going to happen here.
Well, I'm concerned because between here and there, or should I say between that and Greenwood, there's the AQZ, or the land restrictions around the airfield, around Cabinets Field. Right? If you look at the property that goes along Oso Creek, that Oso Creek goes right by Cabinets Field.
Okay.
So when you say temporary to go into Greenwood, how temporary is temporary?
The newest AQs, I was just clips this land out of the AQs.
No, I understand they're not on that side, not on the eastern side of Weber or 43.
Right.
It's on the other side that you have to connect there, right? So if there's not going to be development on that side, how are you going to get to Greenwood? Where's it going to get to? How's it going to get there?
Go on.
My understanding of the long-term plan was actually to go to the London lift station, which is already connected to Greenwood.
So you're going to go up 43.
It's far. It's far.
It's a lot
Yes, sir.
far.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And with what they have now, I actually have some concerns with the infrastructure there right now because of the overflows that were experienced in May. With the rain, which was heavy, but not really all that heavy. Because we have been looking through the lake subdivision at the collection system, haven't really found anything that was blocking it. We did find those open cleanouts, a lot of inflow was coming in, but that may or may not have been the cause of it. But I think they do have some legitimate concerns. And with the infrastructure that's been laid in by the developer, it appears very flat. It's supposed to the force main goes to an outfall, and then it's supposed to gravity drain over to an existing manhole, but it doesn't. On the drawings, it doesn't really look like there's much slope there. And my concern is that it's not going to flow, it's going to go septic, and then there's going to be really bad odor problems right there in that neighborhood. So we're looking at the entire system and working with L&V Ardura, who had done the hydraulic modeling, just to make sure that all the inputs, all the assumptions going into that were correct. But right now, at this point, I'm honestly not convinced that this whole design works for it, the temporary one.
Okay, but that's going to come back to us with the plats, or it's going to go through your planning commission and through wastewater to get all that correct.
That's
right?
my understanding how that works.
And so we're, as long as, there's some documentation that there's some cap at 600 as per agreed to on that lift station until connections could be made to Greenwood, which is, I guess, is really the biggest concern here. And like I said, I thought this was going to be RS6. That's what it was originally brought to us as in the original discussions. Do you know why it was changed to 4.5?
When owner sold to the new owner, which is Masagashi, he just changed everything, even though I called Mr. Tamez and explained, hey, I want you to see this. Because if you remember, I wish I'd include the preliminary plat, there was this grand boulevard that went down the center and to the north and south were these larger lots. Well, this gentleman, this developer has changed all of that. There's no grand boulevard. It's really kind of my half and your half, and it doesn't really, it's not the connectivity that we want.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to hear from the developer, or from
I'm
the.
not sure if he's here. Oh, yes, he is.
Okay,
That's
well-
his engineer, right.
Okay, well,
Okay.
I'll hold my rest of my questions until afterwards.
Councilman Smith?
Thank you.
Can you turn your microphone on, please?
I'm sorry. I see this as adjacent to the OSO. How much of this property is in the floodplain, a 100-year floodplain?
I'm not sure, do we know? None of it is.
Okay, so even on slide 5, I'm looking at these contours on there, and that's all, and it's adjacent to a wetland area on there, and you're saying that's all
wetland-
outside of the floodplain?
The parts that are being zoned are not in the floodplain, yes.
Okay, in the preliminary plat. And one thing we need to keep in mind, this is 4.5, so you have more impervious cover with 4.5 because you're losing about 1,500 feet of yard space, right, on there. So we're going to have higher flows
Possibly, yes.
with it. But everything's out of the 100-year plain.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I'm concerned about Oso Creek. I know we're spending money on it. We go to these small lots with it and increasing those peak flows on there. The previous is one thing about once we approve something here, there's nothing says what they come up and promises. I mean, we saw the greatest, nicest subdivision in the world, and now we're coming in here in a very rectangular plane chain 4.5. And I think something we always need to keep in mind with it. Okay. Thank you.
Let me just say this, Mayor and Council. The applicant is requesting 4.5, RS 4.5. The layout before you it meets RS 6. He's just not requesting it, right? So all these lots are technically 6,000 square feet or greater, which is great. And it somewhat resembles what Tamez was going to do. He's kind of taken out the curvilinear streets and the kind of the beautiful promenade of getting into the development, but it's his approach of what he wants to do with his half of the property, and I'm sure the engineer will speak to that when you open it up for public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. I appreciate that. So we've got a preliminary plat that could be changed.
Yes, it could.
So what we're looking at now, it fits R6, but we're asked to do R4.5, but they could easily come in with an R4.5.
They could downsize, yes, sir.
Yeah.
They could.
So, but what we're seeing here, if we okay it at R6 and they're happy, we're happy?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Pusley?
So, Al, I couldn't hear you a while ago. You said that originally this was submitted as something different.
The preliminary plat of the entire...
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. The preliminary plat of the entire development before he sold off half of it was RS6. And he had designed it, as I said, with curvilinear streets. He had designed it with a large entrance boulevard that went all the way to the creek from 43. It was just a well-designed master plan community, right? And in many respects, this looks like it's houses stacked in there. It's 376 homes. It meets the RS6 standard and that the lots are 6,000 square feet in size and greater. It's just that he's asking for RS 4.5. So when the final plat comes in, he could actually change that because he's still within his rights to do that.
So RS 4.5 would allow him to go to even smaller lots,
Yes, sir,
4,500 square feet.
Yes, sir.
And so we're already concerned about overtaxing the infrastructure here with RS 6. Why would we want to approve RS 4.5?
That's an excellent point, sir.
Okay. I just think we continue to do this, and it was like years ago when I was on the planning commission and they were building one subdivision out here after the next, and I brought up in a meeting, I said, you realize we're outstripping the city's ability to provide infrastructure to these areas, and we're still trying to recover from that. So, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Oh, you did. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was gonna wait till
You're
the-
waiting for, I'm sorry, right. I'm going to open public comment now. Do we have anyone in the audience that would like to comment on this item?
No, the applicants in the audience or the engineer.
Right, but I was asking, yeah, the public before the applicant. Yes, Mr. Engineer, would you come on down? I don't know his name. Mr. Telephone Man.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Juan Perales, J. Perales Civil Engineering, representing the Mostagasse Investment Trust. We've done most of the engineering work on the products that you see so far.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think Councilman Hernandez had a question
Yes, Councilman.
for you.
Yeah, you've heard our concerns on the, specifically the wastewater system. I was wondering if you had done any work on that and if you had any input to that discussion.
We've done some preliminary reviews of the reports and plans that were included with the reimbursement agreement. And at this point in time, we're holding off until we do more detail, get into the actual development of the construction plans for the different phases of the development.
Okay, in terms of asking for the 4.5, is it has to do with the setbacks? What are you looking at? What, if the lots are over 6,000 square feet, what would be the reason to?
Well, my understanding is the 4.5 is a carryover from the original preliminary plat that was referred to for the entire land tract. And that was part of the discussions between the original owner and now the two owners. But the new owner, Mr. Mostagasse, when he asked us to draw this up, he gives us specific instructions on the minimum lot sizes and dimensions that he's looking for, and those are intended to support a certain size of home and value of home.
Okay, but is referred, and I can't see from the drawing specifically, but all of them, according to Mr. Raymond, are over 6,000 square feet. Is that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Those lots are designed to support a certain home product.
Okay, so would it be any issue for us, from your perspective, for us to just grant the RS6 to give us some peace of mind going forward?
I've put in a call to the owner, the developer, and to pose that question to him. I have not been able to speak to him. In general, I don't see where it affects the proposed development, but I really need to confer with him before we say.
Okay, because this,
give a positive answer.
we're going to get another one here shortly on the other side.
Sure.
I guess I'm assuming from Mr. Tamez, that's asking for 4.5 as well. So we would reflect on that location, that side as well.
No, absolutely.
From my perspective, this was the deal that came to us when we decided to annex this property and then put in the lift station that would send wastewater to the OSO treatment plant, right?
Correct.
Originally, through our original master plans, everything on that side of OSO is supposed to go to Greenwood, but the cost to create that, all those lines to get to OSO is cost prohibitive, and that's why we gave this temporary kind of situation. and I don't know how temporary is, right? You know, when you don't know how development's going to happen over time, and so that temporary could mean, 10, 15 years, right?
On the longer side.
Right,
Yes,
right.
yes,
So
Councilman.
I would personally be more comfortable with the RS6, simply because that was what was the original agreement and the original understanding from the council was. If there's no issues, and I would be recommending that. Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Okay. And do we have any other comments on this side?
I'm sorry, Commissioner. I'm sorry, Councilman.
No, he asked if Moses was asleep. Been a real long day.
No, Councilman Smith, you asked about the floodplain and the drainage. The proposed, the preliminary FEMA maps, we reviewed those. And those are based on the stream level of the Oso, since it's so close to the stream. As we get up to the very most northeast corner of the property, it starts to get a little close. But as we get into construction and plans and so forth, I mean, any property that, any peripherals on the periphery of the project will be brought up to elevation. The layout that you see up on the screen is based on our preliminary plat submittal that just went in last week. And with that preliminary plat submittal, we included our stormwater plan and utility plan. The stormwater plan includes stormwater detention facilities based on the 100-year event right off the bat. We're not messing around with the 5 or the 10 or 25. We went straight to 100-year capacity, which wound up being a little over 10 acre-feet of storage.
And I appreciate that. My bigger concern, Johnny, is the backup from the Oso, not coming off the subdivision, but the creek is pretty loaded up right now. So we get a storm putting tailwaters back up in there. So when you're doing your cut and fill calculations on there, the higher you are, the better we are.
Yeah, based on the preliminary FEMA map, we're looking about an average 100-year water surface coming off the Oso, about 17.5, give or take. Yeah. And our minimum lot elevation is going to be about 19.5.
Okay. I look at Mustang Island, though, when we had Harvey on there, and it was kind of +3 was the magic number with that. So every foot above, particularly if you're in the floodplain, every foot above BFE, you save on your insurance too. So there's peace of mind with it, and then the homeowner will save forever if they're required.
Yeah, we're looking at minimum finished floor elevations of between 2 and 3 feet above 100-year water surface.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Benellis. I will go ahead and close public hearing and entertain a motion to approve item number 22.
Mayor, I make a motion to approve RS6
Okay.
zoning.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. Motion carries. Okay, we will go on to section N, first reading ordinances, items number 23 through 28.
Madam President, point of order on that. Should we have voted to deny the 4.5 and in lieu of
You amended?
providing 6, Rebecca?
Oh, we should, yes, I guess we should have amended that. Yes, that's right.
Would it be amendment or just a substitution?
Well, the zoning they were asking for was RS5. I thought
4.5.
4.5, I'm sorry. 4.5. What we could do, I think he said, Mr. Badalas was saying he needed to confer with his client. So I was thinking we would do that on the second reading. In other words, he could confer with his client, make sure that that zoning would be appropriate or acceptable, and then on second reading propose that.
In terms of what we're looking at is that we think well, for my thinking, it should be it should not be 4.5, it should be RS6, based on what we had originally discussed when it was brought to us for annexation and for the wastewater lift station through the damn funds, the trust funds. I was going to say transfer funds, the trust funds. So there's concerns there with the wastewater side of things, and based on what the cap being 600 locations, and then the fact that they brought up that it was all the lot sizes are over 6,000 square feet, I don't see the issue.
So if the council wants to modify it, you can. I mean, you could amend it or just say that you do want that RS6 zoning, but what's before the council now is the 5, whatever.
So would you need us to deny the 4.5 and then approve the 4.6 in a single motion?
I guess I'll ask legal. Mr. Risley?
Could you do it in a single motion? Yes, but when you have a point of order, it's best to do things separately.
Okay.
So I recommend you do it you do the amendment first and then do vote, so there is no lack of clarity.
All right.
We got a thumbs up, so we're good.
We're good for the 6.
So, okay, so I guess in order to correct the original motion, so I make a motion to deny RS 4.5.
Second.
We need a second, and then we need to vote on it,
Any
and then.
discussion? Well, you've done it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, the motion carries.
Okay. Then I make a motion to approve RS 4.6 for this property. I'm
Do we have a
sorry,
second?
RS 6 for this
I know
property.
you got me saying, I'm sorry.
Do we have a
Second.
second?
Six.
Who's the second?
I am.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay, we're done with that, right? So now we will move on to N, first reading ordinances, number 23.
Mayor?
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve items 23 through 28 as submitted
Okay,
by
well,
staff.
what I'd like to do, okay, you know what? Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes.
I
You know what?
second
Do we have a
that.
second? Wonderful.
I second
Okay,
that.
any discussion?
I just want to,
Okay.
may I, please?
No.
I wanted to,
No.
Go
I
ahead.
second is no.
Make it quick, Mr. Raymond.
I wanted to make 2 points. The
All right.
first one is the previous zoning case you just approved is not Moses, it's not MPM Homes, it's George. It's George Matsagashi. The second one is this. You had asked many times about a tree ordinance.
Yes.
The contract that came before council today for Camaro's Limited for DSD to do planning and development, they will do several things real quickly. They'll look at Articles 4, 5, and 6, which deals with zoning districts, consolidating and reorganizing zoning districts, overlay districts, and special districts. We'll look at Article 6, which deals with subdivision design and improvements, which includes, like we were talking about with this design, more planning to subdivision design, open space, those kinds of things, which will include streets, sidewalks, landscaping, and buffers. And we're adding a tree preservation plan, which is our version of a tree ordinance.
Right,
And then Article 3 will look at traffic impact analysis and rough proportionality, and we're taking care of that in that contract. I just wanted to make you aware.
Right, but no, Peter, this is not what we spoke about. I want a tree ordinance on its own. Just
right.
a simple tree ordinance, because every time we approve developments, we are building houses with 0 trees.
Right, it's not.
And it is not a difficult thing.
It's not a preservation, it's a planting.
No, I do like the preservation, because that's the one
Right.
Peter brought up, the one I mentioned to you.
Yeah.
That there is a preservation fund. I think
Right.
it's wonderful, and I think we should look at that. But this is just a tree ordinance.
But just so I can understand, Mayor, are you wanting it separate from the
Yes,
UDC and not a
yes,
part of the
yes.
UDC?
No, I mean,
Okay.
you can put it in part of the EDC if you want to. I want a tree ordinance, a very simple tree ordinance that shouldn't
so-
have to be a part of a whole
So we'll work with
package.
this consultant to bring that forward independent of because this is a 12-month contract. So we'll
Here's
work-
my problem with working with the consultant. Why can't we just do it in-house? It's San Antonio's for the most part. Probably 90% of it would be. But, and I don't,
Understood.
I'm not being, you know, what's the word? I'm not trying to
Understood.
over-exaggerate things. I've just been asking for a tree ordinance for months. And I don't see why it needs to be a part of a contract for a consultant that we can do right here in-house. Or can we not? I mean,
I don't know if we have arborists here. I don't know if we have foresters here. I don't know that, and I don't know. So this is the expertise they bring to us, the consultant.
How about we do this? How about we go find out if we can, because I've been asking for months.
Right, we've been talking to the staff about it, but
Right,
just
so
to
I
be
mean,
clear for the.
either we can or we can't.
I know,
And,
right,
I
and
mean-
just so Al understands, this is about planting trees in new subdivisions, right? Today, there's no requirement for a developer to plant
Right.
any tree. So this is about when you build a
Right.
home, there has to be X number of trees on the lot.
Yeah, we require commercial developers to do it.
That's all this is, Al. It's pretty,
So-
that's why we're saying just, it should be easy to do without a
Okay, so
consultant.
let's go back, let's look at what that entails, it's clear, and we'll come back by the end of the month and have a tree ordinance. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Raymond. So back to your motion, Councilman.
Yes.
Go, let's just.
I made a
go.
motion,
You
and
did.
I think I got a second.
Got a second?
And we have somebody who wants to speak.
Oh, yes, sir.
Mayor, we have to pull number 25 out of that group because it has an earlier version in Legistar.
As a what?
Okay, so then let's.
The ordinance.
Oh, the one. Amend your.
Okay, so you want to table it?
25, we have a handout.
Okay, that's right. There's
A
a
modified one.
corrected
Okay, so
ordinance
you're
that
moving
needs to be handed
approve
out. That's
Item
correct.
number 23, 24, 26, 27, 28, is that correct?
Yes,
And we
ma'am.
had a second? No. Yeah, okay.
That's what I came here for, like I said before, when I was here to speak on these SDRs. I really came here to speak on one of these ordinances.
Oh, which one?
27, it's,
Okay, oh yeah, we are there. 27, okay, so
What are we
he's here
doing?
to speak on 27.
27, okay.
Okay,
So,
go ahead, so we have to open public comment,
okay.
and we do have, go ahead, yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, you're fine. Yes, sir.
As I said before, I'm Robert Aljo, 15629 Three Fathoms Bank Drive. There's an ordinance, item 27, it's 21-2010, I think it is, or, yeah. Anyway, it's the one that's the parking thing. It says no parking on yards unless it's on a paved surface. Now, I'm not against this ordinance per se, but I am requesting an amendment to it, and it's really small, but it's going to save you a lot of legal issues. I've already heard of several people that are ready to get lawyers, because on the island, we have rock paved yards in addition to our driveways. I've got a driveway plus a circular driveway, and then rocks for drainage and stuff. The rocks have underlayment. It's a permeable surface, which is good for drainage. It's good for the environment. It's good for trees. We have trees. Couldn't have trees if we had all cement, but you're going to have all cement on the island because so many people have so many things, boats and stuff like that. I've got 2, and then we have 3 vehicles. So, but we don't park on the street. When it comes to street parking, some of these streets, like Mizzen, like we were talking about before, Mizzen, that nautical term, is so narrow that if cars parked in opposite directions on that street, you wouldn't be able to get a fire truck through there. And that's what's going to happen if you force people off of their, well, in some cases, the hard surface rock paved yards are being used for, a boat trailer, maybe an empty boat trailer, but maybe with a boat on it. I've got a 2-ton boat on the rocks, and it doesn't put any depressions in that rock underlayment at all. I mean, and I park it in the same spot, and so I'm just saying that if you leave it as is, I think you're going to run into a lot of flack. I know this is only the first reading, and you have to do another reading. I mean, you may end up with a showing like we had for the STR thing. But if you were to provide just a simple clarification. Now, if you look at that, it's item section 3317. That would be the ordinance, and it would be added to the various parking ordinances. So under 3317, it's got section A, definitions. The second paragraph under definitions, if any of you can follow that, down towards the end of that second paragraph, it provides examples of what would be considered legal, of what materials would be considered an improved surface. The key word is improved surface. Now, I know this is generated for code enforcement because you get a lot of places where they're just parking on yards, grass yards. The grass grows around dead cars. You know, you want to be able to cite them. You want to be able to make things look better, improve the city, all that stuff. I agree with that. However, on the island, I mean, you're going to have a lot of angry people because, you know, what are we going to do but park in the streets? Or it's also kind of discriminatory because, I mean, on the island, a lot of people can afford to pay $10,000 to pave their whole darn yard. But if you just were to amend to put rock and gravel with underlayment is considered an improved surface, no problem, no lawsuits, nothing.
Okay. Thank you for that. We're gonna, yeah, thank you. We're gonna discuss that. What I'd like to do is close out the motion that we just made.
Okay,
So I'm gonna
that's
close
good.
public comment. We're gonna go ahead and vote. We have
So it's,
we're gonna come back to this. We're gonna vote on no, not 27, because we have a motion and a second on everything but 27, and then
and 25, yeah.
not 25.
Yeah, apparently 25's been
Okay,
full.
yes. Well, yeah, we're gonna get clarification on this. I was trying to,
So did you want to do?
I feel like we're everywhere.
Yeah, I know. Do you want to do 23 through 28?
Yes,
With the exceptions
yes.
of
So,
25 and
Councilman
27, right?
Pesley,
Okay.
would you amend your motion for Rebecca, 23, 24, 26, and 28?
Right.
Okay. Councilman?
Say yes, thank you.
What are you thinking about?
Okay.
Okay, because we're going to get them out of the way and then continue the discussion.
If we start making substitutions to this, we're gonna find a substitution for everything.
Everything, yeah.
I mean, there's no end to it. And this, it's my understanding this ordinance has been brought to the city council on 2 different occasions at least over the years, and it's always fallen apart because we started making substitutions.
Yeah, and I don't think that's the case, but I think that Tracy does need to come forth and tell us why what you just said is probably right.
Okay.
And I think once she does that, we move on. It's just we have these
Okay,
other ones lingering.
I'll amend my motion to keep peace.
Thank you for the piece. Okay, and we have a second to that
Mr.
4th
Lederman,
time
right?
amendment. Yes,
Dang,
yes.
I don't know who seconded.
Second.
Second,
Oh,
great.
Michael did.
All in
Okay.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion's passed. So now we are discussing
25?
25.
Yeah.
Okay, so Tracy, would you please address that? 27? No, 25.
25. That's Yvonne.
Isn't that 25?
The substituted one.
No, not 25. No.
Yes, on 25, so Mr. Risley was saying to pull 25. The reason for that is there's a corrected ordinance that needs to, that
No,
I
I
guess is
understand that, but
presented.
we were dealing with.
I'm sorry, Mayor, you want to do 27?
Well, yeah, because that's what we're in the midst of.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry, God.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm sorry for. It's
I don't either.
27.
This is confusing.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Tracy Cantu, Interim Director of Neighborhood Services. So I don't believe we need to make a change because we have allowable exceptions.
Okay.
And also considering the properties on the island, gravel driveways or gravel in the yard, rocks in the yard, that is still considered an improved surface. So it would be covered under that.
Wonderful.
Furthermore,
Who
you know,
wants to make the motion?
boat on trailers, other trailers, that's an accessory storage that's already permitted. So
Okay.
it's not applicable here, it's already allowed.
Perfect.
And so it's covered under the exceptions to the policy.
Then I so move, we approve as submitted by staff.
As being discussed on an improved surface, is grass ever an improved surface?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No. Okay, do we have a second? Second. Oh, you have a question? Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Hernandez.
Okay, going along with improved surfaces, I've known a few people to use caliche as an improved surface, but I mean, you could also look at that as just dirt. Would you, I mean, it's not specified as what that being an improved surface. So I know some areas of town will have caliche.
Correct, and we know that that's a common used material. It does have cement-like properties, so we would consider that an improved surface for,
We would.
you know, applicable to this
They're
ordinance.
gonna be
Okay.
upside down on this.
Okay, that answers the
Okay,
question.
maybe on the second reading, you can add some information on there to, you know, I don't know what people are going to look like, 10 years down, 10 years down the road, and they can interpret it differently.
We can add some clarification language, yes, sir.
Thank
Okay.
you, Tracy.
Thank you.
Okay, so we had a motion and a
Yeah,
second.
I just think, Tracy, you need to be really clear about this, because if you don't, you and I discussed this yesterday, you're gonna be upside down with this if you don't.
Right.
And you need to be absolutely clear in this policy about what is or isn't an improved surface. Okay? And I'll make the motion.
You did, and there's a second. No further discussion. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion passes. Item number 25. Ordinance amending Corpus Christi Code, Chapter 2, Article 3 to update city departments and functions, and amending Corpus Christi Code, Chapter 39 to clarify payment of sick and vacation leave upon termination, retirement, or death. Hi, Yvonne.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Yvonne McCaney, Human Resources Director. You would have received an updated copy of the ordinance. I'm having a malfunction with this mask, but you would have received a updated ordinance. We had to further clarify the language, so what you'll have in front of you is the most recent one. But it's basically a cleanup ordinance to help clarify the language of sick leave as it states upon termination. Over a period of 10 years, there was different add-ons and things that kind of jumbled up the language. So our goal is to clarify it for people who retire, so that there's no confusion about how the payout, the sick leave payout takes place. The other update is just to update the city departments so that they reflect how the city is currently operating. That update has not happened since 1983. So,
Great. Mr.
Motion to
Hernandez?
approve. Oh,
Well, I don't know if, is that an old light, Councilman Hernandez? Yes, it is. Okay, motion to approve. Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Okay.
But were these changes submitted before this item was put on the agenda?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
Were these changes submitted to us before the item was put on the agenda? Because what you submitted on this agenda is all that we can take motion or action on.
Yeah, so these,
So if you changed it between Friday and today,
No, it's not different. It's just cleaned up. So the difference that you'll see is the word offices was removed.
okay.
So we didn't break out offices anymore. It's just departments and functions.
Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion passes. Now we will go on to section O, briefings, items number 29 and 30. Where is Ronald? There you are. I was like, I know he was back there. So we have Al Cruz Tennis Center Pickleball Renovation Project Presentation. And Ronald Elizondo is who is our, what is your title? I know you're a tennis pro, but.
I'm the director of Al Cruz.
Director, there you go, director, thank you. Hi, Dr.
Hello.
Dante.
All right. Let me just check this works. All right, so good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Interim Director, Parks and Recreation, Dante Gonzalez. With me today is Ronald Elizondo. He's the tennis director of Al Cruz Tennis Center and the president of Love Tennis and Education. Love Tennis and Education is the site, is the management contract for Al Cruz Tennis Center. So today I'm bringing you a very special project, which involves the conversion of some tennis courts into permanent pickleballs. So just a little background. Currently at Al Cruz, there is 9 full-size tennis courts, 1 single court, a pro shop, and a locker room facility. Historically, this has been only a tennis facility, but in March of 2020, pickleball was introduced as a pilot project. So for those who don't know pickleball combines tennis, badminton, and ping pong, and uses paddles and wiffle balls. Pickleball makes it accessible and entertaining for all ages and skill levels, including individuals with physical limitations. The game typically lasts about 20 minutes, which is compared to tennis, which usually lasts about 90 minutes. Pickleball has really taken root in the past years, and it's now considered the fastest growing sport in America. So locally, the impact of pickleball, and specifically at Al Cruz, between June 2019 and May 2020, the court rentals were about 2,400. So that's roughly about how many rentals were at this particular facility.
After pickleball was introduced between June of 2020 and May of 2021, the court rentals shot up to 6,700. So that's a difference of about 4,000 increases in court rentals.
Wow. We're used to the word fee.
Right. Well, speaking of fees, financially, so on the financial side, there was, because there were increased court rentals, that translated into increased revenue. So between the same period of frame, $38,000 was in revenue between June of 2019 to May of 2020. And after pickleball was introduced, it increased to $113,000. And this is on the same year, between those two, between June and May. So that was an increase of revenue of about $74,000. So as you're all aware, much communication both in agreeance and opposition of the court conversion was brought up to Parks Recreation as well as to council meetings, and we also received a lot of emails. The original plan was to replace 4 of the flagship tennis courts, which you see on the screen, and it was the 4 flagship courts were going to be converted into 14 pickleball courts. And then the remaining tennis courts was going to be 5 double tennis courts and then 1 single tennis court. Of course, we had a lot of conversations with the community. We actually went and had a community input session at Al Cruz so that we can amend the plan after listening to the community. So the amendment plan came back after listening to the community, was to amend the plan and replace the 3 tennis courts. So now we're looking at the back 3 tennis courts, and that reduced the pickleball courts from 14 to 10. But it also increased the amount of tennis courts that were available from 5 to 6. And it also allowed for the flagship courts to remain intact. And then also, the 1 single tennis court is not being touched. So overall, the current plan was 9 tennis courts, and then the original plan reduced that to 5 on the double tennis courts. And the amendment is 6. This is important that I mention this because this is one of the comments that the tennis community had. If we didn't have 6 courts, full tennis courts, then we would not meet the United States Tennis Association requirements to hold tennis tournaments, which the amendment plan now allows for that to happen. So now we have 6 tennis courts, and this can occur. With the 10 permanent pickleball courts, that allows for finalist matches and also allowed Al Cruz Tennis Centers to attract regional and national pickleball tournament. So that's a very important fact to note, because if you look at the surrounding area and the pickleball tournaments, what you see in places like Arlington, San Antonio, McKinney, Fort Worth, Cedar Park, there was roughly about 200 plus registered participants for pickleball. One in particular in McKinney, it had over 900 registered participants. Oh, wow. So these are people that are coming from all over Texas. These are people from all over the place. And it's not just them coming to play pickleball, but they're also bringing their families, right, which now are coming to visit Corpus Christi. Games of Texas had about 60 pickleball participants. But it also, we've seen, 15,000 families come to visit the Games of Texas here in Corpus. So moving forward, Love of Tennis and Education plans to establish a year-round program for at-risk youth to participate in both tennis and pickleball. They also plan to partner with St. James Episcopal Church to establish a physical education program for children in the elementary and middle school age bracket. And then also they plan to create a permanent pickleball court, which will allow customers to learn and improve their pickleball skills, as well as helping young children to learn tennis and also improve their tennis skills. So that is currently the plan, and I have here Ronald to answer any questions. If you guys have any questions, then I'm open for questions.
Mr. Hunter.
Going to back it up. This is huge. I don't get it. I don't like the sport. I think it's ridiculous. It's a great way to train someone to become a great tennis player. But it is killing it.
Yeah.
Everyone is playing this sport.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I'm very surprised on those numbers.
Yeah.
Fastest growing sport in America is not pickleball. It's an e-sport.
Oh, you're right. That's right.
Just kidding.
I guess Fortnite, right?
No,
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
I don't think that one does.
Here,
You stand over here. Yeah.
I just wanted to say, this morning I got an update from my Google app. Last week,
the business at El Cruz was viewed by 3,554 people just in 1 week.
What's this?
People that Google El Cruz
Oh.
Tennis Center. So we have, in a weekly average, we have about 3,500 people looking to see if they can come play pickleball, people calling from out of town, asking questions. A lot of people are taking vacation. They want to make sure there's pickleball courts they can play
Right.
at. So I get these every day. I get phone calls at the tennis center. It's overwhelming.
Well,
I mean,
Ronald, you know I am a big supporter of yours, and I have been for, I don't know, 2016.
Yeah.
But I want to thank you. You've done a lot. Any time that I have, whether it be when Peter got here, Neiman, or whomever that I've taken there, I am so proud of what you have done with that center, because you make things happen over there, and it's for the betterment of that whole area and those courts. You believe in them. But I want you, just tell us a little bit about what time is the center open, and tell us about the amount of people that you have on a regular basis. This is before pickleball.
we open at 9 o'clock, but lately I've been opening at 8 o'clock because it's been so hot for the
Yeah.
older people. So next year I'm planning to open at 7 o'clock or even 6:30 in the morning in the summer. So I'm thinking of changing my hours. We have a lot of people playing every day. As a matter of fact, we have a sign that says pickleball 8 days a week because everybody comes 7 days a week to play
It's amazing.
pickleball. Everybody around Texas know that we have pickleball. And it's open court. You can just jump in and play pickleball anytime you want. I mean, you're here at a meeting or lunch. We play at lunchtime. People jump. You can get 2 or 3 games during lunch and get a good workout. So we have people playing every day, even at night. So this pickleball court is exciting for everybody and for the city because in the future we get 200 or 300 people playing pickleball tournaments from out of town.
Right.
And I'm putting those together, tournaments, so we can have more people, come spend money here in Corpus. So it's for everybody, kids, out of towners, adults, seniors. A lot of people think it's for seniors, but it's really for everybody. I play it now. I'm going to that big tournament Dante was just talking about where there's 1,000 people. I'm going in October to go play in it. I get bored playing it, but I like to play it because customers always ask me to go
Right.
play.
But is pickleball like tennis where you play doubles or singles? Or is it just doubles?
It's singles and doubles,
It's
but a lot
both.
of people play doubles.
Yeah. Okay. Councilman Smith?
Well, thank you, and Ronald, thanks for all you've done for this community and making sure that the courts are there for everybody. And as I'm looking at these numbers, I mean, these are blow your socks off numbers, and the staff, part of consent was $2 million for golf. Where are we? Pickleball throughout the city. Cruz is a tremendous facility, but with this popularity, it shouldn't be the only place with it, and it's much less expensive than a tennis court to put in.
Correct.
Yeah, size-wise. So
I think-
I hope we're doing Bill Witt. We've got other parks on there that if pickleball's here, that we need to expand it.
We're gonna need more pickleballs in the future. I mean,
Okay.
I mean, I know I want them just at El Cruz, but it has to be everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, in the south side,
Yeah.
everywhere. I mean, I go to San Antonio just to go play,
Yeah.
once a month.
Well, and thanks for bringing it to Cruz and converting the courts, because otherwise we wouldn't be having this conversation if you hadn't taken that extra effort.
Yeah.
I just looked
Yeah.
into it. A customer came to me and asked me about pickleball. I didn't even know what pickleball was. I thought it was a funny name to begin with. I said, no, I'm not interested. Then I played it, and then the next thing you know, I asked the city. We put tape on the court, and the next thing I'm painting the court, the lines, and it just took off.
Yeah.
Tripled your revenue.
So
Yeah.
good, Ronald.
Our revenue.
Well,
Fine.
I don't know if y'all know this, but we raised some of the funds, Love Tennis, to put into building these pickleball courts, dedicated pickleball courts, So we raised $12,500 in one
That's
day.
right.
Because I want to put back, and I wanted the city to know that we can work together and get this done.
Okay, so you are going to challenge Councilman Hunter to a pickleball match, and he on the other side, he's going to pick the E game. I don't know what we're going to do.
I would
with
love
the
that.
tiebreaker.
Councilman Martinez?
Ronald, I just want to commend you on the work that you've done out there, because it's not just bringing pickleball in and having a place to do it. the facility that you've created there is first class. From when you walk in the doors, the pro shop, the courts, I mean, they're beautiful. Everything is so well maintained, so nice. On the day that I walked through, every court was full of people.
Yeah.
There were kids that were there at camps. There were, you know, every age in between
Yeah.
playing pickleball, and then there were older folks playing tennis. I mean, it was just, it was incredible to walk through there and see everything, how well maintained it was, how well run it was. So, you know, it's not just adding more courts or adding more facilities. It's the way that you've done it that is so impressive. So thank you for what you've done there. I would encourage anybody that hasn't taken a tour of it to go out there and just look at what we have, because it is such a beautiful facility that is there, and it's something that we can be proud of as a community to have. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, Dante, since this has proved successful at Al Cruz, what about HEB?
HEB does have some pickleball courts, but they're temporary. They're not permanent like Al Cruz would be, and they do have 3 courts there. But that is certainly something, you know, pickleball is one of those things that if you don't understand what it is, if nobody really has introduced you to it, you kind of have to do a little bit of research and watch some videos online.
Right.
But it is definitely a concept, and you know, this was kind of like a something that was being tried, and it obviously is very successful. So that opens up the possibility for other things, you know, not just pickleball, but there's other opportunities for different things as well.
So we're going to change the name to the Al Cruz Tennis and Pickleball Center?
I don't think that has been discussed yet.
I call it the headquarters of Al Cruz Pickleball and Tennis, but I don't know. That's up to council and Parks and Rec. That's up to me. I
Yeah.
do that, so.
I don't think we have considered that yet, but I mean,
if
it
they're gonna be
definitely is going to
permanent,
bring a premier feel once you have a permanent pickleball, so you can
Well,
come
I
and play.
think to his point on the Google search, if you have the actual name pickleball in the name, you might get a little bit more response. Just from, you know, if you look it up from Google's perspective, you look at pickleball, if Al Cruz Tennis Center comes up, you know, you may
We'll
not
definitely
get
do
that.
some research on how you know, we can start looking into that.
Okay. Thank you.
And you know, don't make the mistake I did. Don't look at Google Maps. Actually, go out there and take a look at it.
Yeah.
You'll be pretty impressed.
Yes, Councilman Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. Ron, this is great news. Such a great amenity for the community, and I don't know how you do it, because every time I go into Prices, you're there, but somehow you manage to get it done.
I get there at 8 in the morning before I open up at 9.
There you go. No, so is there, I guess, this is your first full year running the pickleball courts, is that correct?
We're going on our second, about 16 months.
16 months, okay. Is it too early to start thinking about maybe some expansion?
No, I don't think it's too early. I think it's needed, but I think this was the cheapest way we can do. I hate losing tennis courts. You know, I know y'all got a lot of emails, you know, and I was, on both ends, they were fighting me, you know, the pickleball player and the tennis players. So I finally had to tell the pickleball player, look, you're coming into somebody's backyard, taking their tennis courts, you know, so they have a good argument. So, I mean, expansion is, it's something to talk about for the future. I mean, I think Park and Rec has a plan, and they've told me, you know, give us your plan. And I think we need to go 1-year plan or a 2-year plan for the future, because it's going to grow.
Well, one thing I'd like to commend you on is I know that we got a lot of feedback from the public, and you taking that feedback and finding that happy medium and created a win-win for everybody.
I'm here for the community.
Yeah.
I mean,
Thank you.
It's not my tennis center. I mean, it's for the community. I mean, I'm there. I've been there 2 years. I have 3 years on my contract, but I know I spend some of my money. My wife gets mad, but I tell her, look, this is for the future of the community. I grew up in the neighborhood. They taught me how to play tennis when I was 12 years old there. So I'm grateful that I can charge, you know, for a private lesson and make a living, and I feel like I don't even work. I mean, and that's what I told my wife, and she doesn't understand that, because she doesn't want to give money out. I don't care. You know, I like to give back to the community. I mean, I also run Love Tennis, and I teach for free. I don't charge the kids from the neighborhood. I like doing that because they taught me there for 20-some, not 20, about 10 years when I was a kid, how to play for free tennis. Never charge me, I give back.
I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, just to go along with that, I want to commend y'all, whoever was involved, everybody that was involved in getting the pickleball and tennis folks together and coming up with this decision without getting us involved.
Yeah.
And that's a wonderful thing.
We got it worked out, and everybody's happy now.
Yeah, when I saw that come before us, I said, "Oh, this is great," because none of them are here mad about anything, and
No,
so
we talked
we're
it out.
always grateful for that.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for all the hard work that went into
Thank
that.
you.
Okay, I think does that conclude, Dr. Dante, your
Yes, that
presentation?
concludes it.
Wonderful. We're very happy. We're very supportive. I think I speak for my colleagues. Thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, and last but never least, come on down. Item number 30, Half Associates will provide a midpoint update for the Bill Witt Master Plan and the 10-year Parks Recreational Plan.
Correct. So I'm just going to introduce Mr. James Jimenez. He's going to be doing the presentation, so I'm just going to turn over the podium to him.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dante. Good evening, Mayor, Council,
Hi.
City Manager. I was real excited when I showed up, right after noon, saw all the people that were here to hear my presentation, and it just started to dwindle over time. I'm like, come on. And then pickleball, y'all are talking about pickleball. I mean, this is all park stuff. Where are all the people listening to this? So, very delighted to be here. I'll make this brief. I know y'all have had a long day. But we want to launch the virtual engagement portion of our public engagement. We've been doing our surveys for the last probably month and a half, almost 2 months. Statistically valid or random surveys, and then also public surveys, which has been on websites and in social media blast. This is the next phase of engagement. It's the virtual engagement. And I'm going to very briefly kind of walk you through what our virtual meeting room looks like, if it will let me. Safety concern, it's half, we're safe. Okay, so this is actual virtual room that you go to. We have the web link, which will, I think, be live here pretty soon. Lisa's working on it. It's going to be live tonight. So when you show up, it looks like someone's already visited, but there is a sign-in. It just asks you general information. What's your name, email address, how can we get in contact with you. Got a little board here that tells you what reason why we're here. And then you just go through and walk through stations. Got a welcome video at the very beginning. Explains again why we're here, what's important. This room, you don't have to always click the arrows. You can click within the room. If I want to go to the next station, I can click that one. Well, no, I clicked welcome, sorry. There's several ways to do it. The video. Throughout here, just boards for information. Visual preference survey. So we have images. What do people want to see? Do you want to see, just large expanses of open space, or do you want to see developed parks with amenities, or you want to see a mixture of all the above? So visual preference. And then we have a section or a board and an area specific to Bill Witt. So the Bill Witt project, we're sharing all the public engagement. And so there's a survey on Bill Witt. We ask people to do. And then the very last board is just a link that takes you to the website, and then also to our second part of virtual engagement, which is our interactive map. And so all these different stations, all the information is really to get people excited and then say, what do you want? What would you like to see? And so the second part of this, again, is our virtual map. Here, you can go straight to Bill Witt by clicking the link, or you can drop down on any of the parks, and it'll take you straight to that park. I'm missing a button. You can also click here and it'll take you to the park. It zooms in on it. You can say, I like this, add this, remove this, other. So everything here is about just gathering data and information. So those are really exciting things for us to launch tonight. And now I want to give a midpoint update unless y'all have any questions on the virtual engagement.
No,
Oh, okay.
you're good.
I'll again make this fast. I've got Robert Schultz here with our half office here in Corpus Christi, but I want to mention our project team. It's not just half associates. We've got Genac Architects, Barker Rinker, CCAT Architects, ETC Institute, and 110%. Each of these folks and groups have their specialties, and we bring all of them to bear on this project. So this is just a project time frame. We're currently in the phase 2, which is assessment phase. We're hopefully winding that up within the next probably 30 days or so and moving into the blueprint or the recommendation phase, and then the final phase is commitment and implementation plans. So assessment phase, what is that? There's really 4 types of assessments that we're doing. It's demand-based. Again, the demand-based is what do people want. There's resource-based. What are the things, critical infrastructure, or not, maybe not infrastructure, but critical habitats, critical parts of your community that we want to address. Access-based, so access to parks, equity, and then conditions-based assessment is what is the condition of your parks. So demand-based, again, this is a lot of the public engagement that we're doing. It's the statistically valid survey, it's the public mapping, all those things. To date, we've had over 1,300 responses to the surveys. 700 and almost 745 of those, 744 was the random sample, which is a much better sample than just the general public, because the general public can be, I call it wrecking the survey. You can get pickleball. They show up in thousands and say, we all want pickleball, and it skews the results. So the statistically valid or the random, we've got 744. It's a random sample of all the demographics across the community. And so actually this morning I got an update from our vendor, ETC Institute, and we've got another 600 on the public so far. So we're over 1,300 right now. And that's the demand base. So resource base, again, looking at shoreline, floodplain, critical natural habitats. How can we protect those things? Access based, this is the access to parkland. So it's proximity, it's access, whether it's walking, they call it walk sheds. Is it a quarter mile? Is it a 5-minute walk, a 10-minute walk? We want to make sure that the parkland is distributed across the city so that it's equitable for all the parts of the community to access quality parks. And then lastly, conditions-based assessment. So we've gone out, we've actually assessed the condition of all your 187 parks. There's a score sheet. We've got a summary of the score sheet. And then there's also summary sheets for each of these that say or identify some areas of concern, some areas that things are really done well. And then we not just tell you what's wrong, we also give you a little list of possible improvements that are not necessarily capital improvements, but it's things that could be done. So improve some the turf area, fix drainage, sidewalk curbs or curb ramps, things like that. So quote unquote small dollar, not true capital investment. You have 187 of them, it's going to be capital investment at the end of the day, but these are smaller dollar improvements. It's not a new rec center, it's not a new park. It's what can be added at these parks. And so that is a very brief update at our mid-year or midterm. Any questions on that part of the presentation? Okay, so.
Yes, we do. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that was great. That kind of information can be data mined to get us a lot of great information, not just, this is shockingly good. So thank you. I mean that in a very, very positive way. On your interactive screen or web page, the only way to move around is by clicking the arrows, or can you move with the mouse and the keypad?
You can move with the mouse on the keypad.
Okay.
And you can scroll and
That's
click
pretty
and zoom.
good,
Yeah.
guys.
So it's multiple ways of choosing. Okay, so
Yes.
I guess I'll move to Bill Witt.
Actually, we do have one more
Okay.
question. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
Mr. Hernandez.
Phone. Yeah, I noticed on the priority, can you go back to that page?
Okay, these are preliminary priorities.
Okay, okay.
I'll say that.
This one right here, this came from the surveys?
Yes, sir, from the random sample surveys.
Okay, I noticed some of the things on here, specifically outdoor swimming and spray grounds.
Yes.
Was very high on that priority list, and then you also had an indoor swimming that was fairly high on the medium priority. What stipulates the difference specifically, and how do you determine that the difference? I mean, outside of one being inside, one being outside. I mean, what's really the difference?
I mean, I would think that if folks are thinking indoors, it's probably like a natatorium base, probably heated water. It's got a lot more, it's probably competition or therapy. So we didn't dive into the detail of that.
Okay.
But I
You're
think
thinking more outdoors recreation,
I think outdoor
playground type.
Yes, sir, I think so.
You know, like the splash, not only the splash pads, but, you know, with the
Leisure pool.
leisure pool with the mushroom and the kiddie pools and that kind of stuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, I didn't know where the best place to mention this, and we talked about this a little bit in our individual meeting we had, but out in the northwest area, unless the county, the whole 9 years I was there, was mowing the wrong parks, some of those parks on your map are not city parks.
Okay.
And we need to get those, like Lone Oak Park I mean, that's a county park, as far as I know.
Okay.
And there's a couple others out there. I won't go into all the names, but we need to get the county parks off this map.
Okay, we'll double check the
Thank you.
information.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, James.
Okay, so Bill Witt, we've been waiting on all of the public engagement. To date, we've had meetings with stakeholders, with a handful of city council members regarding Bill Witt. Once we are able to get all the public engagement, then we're able to start, looking at recommendations and placing and things like that. I think pickleball will be something that people are going to want at Bill Witt. We know that an aquatic facility is important. So there's a lot of different things that will be at Bill Witt. So the next steps for us is once we wrap up the public engagement, which I think is the next 30 to 45 days, really it's going to be based on how much activity and how much feedback we get from the virtual engagement, and then the rounding up the surveys. But from there, we're able to take the input gathered and start developing, really some recommendations, some strong recommendations. Our vendor who's looking at your indoor facility is wrapping up his recommendations. They're the ones that did your facilities master plan back in 2018. They've gone through, looked at the buildings again, have been very pleased and very complimentary of city staff about all the work that's been done there. They stated that it's very common for them to do these plans, come back 5-10 years later and nothing's done. City staff has really grabbed hold of those plans and done small improvements, painting, flooring, HVAC improvements, and so they were very complimentary of staff and very excited to see that, which the staff should be commended on that. So recommendations will be parkland improvements, facility improvements, looking at trail connectivity, and then we start developing your priorities for investment. And that's that graph that was shown on the assessment. And then the next step after that is implementation. So how do you do that? So it's not just what do people want, you know, prioritize it and everything else. It's how do we get there? And so we start working on those next steps. The schedule, we had an 18-month contract period. We will at least meet that. I'm confident in that. Our goal is still to beat that, and we can do that. We're 10 months in. So goal is to be out of here before too long, too much longer. But I'm not going to commit to anything but 18 months. I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you. And with that, noted, I'm done. Unless y'all have any questions.
Councilman Hunter?
I have one more question. On your information of the data mining, on the personal information like names or anything else, y'all will get rid of all of that, correct?
So it all comes to the city. We don't keep it.
Well, sorry, I was asking you, but I was kind of looking past you over your shoulder. I apologize.
Are you
Please,
asking,
Doctor.
is your question specific to personal data, whether we're going to
Yes.
retract or redact the personal data?
And I think people like hearing that publicly. That's another reason why I'm asking.
Right.
I'm sure that you do.
Yeah, this is, you know, this will become of part of the data that we collect, and you know, we can change and use a process that we utilize where we number
System. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
And then another thing that I'd like to point out is, you know, we just had a meeting together with engineering services to facilitate the plans to move forward on the pools there at Bill Witt. We've already made the recommendation on a specific site. Have consultants have their own designated person who's working on just that particular side of the house for Bill Witt. So, you know, we are moving forward. We have a location already in mind, and we're already starting the conversation so that we can start moving it forward.
The pools,
The pool's correct.
but we don't know what.
No,
else
this is the conversation. You know, this conversation is also going to start the process of selecting the person who's the consultant, so that they can tell us, hey, this is what the site is going to look like, this is what the pool is going to look like, and this is what the recommendation.
Right, the 2020 bond had dollars to design a pool at Bill Witt. No construction, but design. So what Dr. Dante's talking about is the location is more
part of
specified
it.
now, it's kind of picked. So we can begin, before the actual master plan is done, we can start designing.
That's correct. Yeah, you know, an important part of it was finding the location for it. A feasibility study was done. The location was already chosen. So now from that, we can start developing the design.
Oh, I see. Okay, great. We'll be visiting the baseball fields, by the way, next week, I think, with Dr. Young. Is he back there? Yeah, there he is. Was that, I think that's next week, correct? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so, anyway, I think we have one there at Bill Witt, one or two, a few maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, there's two, and there's also a
Couple.
kickball field.
Yeah, and so that's, that could be a primary spot for whatever it is we find in the assessment. Okay.
Well, I can say we're very excited. I think you guys will like what's going to happen with
Yeah,
Bill Witt.
it sounds wonderful. Yes, thank you, and thank you for your patience today.
Thank y'all for your dedication.
Absolutely.
Waiting around for my presentation.
I know.
Oh, no,
One more. This is Bill Witt. Bill Witt's in,
Mr. Hernandez.
thank you. Bill Witt's in District 5, so it's immensely important to me, but there are a couple things. And for Dante specifically on the swimming pool, the actual swimming area can't be Collier. Collier's more like a bathtub. It needs to be deep water in order to be more friendly to competition and swimming, especially during the summer months when when temperature gets hot. Also, in terms of the design of Bill Witt, we do have some communities that are on the backside of the property that now have access, in some cases unauthorized access, and are driving over grass to get into get a shortcut to Yorktown. You got to take into consideration the design as to make that kind of somewhat inconvenient, so people aren't using it as a shortcut just for that. Our roads on Bill Witt are more like county roads, where they're built on top with the ditches on the side, as opposed to like a city road. So it's not going to be able to take that kind of wear and tear. Please take that into consideration in terms of road construction for Bill Witt with your overall master plan. So there's a lot to go, and I know Dante, we still need to do a tour.
Absolutely. And I'm happy that you brought up this concept of the pools being deeper. My staff and I have actually gone out to see some of the other pools that are surrounding areas, some that you guys have referenced, and we've done site visits so that we can meet that criteria. And I want people to say, I want to go to the Corpus Christi pool instead of saying, like, hey, I want to go next door and visit at a different
Right.
pool.
So one I asked to model on was the Portland pool.
Exactly, and we did a site visit on that. We asked a lot of questions to the people that are managing that, and we're very thankful that they're very open with their answers. One of the best comments or one of the best suggestions that we received was that it needs to have a certain number of competition lanes, right, including the timing lanes. So that's
and a
something.
place for people to watch.
Correct. So that is something that we are considering. That's something that during our meeting with engineering, and that's something that we're definitely going to be talking with our consultant to make sure that we have that in place, because we do realize that we are losing people to go next door when they should be staying here with us, because now we're going to have that type of facility.
Also, you may need to look for wiring for any kind of competitions that you may have
Correct.
there. So if we do host the Games of Texas again, you have more options besides as just an auditorium.
Right.
Or maybe even for water polo as well. So it gives us options to do with, to host the games again.
Right. Well, the best way to do it is to go see the competition. And, I'm not a swimmer, but I did go to check out the other pools, and we have other sites.
Father of swimmers. So.
We have other site visits that we're going to look at, just so that we can make it better.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Dante.
All right. Thank you much.
Okay. Anything else, Peter?
That's
No.
it. That's it, Mayor.
Okay, there being no further business, I adjourn this meeting.